When I Met My Duchess by Caroline Linden. Gareth Cavendish, Duke of Wessex, believes he's chosen the perfect bride. Until he meets her sister, and lightning strikes, literally. Now he's the only member of society dreading the wedding of the season. Or is he? Cleo Barrows can't fathom why her knees weaken every time the handsome Duke approaches, or why her sister isn't in the clouds at the prospect of marrying him. But the more often wedding plans throw Cleo and Gareth intimately together, the faster time is running out to turn the celebration of the summer into the scandal of the year. Chapter 1. It was going to be a terrific storm. Gareth Cavendish, Duke of Wessex, surveyed the rapidly darkening sky as he stood on the steps of his country estate. Grey-violet clouds boiled up in angry billows, and every few seconds thunder rumbled, as if the storm were clearing its throat, preparing to roar. But so far, not a drop had fallen. "I do hope they're near," he murmured, scanning the pristine landscape of his property. "The clouds may burst at any moment." The man behind him shifted his weight. "Sir William is a very punctual man." "Yes." Gareth narrowed his gaze upon a far-off puff of dust, just visible beyond the stately oaks that lined the road leading to Kingstag Castle. A servant had been sent out to watch for the visitor's arrival, but it was still over a mile from the main gates to the house. A moment later, the travelling chaise and four emerged around the last turn. "There, just as you said, Blair. Very punctual." His secretary murmured a vague reply. The carriage bowled smartly down the drive, drawing nearer. He stood a little straighter. It wasn't every day a man welcomed his bride-to-be to his home. Miss Helen Grey, younger daughter of Sir William Grey and the toast of the season, would be the Duchess of Wessex by the end of the month. Gareth was very pleased with the match. Her father's best property marched with one of his smaller estates, and according to the marriage settlements, that land would be his one day, as Grey had no sons. It was a good match as well, for the Greys were an old and respected family, even if they had fallen on rather hard times of late. And the young lady herself was ideal. A serene, gracious manner, a lovely face and form, and a beautiful voice. Helen Grey would make the perfect Duchess of Wessex. Gareth glanced again at the sky. He hoped the storm broke soon and blew over quickly. Guests were to begin arriving the next day, and he shuddered to imagine the chaos if everyone was kept indoors for the next week. "Let us hope there are no lightning strikes, He half-turned to flash a faint smile at his secretary, who nodded, stony-faced. Gareth took another look at the man who was not merely his secretary. James Blair was his distant cousin from a poorer branch of the family and superbly competent. He relied on him like he relied on his right arm. Normally they worked together in perfect tandem, Blair anticipating his thoughts, and Gareth relying on his cousin's uncommonly good judgment in all matters. No one was more closely acquainted with his business concerns or personal matters, nor a better friend. He trusted the man completely. But now his secretary looked as though a funeral train were approaching instead of a bridal party. "All right, Blair?" he asked curiously. Blair stared straight ahead, his eyes flat. "Yes." He glanced toward the approaching chaise as an awful thought struck him. Good Lord, there couldn't be something about this marriage giving him pause, could there? Blair had conducted the marriage settlement negotiations on his behalf, while estate business had kept Gareth in the country. Naturally, he must have seen Miss Grey and her family a fair amount. Alarm stirred in his chest. Perhaps Blair had seen something troubling, but hesitated to bring it up now that the documents had been signed and the engagement announced. Blair would notice. Blair also would not want to embarrass him. He cleared his throat. "You seem quiet. No reservations about the bride, I hope. At last, Blair looked at him, albeit reluctantly. No, Miss Grey is a very suitable choice. That seemed an evasive answer. Were there any problems with Sir William? He asked, lowering his voice even further. Blair shook his head. Come, man, what is it? He prodded. You look positively grim. Blair's chest filled as if he would speak, and then he sighed. My apologies, Wessex, he muttered. It must be the storm. Gareth closed his eyes and mentally smacked himself on the forehead. He'd completely forgotten Blair had been frightened of storms as a boy. Perhaps he still was, and now Gareth had just gone and forced him to admit it aloud. Of course, he murmured quickly. I wish you and Miss Grey every happiness, added his secretary with a forced smile. Gareth nodded, happy to let the conversation lapse. The carriage was almost to the steps, and for a second he wondered what he might have done if Blair had confessed some wariness about Miss Grey or the marriage in general. He couldn't very well just send her home, but it would have been gravely alarming had James found her wanting. There was a rustle of silk behind him. I hope I'm not late, said his mother as she stepped up beside him. Your timing is perfect, he said. I presume Bridget had something to do with it. As ever, she replied under her breath. Gareth shot his mother a quick glance. All three of his sisters were beside themselves with excitement over the impending celebrations and desperately eager to meet Miss Grey, the reigning toast of London. But while Serena and Alexandra were capable of proper, dignified behaviour, the youngest had a true genius for trouble. If anything were to break, go missing, or inexplicably wind up on the roof, Bridget was sure to be found nearby, protesting, with a perfectly straight face, that the most incredible circumstances had caused it. Normally he took Bridget's mishaps in stride, but he would be eternally grateful if she managed to behave properly for the next fortnight. Perhaps he ought to tell Withers, the butler, to post footmen outside the guest rooms, to make certain Bridget didn't accidentally inflict a broken leg or a black eye on the bride. She'll be on her best behaviour, won't she? He asked, praying that would be good enough. Yes. The Duchess gave him a confident smile. I've told her she will be excluded from all the wedding festivities if she is not. For now, I've sent her to help Henrietta entertain Sophronia. His shoulders eased. A masterstroke. The only person more capable than Bridget of causing trouble was Sophronia, his great-great-aunt. Or was she a great-great-great-aunt? He tended to think of her in the same vein as the statues in the garden, ancient, crumbling, and utterly impervious to anything. Normally, Sophronia kept to her own apartments with her companion, Henrietta Black. But if she and Bridget could occupy each other tonight, so much the better for everyone. Never let it be said I don't know my children. His mother turned to face him, and her gaze sharpened. Do you love this girl, Gareth? She only called him Gareth when she wanted to get his attention. His eyes narrowed, but he spoke calmly. What has love got to do with marriage? He knew it existed and that it was pleasant to find it in marriage, but he'd never met a woman who stirred him, even slightly, the way poets and romantics sighed about. The world upended, walking on air, being struck by lightning from a clear blue sky. You've hardly said one word about your feelings for the lady herself. She's lovely. She'll make a very suitable duchess and mother. You'll adore her. I wasn't worried about adoring her myself, replied the Duchess. I worry about you adoring her. His jaw tightened. What a time to ask that question. I have the utmost respect for her, and I trust we shall be very content with one another. His mother only sighed. Irked at her and at Blair for ruffling what had promised to be a perfectly smooth welcoming, he descended the steps as the carriage reached the gravel and slowed to a more decorous speed. There was nothing to reproach in his actions. He was a sensible man who made logical decisions. He thought he'd chosen quite well, despite his mother's sentimental disquiet and his secretary's grim silence. If they had some objection to this marriage, he thought darkly, they had better speak soon, or forever hold their peace. But this was not the moment to brood about that. Straightening his shoulders, he prepared to welcome his future wife and her family. Miss Grey, her parents, and her elder sister would spend the next fortnight at Kingstag, preparing for the wedding at the end of that time. Behind him, the butler, housekeeper, and a few servants waited at the ready to greet their soon-to-be mistress. The house had been cleaned and polished to a bright shine over the last month, to appear at its best for the wedding. He darted a quick glance at his mother, but she silently stepped up beside him, her serene smile back in place, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The sky growled again as the coach pulled to a halt. A dust-covered servant jumped down to open the door, and Sir William alighted first. The baronet fairly radiated triumph. "A very great pleasure, Your Grace," he boomed, sweeping a bow as the servant turned to help Lady Grey down. "The pleasure is mine, sir. Welcome." Gareth greeted the older gentleman. "May I present my mother, the Duchess of Wessex?" His mother stepped forward and graciously greeted the baronet. Gareth turned his attention to Lady Grey. "Welcome to Kingstag Castle, madam." He bowed over her hand. Her pleased eyes climbed the facade of the house before she turned a beaming smile on him. "A pleasure it is to be here, sir, and for such a happy occasion." She laughed, a little trill of delight. He smiled, then stepped forward to help his betrothed down from the carriage himself. Helen Grey was lovely, he thought approvingly as she stepped down, her small hand nestled in his. He'd thought so from the moment he met her. Her dark hair was arranged in the latest style, her dress the picture of elegance. She looked as fresh and beautiful as the roses in his mother's garden. The Greys must have stopped so she could change and refresh herself before arriving. "Welcome to my home, Miss Grey." He raised her hand to his lips as he bowed. She blushed, her cheeks a perfect soft pink. Her dark eyes glowed as she gave a little curtsy. "Thank you, Your Grace. I'm delighted to arrive at last." Gareth smiled in satisfaction. She truly was the perfect bride. Her voice was just as lovely as he remembered, and her person even lovelier. Her manner was gentle and sweet. What more could a man ask for in a wife? He presented her to the Duchess, pleased to see his mother greet her as warmly and graciously as ever. He knew she would never be rude or crass, but he wouldn't put it past her to probe, in that delicate, almost imperceptible way she had, into Miss Grey's feelings as well. "How fortunate you arrived before the storm broke," he said to Sir William. "It's been threatening all day." She appeared in the door of the carriage, her face hidden by a dark red bonnet. She gathered up her vibrant yellow skirt in one hand and reached out to take the hand of the footman waiting to assist her. "So sorry to keep everyone waiting," she said a bit breathlessly as she jumped down and faced them all. She looked like her sister, but different. Where Helen Grey's face was tranquil and composed, this woman's face was lively and expressive. Her eyes sparkled and danced. Her features were sharper than Helen's, and her figure was fuller, almost lush. And as she tipped up her pointed chin and looked at Gareth with openly interested brown eyes, lightning struck. Chapter 2. Everyone jumped at the thunderous crash and the burst of light that burned a streak across the sky. "Gracious!" cried Lady Grey, clapping a hand to her heart. "I thought it would strike us all dead on the spot." Helen's sister turned her face to the sky as the first sharp drops of rain hit the ground. "It looks to be a good show," she said mischievously. "Indeed not, Cleo," said her mother in an undertone. "Behave yourself." Gareth heard all this dimly around the introduction. Mrs. Cleopatra Barrows, Sir William was saying, his eldest daughter. He thought he made the polite response, but couldn't be sure. Once he took her gloved hand in his, he wasn't quite sure what else went on in the world around him. It wouldn't surprise him if his hair was standing on end, and he was most likely staring like an idiot. Mrs. Barrows put on a polite smile and curtsied, but that excitement that sprang into her face at the crack of lightning struck in his mind. A soft noise behind him finally broke whatever spell he'd fallen under. He stepped back, remembering himself. "I'm delighted you've arrived at last. You remember Mr. Blair, of course?" Blair stepped forward and bowed. "Capital to see you, sir," said Sir William courteously, and Lady Grey gave him a benevolent smile. "Mr. Blair?" murmured Miss Grey. "Mrs. Barrows," said the Duchess, coming toward her. "What a delight to make your acquaintance. Welcome to Kingstag Castle." "Thank you, Your Grace." She dropped a graceful curtsy. "And you must meet Mr. Blair," his mother continued, looking at Blair, who obediently stepped to her side. "He is Wessex's secretary, as well as our cousin." "How do you do, sir?" Mrs. Barrows gave Blair a sunny smile, and Gareth's stomach clenched. He had to make himself turn away from her, unnerved by his reaction. "Come, let us go inside," he said, offering Lady Grey his arm. "The guests will begin arriving tomorrow. I thought you might like a day to explore the castle on your own before they lay siege to the place." Lady Grey gave her trilling little laugh again as she fell in step beside him. "How kind of you to arrange it so, sir. We are thoroughly delighted to be invited for such a stay, and to meet your mother and sisters. I vow, Kingstag Castle is every bit as lovely as I'd heard." She chatted on as they walked inside. Gareth was aware of Mrs. Barrows walking behind him with Blair. In the doorway he stole a glance back, catching sight of his cousin's smile at something she said. Miss Grey followed, listened soberly to his mother, but her sister chatted quite amiably with Blair. He felt a strange stab of discontent in his chest. Logically, he should hope Mrs. Barrows could revive Blair from whatever melancholy he'd sunk into lately. He should hope his cousin took a great enough liking to Mrs. Barrows to entertain her for the next fortnight, leaving Miss Grey to him. Somehow he didn't. The housekeeper stepped forward to show the guests to their rooms, to refresh themselves and rest. Although, as Mrs. Barrows passed him with a swish of her brilliant skirt, he couldn't help but think that the Greys didn't look in great need of refreshing. Gareth watched as they climbed the stairs, Lady Grey in the lead with the housekeeper and his mother, followed by Miss Grey and Mrs. Barrows. "Just as lovely as you remembered?" asked Blair quietly, coming up beside him. Gareth tore his gaze off Mrs. Barrows' figure, trying to shake off the unpleasant feeling of having been knocked sideways. "Yes." Blair exhaled. He still looked a little ill, his mouth tight and his eyes shadowed. "That is a great relief." Gareth breathed deeply. The ladies had reached the turn of the stairs, and he watched Mrs. Barrows trail one gloved hand along the banister appreciatively. "Yes, it is, isn't it? I can hardly stop the marriage now." Blair shook his head slowly, still watching the women climb the stairs. "No, I don't suppose you can." "Gracious, Helen, you never said he was so handsome." Cleo burst into her sister's room, too full of energy to rest. Helen was lying obediently on the bed, but at Cleo's entrance, she sat up at once, just as she had since they were girls. Of course, this time their nurse wouldn't come scold them for not resting like proper young ladies, thought Cleo with a grin, since she was a widowed lady, and her sister was about to become a duchess. "Do you really think so?" Helen's face lit up with a luminous smile. Cleo laughed. "Of course! Such broad shoulders, such brooding eyes, such a lovely home. She laughed again. "Did Mamma see Kingstag Castle before you accepted his offer, or after? I thought she would swoon with delight when the house came into view." Helen sighed, her glow fading. "After. You well know she would have liked him had the house been a fright." "He's a duke, Cleo, and very wealthy," she said in perfect imitation of their mother's voice. "What more does a girl want?" And handsome too," Cleo added. "A mother might want a title and a fortune, but a girl wants a handsome face." Helen tried and failed to repress her grin. "Cleo, you're wicked." "Of course I am," she exclaimed. "That's why you love to have me about. But hush." She lowered her voice and glanced around. "I did promise to be on my best behaviour this fortnight," she whispered, "so you mustn't let on when I'm my usual awful self, or Papa will send me packing." Helen's smile disappeared. "It was dreadful that Papa said that to you," she said in a low tone. "You are not awful." Cleo lifted one shoulder. "To them I am. The stench of trade, you know. I suppose some day I might give away all my money and take up embroidery or some other suitable pursuit, and live out my days in respectable poverty." She gave a theatrical sigh and collapsed backward on the chaise, as if in a swoon, throwing up one arm over her head in a fit of drama. "Perhaps then I'll be acceptable. Poor and dull, but acceptable." "You could never be dull," said her sister. "I'm ever so glad you've come, because if you're here, at least it won't be dull." She shuddered. Cleo uncovered her face and looked at Helen curiously. "Do you think it will be? Why? You're reunited at last with your betrothed husband, about to meet his family and become his wife." Helen rolled her lower lip between her teeth and plucked at the lace on her sleeve. "I don't know him that well, Cleo," she confessed. "I've only seen him a few times this year. And last year, well, he didn't distinguish himself from my other suitors in any real way. It seems odd, doesn't it, that I'm to marry him in 2 weeks' time, and I barely know his name." "Gareth Anthony Michael Cavendish," said Cleo. "How could you not know his name, when Mamma's been practising saying it every day? Their Graces, the Duke and Duchess of Wessex." She mimicked her mother, just as well as Helen had done. "Wessex of Kingstag Castle. My son-in-law, the Duke. My daughter, the Duchess of Wessex." Helen laughed again. "Stop. Perhaps I do know his name. But otherwise—" She shook her head. "The wedding just seems so near, all of a sudden." This time Cleo looked more closely at her sister. It had been clear to her that Helen was nervous their entire journey, but she thought it was only bridal nerves. Helen wasn't usually a nervous sort, though. "Don't you want to marry him?" Her sister's face turned bright pink. "Of course. Who would not?" Cleo couldn't argue with that, and yet— "Perhaps he invited us early to get to know you better," she suggested. "To steal away into the garden with you and kiss you senseless." Helen's eyes went wide. Cleo grinned, trying to lighten the mood. "Oh, don't be like that. It's not at all a trial to be whisked into the shrubbery for a clandestine kiss from a handsome man." Helen's smile was a trifle wistful. "Isn't it? No doubt you'll soon find out." Cleo leaned forward, unable to resist prying a little. She didn't see her sister very much anymore, and she missed her. She and Helen had never had secrets from each other, once upon a time, before Cleo's marriage and subsequent widowhood had horrified her parents and made visits to the family home uncomfortable. "Don't you want him to?" Before Helen could answer, there was a tap on the door, closely followed by the entrance of their mother. "Oh, girls!" she whispered in ecstasy. "Isn't this the loveliest house? Isn't his Grace the handsomest gentleman? Oh, Helen, my darling, you are a very, very lucky girl." She bustled over to kiss Helen's forehead. Watching her sister, Cleo thought there was a flicker of panic in Helen's eyes, before she smiled at their mother. "Thank you, Mamma. I thought you were resting." Millicent Grey waved a hand. "Pooh, as if I could sleep away my first hours at Kingstag Castle. It's one of the most beautiful estates in all of England. And my daughter will be mistress of it in just a few days' time." She swept Helen into another embrace. Cleo draped her arms over the end of the chaise and rested her chin on her arms, watching. It had been a long time since she'd seen such an outpouring of maternal affection. "Now, are you feeling well?" Millicent placed her hand on Helen's forehead. "Shall I send for a tonic? Luckily, we've brought our own Rivers. I can have her prepare my special tonic at once." Helen clasped her mother's wrist and smiled. "I'm fine, Mamma. I don't need a tonic." "A bath?" pressed Millicent. "I wager the Duke's staff can have one ready in no time. I hear he even had pipes installed to bring in the water. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Let's send for a bath and find out." Cleo couldn't resist rolling her eyes. Hadn't they just stopped at an inn barely 3 miles distant so Helen could wash and change her dress? Of course she must look lovely for her future husband. Cleo didn't argue with that. But this was silly, pretending to rest when none of them could close their eyes and wanting a bath just to discover if there really were pipes for the water. "I'm fine, Mamma." Helen pushed her mother's hand away and dodged it when Millicent would have reached out to smooth her hair. "Really? I'm quite recovered from the trip. Cleo and I were just talking about the Duke." Millicent paused, clearly caught between the excitement of gossiping about their host and wariness of whatever Cleo might have said. "Indeed?" she asked with a too bright smile. "What did you decide?" "That he's a very handsome gentleman," said Cleo dutifully. "Of course he is." Their mother beamed, relieved. "But Helen doesn't know him all that well, does she?" Cleo went on, unable to ignore the devil inside her. "How long was his courtship?" Millicent glared daggers at her. "It was all very proper," she said sternly. "He contacted your father, most properly, and made a very pretty proposal." "Before he'd spoken to Helen?" Cleo was genuinely shocked. She hadn't known that, and looked to Helen for confirmation. Her sister frowned and looked down, picking at her sleeve again. "And his secretary, no, his cousin, Mr. Blair, came every week to pay his respects and make the arrangements." Millicent lifted her chin. "Didn't his Grace call on you, Helen?" Cleo asked, ignoring her mother. Helen said nothing. "Of course he did," said Millicent indignantly. "Last season, several times, and twice this year." This was all news to Cleo. When Helen had said she didn't know the Duke of Wessex well, Cleo had thought it was due to a short but typical courtship, not one conducted by proxy. "And he sent his cousin to propose?" "He did. That is, not everyone must run wild and elope like you did, miss." Millicent's temper got away from her, and Cleo could almost see smoke coming from her mother's ears. Behind Millicent, her sister was ripping the lace from her sleeve, her head bent. She relented. Helen had accepted Wessex's marriage proposal, and it was her choice. She said she was happy to be marrying him. Cleo had no right to make her sister more nervous than she already was. "No, Mamma," she said soothingly. "They mustn't, and I am very happy for Helen." Millicent opened her mouth, then closed it, as if she'd been ready for more argument. "Of course you are," she finally said, accepting the truth. "We all are. But Helen, you must rest." Cleo watched her mother press Helen back down, fluttering around her like an excited bird. This must be a dream come to life for Millicent, marrying her most beautiful daughter to a duke, especially after the disappointment Cleo had been. She wondered if her mother had ever had the same hopes for her, before she proved herself difficult and rebellious. She wasn't completely unlike Helen. She was pretty enough, though not beautiful like her sister, She'd been told she was intelligent and clever, but with an appalling tendency to speak too strongly and be too opinionated. Her great failing, though, had been her willingness to marry a man in trade, thereby drawing shame and discredit upon all her family. Millicent, the daughter of a squire and wife of a baronet, had dreamt of having a titled son-in-law her whole life. For Cleo to saddle her with a merchant son-in-law was intolerable. Of course, her mother's reaction to her marriage had been kind and warm, compared to her father's response. From across the room, Helen's eyes met hers, reluctantly amused and resigned. She'd always been the obedient daughter, and today was no different. Cleo would have wagered a guinea Helen would end up taking both a nap and a bath to please their mother. She jumped to her feet. "I'm going to take a walk in the garden." It might not be the nicest thing to leave Helen at their mother's mercy, but she didn't think she could take all the smothering maternal affection. She whisked out the door and back to her own room for a shawl, then went in search of the outdoors. Despite the lightning, the storm was mild. Only a light mist was falling when a servant directed her to the gardens behind the house. She let her skirt drag in the wet grass, lifting her face to the sky. It felt good to be outside after 2 entire days in the carriage with her parents. If she could have managed it, Cleo would have hired her own carriage just for herself and Helen, leaving the elder Greys to congratulate themselves on Helen's triumph all the way to Dorset. Their mother, of course, had wanted Helen nearby in case a spasm of delight overcame her again, and she needed to smother her daughter in an embrace. Their father hadn't trusted Cleo not to put radical and absurd ideas into Helen's head. He'd watched her warily the entire trip, and Cleo had nearly bitten her tongue off a dozen times keeping her silence. And his final warning, delivered even as they drove up the sweeping drive of Kingstag, had almost been too much. She'd had to sit in the carriage a minute and compose herself before getting out. But she would keep her composure, come what may. It was only for a fortnight, and it was for Helen and her wedding. She was aware that her parents had invited her only because Helen wanted her to come. Her father might be ashamed of her, and her mother might think her unnatural, but her sister still loved her, and she wouldn't repay that by causing strife and discord. She slowed down as she reached the gravel paths of the garden. The Duke of Wessex, no matter that he might be remote and cool when it came to courting a wife, had a lovely garden. She stopped to examine all the plants, marvelling at the profusion of greenery and blooms. How on earth did they get them to grow so thickly? Her own house had only a small garden, and nothing seemed to thrive. But these roses! They were everywhere, lush globes of pink and yellow petals that smelled divine. Cleo stuck her face into the flowery bower and sniffed, in paradise. What she wouldn't give for her garden to look like this. And this would be her sister's home. She touched another fragrant rose, spilling a cascade of raindrops onto her skirt. The Duke of Wessex wasn't at all what she had expected. From Helen's description of him, she'd imagined an older man, very elegant and urbane. The man she'd met today was far more masculine. Thick waves of dark hair threatened to tumble over his high forehead, which gave him a somewhat wild look that was at odds with his surprisingly sensual mouth. He was undeniably handsome, but there was an implacable strength in his face as well. Cleo fancied he was a man of strong passions and great control, the sort of man who wouldn't be denied anything he set his heart on. Then she shook her head at how ridiculous she was, imputing an entire personality to a man she'd only just met. No doubt he'd turn out to be much as Helen described him, once she got to know him a little better. Dukes were far out of her ordinary acquaintance. She bent down to sniff a peony, trying to squash the seed of worry that had sprouted when Helen confessed to nerves. Her sister was gentle and kind-hearted, and Cleo wasn't at all certain Helen would be able to stand up to a man as intimidating as the Duke. It worried her that Wessex had only called on Helen a few times. How could one marry on such short acquaintance? She could forgive her sister, who had, no doubt, been dazzled by his rank and broad shoulders and very handsome face. But she hoped the Duke hadn't chosen Helen because she was beautiful, demure, and dutiful. He must be a very busy man, and if he didn't spend time with his bride, he would never know how wonderful Helen was. And if he made Helen miserable... She sighed and walked on toward the irises. As strong as her instinct was to protect Helen, this was not her battle. Helen had chosen him, and she must have had her reasons. Again her father's warning echoed in her mind. "Hold your tongue, or you will be dead to all of us." The rain grew a little harder, and she shook out her shawl, intending to drape it over her head. She had 2 weeks to take the Duke's measure. The Duke had 2 weeks to recognize what a jewel Helen was. "Are you well?" She jumped at the sound of the voice, dropping her shawl in the process. The man she had just been thinking of stood behind her. "No, no," she said, flustered, then corrected herself. "That is, I'm quite well, thank you. I was just admiring the roses." The Duke of Wessex stooped to retrieve her shawl. "My mother is a passionate gardener. She'll be pleased you admire her work." "Very much so," she said with enthusiasm. "They're superb." "She does dote upon them," he agreed. "Everything beautiful must be nurtured and loved." Cleo reached toward a pink rose that climbed up a nearby wall. "Nothing could bloom this profusely without a great deal of care." He cleared his throat. "And a large contingent of gardeners." She laughed. "I am sure they help as well. But this is a garden of love. Don't you agree?" The Duke didn't move. "Love?" Cleo vaguely knew she ought to mention her sister, but the intensity in his dark eyes jangled her thoughts. "Yes, love for the plants, although also a place where one might be moved to steal a kiss in the shrubbery." She had shocked him. His eyes darkened, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to close it again. Oh dear, she'd let her mouth run away from her already. "Indeed, you may be correct," said the Duke before she could apologize. "Forgive me if I interrupted your study of the roses and the, shrubbery. I was on my way to see a tree." "A tree?" she echoed, grasping at a new topic gratefully. "It was struck by lightning, or so I was told." Cleo remembered the tremendous crack of lightning when they first arrived. "Oh, yes. I almost fell off the carriage step, it startled me so. I hope the tree didn't damage anything." His expression was as calm as ever, but his eyes were piercing as he looked at her. "Likely not. We're positively overrun with oaks at Kingstag. I expect we'll all be glad of the lightning when the tree is fueling our fires." She grinned in surprise, not having expected a Duke to pay attention to what went into his fireplaces. "How very practical." For a moment, his gaze seemed to snag on her smile. Cleo wiped it away at once. Oh dear, had her impulsive nature already managed to offend? But all he said was, "Quite." She wet her lips. The rain was growing harder now, although the Duke didn't seem to mind. "I think I ought to go back to the house now. The rain—" She held up one hand as if to catch the drops falling around them. He looked up as if just noticing the rain. "Of course. And here I am holding your shawl." He handed it back to her. "Thank you, Your Grace. Until dinner?" He thrust one hand through his hair, sweeping the wild locks back over his forehead. It exposed his sharp cheekbones and firm jaw more starkly. Cleo was impressed in spite of herself. Gracious, how could Helen not want him to whisk her into the shrubbery? "Until dinner, Mrs. Barrows." He bowed and walked on, his boots crunching on the gravel. Cleo flung the tail of her shawl over her head and hurried toward the house. Suddenly, 2 weeks didn't seem so long after all. Chapter 3. It was an eternity before the dinner hour finally arrived, Gareth delayed going to the drawing-room. He smoothed his cravat and tugged at his jacket, trying not to notice how his heart seemed to be thudding very hard against his ribs. He hadn't seen his bride since the Greys arrived. That was perfectly expected. No doubt she had wanted a chance to rest from the journey and refresh herself. The fact that he kept picturing Mrs. Barrows, instead of Miss Grey, his chosen bride, reclining against the pillows of her bed, was surely just a result of the lightning strike. It must have been closer than he'd thought, and disordered his brain. No doubt as soon as he saw her at dinner, he would realize how mistaken that first electrifying impression had been. Of course, he'd met her for a moment in the garden, and nothing had happened to change it. On the contrary, she called it a garden of love and mentioned kissing in the shrubbery, and his mind had almost ceased working. But now it was time to see her, along with his bride and her parents and even, God help him, all his family. His sisters were wildly excited to meet Miss Grey, and his mother had deemed dinner the proper time. Perhaps some of his bride's quiet self-possession would wear off on Bridget especially, he thought, trying not to think how Mrs. Barrow's lively nature was far more like his siblings. He took a deep breath. What was the matter with him? It must have been the lightning. Once he met the lady in proper, dignified circumstances, he would revert to his usual, sane, rational self. Surely a longer acquaintance would confirm what he truly believed, that Helen Grey was the best possible choice for his Duchess. She would be an excellent hostess, a kind mother, and a good role model for his sisters. She would look beautiful on his arm. He would have her dowry property, which he had long coveted. Just thinking through the logical, sane reasons why he wanted this match had a calming effect. He had made the right choice, and his odd fascination with her sister was merely a passing flight of fancy. The door opened behind him, and James Blair came in. The storm had blown away, and Blair's expression was once more calm and equable. He would be at dinner tonight as well, as he often was at family dinners or when there was an unescorted lady present. Gareth had even excused him from most of his duties for the next fortnight. Blair had spent a great deal of time around the Greys this spring, and he could help smooth any awkward moments that might arrive as the families mingled.
"Ah, there you are. I was beginning to fear you'd left me to face the ladies all by myself. Sir William would be there. I had hoped for more," said Gareth dryly. "And here I am."
Blair made a grimace.
"In desperate need of a drink, I'm afraid." "Yes."
Gareth seized on the word. Now that his cousin mentioned it, a drink sounded like just the thing.
"A brilliant idea."
He went to the cabinet in the corner and poured 2 measures of brandy, glad of something to do.
"I've decided to grant your wish regarding Mrs. Barrows,"
said Blair then, with no warning at all. The brandy bottle seemed to lurch in his hand, spilling liquor on the silver tray beneath the glass.
"What do you mean?"
he asked, keeping his back to his cousin as he hastily mopped up the liquid.
"That I act as her escort this fortnight." "Oh, yes."
Gareth had forgotten that request. It had seemed a natural one to make a week ago, when all he knew was that Helen Grey's older widowed sister would be part of the party. Blair had already agreed to do that. Why did he have to bring it up now?
"I thought we'd settled that a week ago." "I was uncertain."
Blair accepted a glass of brandy.
"But after meeting her today, I believe I may enjoy her company a great deal."
Gareth was struck motionless.
"Why?"
was all he managed to ask. Had Blair also met her in the garden? Hadn't he been cowed by the threat of lightning? For some reason, Gareth was wildly irked that his cousin might have seen her with raindrops glistening on her skin. Damn it! Maybe they'd better go in to dinner at once, so he could take another long...
And she still owns and runs the shop.
The shopkeeper's wife. Gareth either hadn't paid attention to that part of James's report on the Grey family, or hadn't cared enough to remember.
"Where is the shop?"
he asked, instantly chagrined that he had done so. Why did that matter?
In Melchester, near Gray's property. A rather large draper's shop.
A draper's shop. He pictured her running her fingers over bolts of brilliant silks, gauzy laces, satin ribbons. He tossed back the last of his brandy. Why did she run the shop? Ladies did no such thing. His mother would have fainted away at the thought of managing a shop.
How independent. What do you suspect, Blair?
He tried to get back to the main topic, which was, oh yes, Mrs. Barrow's secrets. The way she pressed her lips together.
Is this shop a dark family secret?
Blair shook his head.
No, although you won't hear a word about it from Sir William. The man has a supremely inflated sense of himself, and I doubt he approves. No, I expect not.
Gareth's one overriding impression of his soon-to-be in-laws was pride. Sir William clung to it, and Lady Grey couldn't hide her delight in having a connection to Wessex. He rather doubted a merchant in the family had been as agreeable to the Greys.
Why did she marry a shopkeeper?
He murmured, almost to himself.
Apparently she loved him.
Blair's faint grin returned.
I told you, impulsive, bold, and passionate. She's a woman who isn't afraid to pursue what she wants.
Oh, Lord. He raised his glass and realized it was already empty.
Do you think that might be causing this tension you noticed?
He asked, grasping at Blair's earlier comment.
I'm not certain.
Blair spoke slowly.
Didn't you remark it? I wasn't aware of it earlier in London, but it was almost palpable when they arrived.
Gareth frowned. He hadn't noticed anything amiss. Well, he hadn't noticed much of anything beyond Mrs. Barrow's mouth and eyes and the way her skirt swayed as she climbed the stairs. None of which had struck him as remotely amiss.
I wonder why. Could it be the wedding?
He lowered his voice, watching his cousin closely.
Do you think Miss Grey or her parents want to break the engagement?
Blair seemed startled. He turned to Gareth, a frown creasing his forehead.
I highly doubt it, Wessex. What made you say that?
Yes, what had made him say that? He had no idea. This morning he had been highly pleased with his impending marriage and his choice of bride. Not one wisp of hesitation had clouded his mind. Not even his mother's gentle chiding about love and affection. Then a woman, the wrong woman, looked up at him with sparkling brown eyes, and it seemed as though all his logical decisions had been made hastily and foolishly, based on air. Now he had just asked, without any forethought at all, if his bride might be planning to jilt him. Even worse, there had been a thread of hope in his question. What was wrong with him tonight? His mother had planned a wedding celebration that would be spoken of for years to come. Dozens of guests would be arriving in a matter of days. The marriage contract was signed. The bride was upstairs, probably already planning how she would redecorate when the Duchess's suite was hers. The marriage was going to happen. Gareth must have lost his mind to contemplate, let alone contemplate with equanimity, anything else.
Nothing,
he said, telling himself it was true.
You made it sound very ominous, and that was the most alarming thing I could think of on the spot. The wedding is in a fortnight, after all.
Blair's shoulders eased.
Of course.
He cleared his throat.
Yes, right. Well, thank you for sharing your concern with me. If anything particular comes up, do let me know. Of course I will. I shall do my best to learn Mrs. Barrow's secrets.
For some reason, that didn't sit too well with Gareth. He cast a longing glance at the brandy decanter, but resolutely set down his glass.
Shall we go to dinner?
Indeed, murmured Blair.
Time to face the enemy.
That fit a little too well with Gareth's own feeling, so he said nothing. They went to the drawing-room, where much of the family had already gathered. His sisters had clustered around Miss Grey, chattering with various degrees of animation. Serena and Alexandra, he was pleased to see, were achieving some level of decorum, but Bridget, as feared, was louder and more boisterous than ever. For her part, Miss Grey seemed a little cowed by them. Her smile was uncertain, and she wasn't saying much, although in fairness it must have been rather intimidating to have 3 girls discussing every detail of her dress and pelting her with queries about London. His mother was conversing with Sir William and Lady Grey, who looked up with twin expressions of rapture at his entrance. Gareth joined them as Blair headed for the younger ladies. He had a way with Bridget, and Gareth hoped Blair could calm his sister down, so she wouldn't frighten poor Miss Grey to death.
"Good evening, Your Grace, good evening."
Sir William almost preened in his satisfaction.
"Delightful house."
"Oh, yes," gushed his wife. "I've never seen one finer."
"How very good of you to say so."
He inclined his head, keeping one eye on the door. A quick survey of the room had revealed the absence of Mrs. Barrows. "If you'll pardon me, I shall have a word with the butler about dinner." His mother lowered her voice as she passed him. "Sophronia has deigned to join us this evening."
"Has she?"
Gareth shot her a look.
"How generous of her."
"Don't start," she murmured, edging past him. "I tried to dissuade her." Everyone knew that was hopeless. Nothing dissuaded Sophronia once she set her mind on something. Still, it gave him something to think about as Lady Grey's effusions of delight over Kingstag Castle continued. Everything was perfection in her opinion, and she seemed determined to list each point. It grew to be a bit much, to tell the truth. Gareth appreciated his home, and was pleased to hear it admired. But she went on and on, as though praising a gift he had given her. As soon as he could, he excused himself and went to Miss Grey, who appeared more at ease now. Blair had channeled the discussion into the diversions planned for the next fortnight.
"Good evening, Miss Grey."
He bowed, and she curtsied, very proper, very reserved.
"How have you found Kingstag Castle thus far?"
She smiled. "It is lovely, sir. I look forward to seeing the grounds. Your sisters have described them so well." "We're going to take her around to see everything," put in Bridget, beaming. "The lake, the grotto, everything. Only she doesn't ride terribly well, so James will have to drive us in the barouche."
"I never promised," Blair said with a smile.
"But near enough. I shall be on my best behaviour." "Please?" she begged.
"Perhaps Wessex will want to show Miss Grey the grounds himself," replied Blair with a glance at Gareth. "If she wishes," he said. "We shall ride out to see as much as you care to see, Miss Grey."
She lowered her eyes and curtsied again. "That is very kind of you, sir." Blair drew the younger girls aside, saying he had an idea for an entertainment later, and they retreated to a corner of the room, although the giggles and whispers were audible to all. Gareth looked at his bride-to-be, and she looked at him. He suddenly realised he had no idea what to say to her, and from the expression on her face, she probably felt the same. "Your sisters are charming," said Miss Grey.
"They are indeed, and they have been positively wild to make your acquaintance."
He watched Alexandra whisper something in Serena's ear, and a slight smile curved his lips at the delight in Bridget's face over whatever they were plotting. His sisters were exhausting, but he did love them.
"I hope they haven't been impertinent."
"Not at all." Miss Grey paused. "Sisters are important. I shall be glad to have some more."
"I shall be glad to share them."
Gareth repressed the urge to glance at the door yet again at the mention of her sister. He must not allow himself to think what was teasing the edges of his mind. If their conversations were always rather dull, it must be his fault and not hers. When they were better acquainted, they would know what to talk about and not end up in these awkward silences. "Good evening," said a bright voice behind him. He turned, tamping down the quick spurt of anticipation. This time he was prepared. This time she wouldn't catch him off guard. The earth would remain firmly and motionlessly lodged beneath his feet, and he wouldn't feel as though he'd been hit over the head by a falling tree branch. Instead, he felt as though the breath had been sucked right out of his lungs. Mrs. Barrows wore a gauzy white dress that swirled and clung to her body with every step. A long, narrow shawl of vivid blue looped around her bare arms. Ropes of delicate gold chain looped around her bodice, jingling with little gold coins. Her sable hair was twisted up on her head, more gold chain running through it, and on her feet, her bare feet, were dainty leather sandals. She looked like a Roman goddess, he thought numbly. Venus, the goddess of desire. "Oh, Cleo, how lovely you look," said Miss Grey warmly. "Thank you, Helen. The minute the chain came into the shop, I thought to wear it." Mrs. Barrows beamed at her sister as she joined them. "Although I don't think I can compare to you." Gareth turned his head to look at his fiancée. He hadn't even noticed what she was wearing. A pale pink dress, very fashionable and very ordinary. His feet had never left the ground once while looking at her. "Good evening, Your Grace." Mrs. Barrows dipped a curtsy. The little coins tinkled softly as she moved. "Good evening." His tongue had trouble forming the words. "Mrs. Barrows." Blair appeared at her elbow with a pleased smile. "Good evening. What an original gown." She smiled. "Very unoriginal, you mean? I fell in love with an illustration in one of my father's books and longed to recreate it for myself. This design must be 2,000 years old." "But surely even better now," he replied. Blair was looking at her with far too much appreciation, thought Gareth testily. "Don't you agree, Wessex?" Yes," he said. At least the question gave him an excuse for staring at her. She looked directly at him then, her dark eyes sparkling. A little smile curved her mouth into a perfectly kissable shape. Gareth felt a cold sweat break out on the back of his neck. He might need another brandy. "Thank you, Your Grace. You flatter me." The door opened, and Gareth's mother returned, thank God, although with Sophronia and Henrietta Black in her wake. Sophronia looked as eccentric as ever tonight, in a gown 30 years out of date, and her henna-coloured hair tied up in a bewildering assortment of braids and knots, but her gaze was as keen and ruthless as ever. Unconsciously, Gareth braced himself, sensing that she had decided to join them in order to stir up trouble in some way. "Isn't it time to eat?" she asked loudly, confirming his suspicions. Her companion, Henrietta, tried to murmur something in her ear, but Sophronia waved her away. "I'm half-starved after the long walk down here." "Nearly," said the Duchess calmly, guiding her across the room. "Come meet our guests. Here are Sir William and Lady Grey. Wessex is to marry their daughter. Sir William, Lady Grey, may I present to you Lady Sophronia Cavendish?" "A great honour, madam." Sir William bowed. "Oh, yes, indeed," trilled his wife, fluttering her hands as though she couldn't contain herself. "A singular pleasure, my lady." Sophronia gave the woman a hard stare, then turned away. The Duchess quickly intervened. "You must meet the bride." She gave Gareth a look as Sophronia tottered toward him, and he made the introductions. Sophronia boldly looked Miss Grey up and down, then did the same to Mrs. Barrows. "Are you the bride?" Mrs. Barrows blinked. "No, my sister has that happy honour." The older woman grunted. "She doesn't look honoured." "Sophronia," murmured the Duchess in a warning way. "Oh, but she is," put in Lady Grey. "Who would not be honoured to become the Duchess of Wessex, mistress of Kingstag Castle? I assure you, madam, my daughter feels her honour very, very well." "She doesn't show it." The elderly lady's keen eye landed on Mrs. Barrows again. "Already married, are you?" "No, my lady. I'm a widow." Mrs. Barrows seemed amused by Sophronia. She shot her sister a glance full of impudent amusement. Her mouth twitched as if to keep from laughing. Gareth wondered what her laugh sounded like, what her lips felt like, what she wore underneath that slip of a gown. God help him. "You don't dress like one," remarked Sophronia. Once again she was coming perilously close to rudeness, and as usual, no one seemed to know quite how to deflect her. She peered closer at Mrs. Barrow's gown. "Where did you get that chain? It's quite unusual." "Oh, my heavens!" burst out Lady Grey. Everyone looked at her, and her face seemed to fill with panic for a moment. I beg your pardon, Your Grace. I have just remembered something I must tell my daughter." "Yes, Mamma?" murmured Miss Grey, stepping forward. "No, Helen, dear." Her mother's voice was high and strained. "Your sister." Miss Grey's eyes flickered to Mrs. Barrow's. Something passed between them, but Gareth wasn't sure what. Suddenly, he understood what Blair had meant about attention in the Grey family. Even Mrs. Barrow's supple mouth looked flat. "We're about to go into dinner, Mamma," she said, her voice quiet and reserved. There was none of the warmth and humour she had shown before. Lady Grey's face pinched. "It will only take a moment, Cleo. Come here." "Well, Alice, is it time to eat or isn't it? I never had the patience to stand around waiting for my dinner." Sophronia turned to the Duchess, who began to look a little strained as well. "Yes, dinner is ready." The Duchess nodded at one of the footmen, who swept open the doors. "Thank goodness!" declared Bridget, bounding across the room. Alexandra and Serena followed more sedately. "I'm so hungry." "That's my girl," said Sophronia with approval, as the Duchess closed her eyes in despair. "Who's going to escort me? I see you haven't got nearly enough gentlemen tonight, Wessex."
"The guests will begin arriving tomorrow," he replied. "Blair will give you his arm tonight."
He nodded at his cousin. Sophronia grunted. "I suppose he'll do." She put out her hand, and Blair obediently gave her his arm. The Duchess smiled at the rest of them. "Since we are just family tonight, I thought we could all go in together. I hope you will forgive the informality." There was a murmur of assent. Gareth turned to Lady Grey, still hovering behind him. What the devil had she wanted to tell Mrs. Barrow so urgently? And why had it banished the light from the lady's eyes? Even now she was staring fixedly at the carpet. Her lower lip caught between her teeth. He felt again the oddest sensation of falling. He wanted to shake her mother, her own mother, for dampening her spirits. He must be going mad.
"May I escort you, madam?"
Lady Grey hesitated, but after exchanging a glance with her husband, she took Gareth's arm. "Why, yes. How kind, Your Grace. I have heard such reports of your chef at Kingstag. I expect dinner shall be utterly incomparable." She went on, but he barely heard her. His sisters fell in step with Miss Grey behind them, and they followed his mother into the dining room. But when he reached the dining room and seated Lady Grey, he discovered that Mrs. Barrows and Sir William had not followed them. Chapter 4.
"Stay a moment,"
growled Sir William at his older daughter as the others left the room. Cleo waited, burning with humiliation. The momentary relief she'd felt when the Duke of Wessex intercepted her mother had quickly been replaced by dread when her father gave her a black look behind the Duke's back. For a moment there, she'd been blessing the Duke with all her might, but of course the coming confrontation couldn't be avoided. Her father waited until everyone else had left, then stared fiercely at the footman until the servant closed the door, leaving them in complete privacy. Even then, he spoke in a harsh whisper. "You think very highly of yourself, don't you? When will you cease trying to humiliate us at every turn by bringing up your wretched little trade?" "It is not wretched," she said quietly. He snorted.
"It is indeed. My own daughter, labouring in a shop like some base-born chit. It is intolerable. I tell you, intolerable. The very least you could do is remember your place here, and kindly keep your idle thoughts and opinions to yourself.
What is my place? She asked before she could stop herself. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to tell her. Perhaps he had some trace of affection left for her.
A tradesman's widow, he said with a snort, utterly beneath your ancestors. Your sister will be a duchess, and you stand in her drawing-room and loudly proclaim yourself little better than a common servant.
Cleo's mouth opened in shock, and he went on.
Sometimes I wonder precisely who you think you are, miss.
You named me for a queen, she said. Who do you think I am? He harumphed.
What a laughable mistake. Cleopatra was born to royalty, and she knew her place. Don't think so highly of yourself, miss.
But she led her country, Cleo reminded him. I dare say someone thought that wasn't her place. Her father glowered at her.
She did not go against her parents' wishes and lower herself to go into trade.
She lowered herself to marrying her brother, Cleo murmured, although I suppose that was at her parents' wish. He closed his eyes and exhaled, then shot her another sharp glance.
You've done as you wished, and I have not disowned you. But don't think I'm proud of your actions. You're only welcome here because your sister wished it. It is her wedding. She, at least, will take her proper place in society, while you have done precious little for our family.
Cleo shifted her weight back and forth, setting her skirt to swirling about her ankles. The tiny coins clinked softly. I paid for Helen's wardrobe.
Shh!
Hissed her father, glancing around anxiously, as though the Duke might hear her words all the way in the dining room.
Don't tell everyone.
He gave a snort.
Bad enough that my daughter has to operate a shop like a common merchant. You tell the world I must accept your charity too.
It's not charity, she protested. I wanted to help. Helen is my sister.
Then mind your tongue, he snapped. Do you want to embarrass her in front of her future husband? Do you want him to think us a pack of penniless, hysterical fools?
Cleo watched the coins settle into silence again. No, Papa. I'm sorry.
You should be.
With that, he brushed past her, only waiting at the door to offer his arm. As angry as he was with everything she did, he would never break protocol and leave her to walk into the dining room alone. We must keep up appearances after all, Cleo thought, pasting a wooden smile on her face, feeling oddly detached from her father, even as her hand rested on his arm. She knew her parents hadn't understood when she and Matthew eloped. She hadn't expected them to. The years of her marriage had been rather cool ones between her and her parents, but still civil. Cleo knew why. Her mother had once outright admitted that if she had to be the wife of a shopkeeper, at least she was the wife of a very prosperous shopkeeper. At the time, she'd wondered who her parents thought she would marry. The Greys had had no money for as long as she could remember, and no connections of consequence. Suitors had been rare in their house. But whatever their initial hopes for her, it was clear that all the burden of making a great match had descended upon Helen. Cleo felt sorry for that. She had been so happy with Matthew, and wished the same for her sister, whether it was with a duke or a lowly tailor. She got some glimpse of what her sister must have endured after Matthew died. Her father had tried to insist that she sell her shop and return home. Unspoken was the presumption that she would make a better match the second time, now that she was a widow of some modest fortune. After that conversation, Cleo had made only the briefest visits home. She had no desire to settle into a ladylike uselessness in her widowhood. Working in the shop reminded her of Matthew, and Cleo liked being responsible for herself. She could support herself, it turned out, so why shouldn't she? Without the shop, She would have precious little of her own, no children, no husband, no income. Nothing to keep her mind occupied. What else was she to do with herself? The unfairness of her father's feelings made her want to scream. Never mind that her shop, which he hated, supplied her money, which he somehow managed to accept. At times she had been almost determined to stop offering it, since the source of the income was so hateful to both her parents. Perhaps they would be more appreciative if they felt the lack of her common merchant funds. But cutting them off would mean cutting off Helen as well. Helen was the dearest person in the world to her. Helen had wished her joy when she married Matthew. And now she had made a splendid match to the illustrious Duke of Wessex, even if he did seem awfully reticent and reserved. And Cleo would never regret helping her sister find happiness. That was the thought she must keep in the forefront of her mind for the next few weeks. Stirring up an argument with either one of her parents would only cause Helen anxiety, and she had absolutely no wish to embarrass her sister in front of the Cavendish family. Chapter 5. The guests began to arrive the next day. The house came alive with trills of female voices, and the jangle of harnesses was almost constant. Cleo had marvelled at the size of the castle when they arrived, but after a while she began to wonder where all these guests would stay. Surely even Kingstag Castle couldn't hold them all. Helen, of course, had to greet everyone, welcoming them at the Duchess's side. Cleo joined her, losing herself in the excitement of meeting new people, none of whom seemed to recoil at the sight of her, common merchant though she was. Perhaps that was because she said nothing at all about herself, speaking only of her sister and the wedding and how lovely the castle was. "I'm starting to sound like Mamma," she whispered to her sister after a while. "All I can speak of is Kingstag." Helen sighed. "There is a great deal to say about it." "Well, it truly is magnificent." Cleo craned her neck to admire the vaulted ceiling of the hall, which put her in mind of a cathedral. The house was full of modern improvements. There was indeed piping for water inside the house, but it retained much of its ancient air as well. "To think you will be mistress of this in a few days. Do you remember when we used to dream of living in a castle?" Her sister smiled. "Yes, but even then I never dreamt of one this enormous." "All the more to explore." Cleo grinned, but finally realized how pale her sister had become. "Helen, are you well?" she asked in concern. "You should sit down." There was a distant rattle of wheels on gravel. Helen turned toward the open door. "I can't. Someone else is arriving." "Let her Grace greet them. Come," she urged. "I'm sure the Duke wouldn't want his guests to first see you passed out on the floor."
"No, indeed," said a male voice behind them.
Cleo jerked around. The Duke of Wessex stood there, watching in his intent way. His wasn't a merry, fond countenance, but she had the feeling that he paid closer attention than most people. Even in this trifling circumstance, she felt the force of his regard in every fibre of her being. No wonder he was such a powerful man. She could barely drag her eyes away from his. "Your Grace." Helen dipped a graceful curtsy. "We did not expect you."
"I had some pressing business to attend to this morning. My apologies."
He barely glanced at her.
"What makes you think your sister is about to faint, Mrs. Barrows?"
Cleo wet her lips and darted a wary glance at her sister. Helen might have been a statue from all the emotion or energy she conveyed. "She looks pale to me, Your Grace, but perhaps I'm imagining things."
"I would never discount the keen eye of a loving sister."
He turned the blast of his regard upon Helen, who seemed to waver on her feet under it.
"I agree with Mrs. Barrows, my dear. You must sit down."
"As you wish, Your Grace." Cleo rolled her eyes. Now that the mighty Wessex had given his approval, Helen would sit. Still, she wasn't one to cast aside help, so she merely took her sister's arm and helped her into the nearby morning parlour, where a pair of elegant settees stood in front of the windows. Helen sank into one, and Cleo perched on the edge of the facing settee. In the bright sunlight, her sister's face looked drawn and lined, as if she had aged since they arrived. It was distinctly odd, and Cleo frowned in worry. Her sister should be glowing with happiness, or at least contentment. Instead, she looked like she had come down with some wasting disease. Wessex followed. He rang the servant's bell, then closed the door. He came and seated himself next to Cleo, opposite his bride.
"Why are you unwell, my dear?"
"I am only a little tired, Your Grace," said Helen. "A few moments' rest, and I shall return to greeting guests with Her Grace, your mother." "Nonsense," said Cleo. "You need to eat something. You hardly ate a bite of breakfast. There is no colour in your cheeks at all."
Wessex glanced at her. "Is this true, Miss Grey? Was breakfast not to your liking?"
Helen's eyes widened in alarm. "Oh, it was delicious, Your Grace. I simply couldn't choose."
"Perhaps a tot of brandy will restore you," he suggested.
Without thinking, Cleo snorted. "Don't be ridiculous. She's hardly eaten. Brandy will make her faint dead away." Slowly he turned to her.
"What?"
"Tea would be better. Tea and some muffins. Ladies don't normally drink brandy, sir."
"I see," he murmured, still watching her. "A pity that."
Yes, it was a pity, in Cleo's opinion. She liked a little nip of brandy now and then. Never enough to make her head spin. Just a small amount after dinner in the winter. Or perhaps a drop in her tea on especially trying days. Still, her mother would have an apoplexy if she admitted that to the Duke, so she merely smiled. "I think the muffins are particularly important. There were some delicious ones at breakfast this morning. May I send for some for my sister?"
"Of course."
As if on cue, a servant slipped into the room. Wessex arched one brow at Cleo.
"What shall we send for?"
"Tea, please, with milk and muffins. And if there is any of that superb gooseberry jam, that would be lovely." Cleo smiled at the servant, who bowed and hurried off. "Are the guests to arrive all day, Your Grace?"
"I've no idea," he said, without a trace of concern. "My mother will know, but she's also quite capable of greeting them herself. I believe the first arrivals were to be family in any event."
She had to purse her lips to keep from grinning. "And you've no desire to see your family?"
"They will be here for a fortnight at the least." He sounded resigned. "I will see them quite enough."
"Perhaps some of the other guests will prove more diverting." She couldn't resist a naughty smile at his measuring look. "What are guests for, if not to provide entertainment?" For the first time, his mouth curved, with his head tipped thoughtfully to one side, and that slow, slight grin. He looked sly and devastatingly attractive.
"I devoutly hope you are correct."
"I have great expectations," she told him. "Your cousin in particular has promise."
"Ah, you must mean Jack."
The Duke's grin grew wider.
"I believe he inspired a formulation of smelling salts. I would suggest that you tease him about it, but he cannot be teased. On the contrary, he is quite proud of it."
"Yes, very promising," repeated Cleo with enthusiasm. "Dare I ask what he did to inspire smelling salts?"
"I don't recall all the details." The Duke made a bored grimace, even though his eyes shone with amusement. "It began with a wager, naturally, and took place during one of the most elegant balls of the season. But I never knew why there was a bow and arrow involved. And as for the monkey, well, the less said about the monkey, the better."
"A real monkey?" she asked, trying not to laugh.
"Pungently real," he confirmed. "Lady Hartington swore it took a month to get the smell out of her house."
Cleo laughed. She had a strong feeling Wessex almost envied his cousin. Goodness, he was far from the stuffy Duke she had thought him yesterday. He had a dry wit that charmed her, and he was devilishly appealing when he grinned. "No wonder he's famous."
"Infamous," said the Duke,
though that slight grin still curved his mouth.
But even Lady Hartington forgave him. Apparently he has this way of smiling at ladies that makes them forgive and forget, even when he loses a monkey in their homes. It prompted some wit to declare that there ought to be a smelling salt to combat the effects of that smile, and thus a legend was born.
Opposite her, Helen sighed, and she abruptly remembered herself. Not that I think Lord Willoughby will upset the wedding. Indeed, he had better not, or I shall take measures, and I will neither forgive nor forget, she added with a quick laugh. Never fear, Helen. Nothing shall mar your wedding day. Her sister smiled wanly, glancing at the Duke. I never thought it would.
Jack is a bit of a rogue, but he's to stand up with me, Wessex assured them. I would never have asked him if I couldn't rely on him.
I would never question your judgment, Your Grace, Helen murmured. See, Cleo, there is nothing to fear. The Duke's grin faded.
No, nothing at all.
An awkward silence fell over the room. Cleo looked down at her hands, shaken to realise she really liked Wessex's smile, not merely in the manner of a woman gratified to see some warmth and humour in her sister's future husband. No, her thoughts had not touched on Helen at all. For a moment she had quite forgotten why they were there, and her appreciation had been purely female, which was wrong in so many ways. It was a relief when the servant returned with a tray. Cleo busied herself with fixing a cup for Helen, keeping her attention firmly on the tea and her sister. Wessex said nothing, but she could feel him watching her. She steadfastly resisted the urge to watch him back. She had a terrible feeling it would be hard to look away again. After a few moments, the Duke wished Helen well again and excused himself. When the door clicked closed behind him, she almost wilted. "Thank you, Cleo," said Helen before she could speak. "I don't know what I would do without you here." She smiled uneasily. "Live in less anxiety that I'll offend the Duke?" "He didn't appear offended by anything you said." Helen sipped the tea. Some colour was already coming back into her cheeks. "He didn't appear bored either, as he always does when I speak to him." "Nonsense! If not bored, then he looks as though his mind is elsewhere. You mustn't let him do that." "How can I stop him?" Helen sighed. "He finds me dull." Cleo sat in tense silence for a moment. She had a terrible feeling it was the truth. Wessex had barely looked at Helen while he sat with them. He had looked at her, and she had liked it. That must be corrected at once. He had better begin to pay you more attention. Then he'll see how sweet and charming and lovely you are. Oh, Cleo. Her sister smiled wistfully. Not everyone sees me as you do. I'm not vivacious and capable of speaking to anyone, as you are. Which makes you a far better companion, since you never say anything hurtful or rash, as I do. Helen stared into her tea. I am sure, after a few years, the Duke and I will have learnt how to get on with each other. I will learn what pleases him, and he has already been so solicitous of me. We will learn. Yes. She worked to keep the frown from her face. Every time she talked with her sister, it became less and less clear why Helen had accepted his proposal. Did her sister merely want to be a duchess? Was he simply too eligible, too handsome, too wealthy to refuse? Had Papa forced her to accept? Cleo wasn't sure she even wanted to know if the last was true. Her father would never forgive her if she stirred up trouble, and yet... Are you pleased with this marriage, Helen?" Her sister looked up warily. Cleo wet her lips. "I presumed you were, when you accepted His Grace's proposal, but I cannot help but notice how listless you are. It's as if something you dread is approaching, rather than something joyful." For a long moment, Helen said nothing. "My marriage won't be like yours," she finally whispered. "His Grace doesn't love me as Matthew loved you." I don't expect him to. I dare say most men of his rank don't love their wives. And I knew that when I accepted his proposal. I suppose it's just becoming real to me now, that he and I will be married in a few days. You don't have to marry him. It popped out of her mouth before Cleo could stop it. Helen's dark eyes widened in alarm. Don't say such a thing. Of course I do. The guests are arriving. I couldn't possibly jilt his grace. You could if you really didn't want to marry him, thought Cleo. She bit her lip hard to keep the thought unspoken. It's just nerves, went on Helen, a bit more firmly. She took a sip of tea. Becoming mistress of this house, part of this family, a duchess. It's very overwhelming, but I shall do my best. Please don't tell Papa anything. No, Cleo said after a pause. I wouldn't. She hardly wanted to speak to her father at all, especially with his new suspicion in her mind that he had browbeaten Helen into accepting Wessex. She took a deep breath and shook off her worries. Perhaps it was just bridal nerves. Helen was reserved, but she was no shrinking violet. She would find her way. The Cavendish family was warm and welcoming, and he wasn't unkind or cold at all. Cleo thought it would be very easy to fall in love with the Duke. And surely once Wessex spent more time with Helen, he would see what a lovely person she was, and fall deeply in love with her. It was impossible not to love Helen, once one knew her. And if an opportunity presented itself to nudge his grace a little closer to that happy state, Cleo would be prepared to take it. Gareth left the house, avoiding the front of the castle where yet another carriage was arriving. His mother had planned the wedding and guest list, and as far as he was concerned, she could welcome every distant cousin and acquaintance who came. Normally he would be busy as usual, off in his study or out riding the estate. If he had any discipline, he'd return to his study now. Or more accurately, if he had any discipline, he never would have left it, and gone down to the hall where he knew his bride and her sister were greeting guests. He knew because Blair had mentioned it as they sat down to work. And if his cousin had deliberately set out to destroy Gareth's peace of mind, he couldn't have done a better job. Within an hour, Gareth had admitted defeat and gone to see for himself. He didn't want to think about why. The contrast between the two sisters couldn't have been sharper. Helen, his future wife, held herself with perfect poise, her hands clasped in front of her. Her smile was polite, her manner reserved. She was lovely from the top of her glossy dark curls to the tips of her pink slippers peeking out from beneath her snow-white skirts. She was every inch the perfect duchess. Mrs. Barrows, on the other hand, was like a bolt of light in the dark expanse of the hall. Her dress was blue, with bold embroidery on the skirt and, God help him for noticing, all over the bodice. Her smile was wide and warm. She greeted the arriving guests as though she were truly delighted to meet them, her hands as animated as her face. He lurked at the back of the hall and watched her laugh with his cousin, Jack Willoughby, and a tendril of something like jealousy circled his gut. Speaking to her, though, hadn't helped at all. He'd been spurred forward by an apparent argument between the sisters, and he'd told himself he was being a solicitous fiancé, urging his bride to sit down and rest, as she did look rather pale. But then her sister spoke to him, and he'd almost forgotten his future wife was in the room. Cleopatra. She was well named. Gareth could easily see men being willing to fight and die for her. How could two sisters be so unlike? And why, by all that was sane and reasonable, was he so mesmerized by the wrong one? He had to stop this. He must think of Miss Grey, Helen. Perhaps if he called her by name, he would feel closer to her. Helen. 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 He walked down the gravel path that led to the stables. One of the ancient oaks that grew along the path had been felled, split right to the roots by lightning in the recent storm. It had fallen away from the carriage lane but it would take weeks to clear the debris. There would be firewood for a year from that tree. Several men were working on it and doffed their caps as he walked by. Gareth nodded at them and walked on. The Kingstag stables were spacious, laid out with a small courtyard in the centre. The stalls could house almost 80 horses at a time, although in recent years they had rarely done so. Since Gareth's father's death, his mother had chosen to remain quietly in the country while raising her young daughters. Now he supposed there would be more entertaining at Kingstag. Not only would he have a wife, but his sisters would be making their debuts soon, which would necessitate balls and parties and all manner of visitors. He suspected his mother was looking forward to it, given her enthusiasm for the wedding plans. He remembered how much she had loved hosting parties and soirees when he was young. It was the only reason he had agreed to a large wedding celebration. Left to his own devices, he would have been happy to wed in the bishop's private quarters. He wondered what Helen wanted. He hoped his mother had consulted her. A shiny black phaeton with startling yellow wheels currently stood in the stable courtyard. Grooms were unhitching a pair of large black stallions, although their actions were slowed by the awestruck glances they kept bestowing on the carriage. It must be Jack's. If it wasn't, Gareth would wager half his estate it would be Jack's by the end of the week. His cousin was drawn to beauty like a bee to a flower, and this phaeton cast all others into the shade. "Did you win it, steal it, or borrow it?" he asked loudly. Jack Willoughby stepped out from behind his carriage. "I'm wounded. Naturally, I bought her. Had to borrow a bit, but she's mine." "She?" "Hippolyta." Jack whispered the name with the reverence of a lover. He reached out and rubbed a spot of dirt from the gleaming wheels. "Hippolyta, my beauty." "You named your phaeton." Gareth shook his head. "Of course you did." "Just look at her, Wessex. Such curves, such elegance. Have you ever seen a female finer than this?" Cleo Barrow's laughing face flashed into his mind. Gareth exhaled. "As a matter of fact, yes." His cousin grimaced. "You always did do things the right way. Besotted with your bride already." He closed his eyes. God, he needed a drink. And it wasn't even noon. "You brought the ring?" "Of course." Jack had gone back to gazing lovingly at Hippolyta. "Got it from the jeweller yesterday." For a moment there, he'd been almost hopeful Jack would have forgotten it, lost it, wagered it away in a card game. The ring was a family heirloom, sent off to a London jeweller to be sized and cleaned. If Jack had forgotten it... But the ring was here, so the wedding wouldn't be delayed by the need to procure another one. "Excellent," Gareth murmured. "Are you headed up to the house?" "Not yet." Jack took out his handkerchief and reached up to polish another spot on the carriage. "Too many girls in white dresses giggling like mad. I may spend the next week here in your stables. I'll send Withers out with some port and a blanket." Jack grinned. "Very sporting of you, Wessex." Gareth nodded and left. He turned away from the house. If Jack wasn't going back, neither was he. There was nothing at the house but trial and temptation right now. As long as Helen and Cleo would be standing in the hall, the contrast between them sharpened by their proximity. He had to cure himself of this unwanted fascination. He was the Duke of Wessex. He'd had his pick of women in England, and he'd chosen Helen. He wished he could return to that certainty that she was the one. He wished he could feel any sort of contentment about his rapidly approaching marriage to her. He would even be glad just to be less attracted to Cleo. Then he would be able to persuade himself that all would work out right in the end, that he would come to care for Helen, that they would all be happy eventually. Instead, all he felt was dread, growing stronger by the hour. Chapter 6. When they had been at Kingstag several days, Cleo decided to catch up on her correspondence. She'd been away from her shop for several days now, and although she'd left Mr. Mabry, her most trusted clerk, in charge, there were decisions only she could make, A packet of reports and letters had arrived from Mabry the previous day, and she needed to read them. Reading them would also, she hoped, restore her sense. A week at Kingstag had been both wonderful and a trial. Wonderful because it truly was the loveliest estate she'd ever seen, from the sprawling splendour of the house to the grounds that seemed to encompass every beauty to be found in England. The food was superb, the servants were well trained, and even the guests were interesting and pleasant for the most part. And yet it was a trial, because everywhere she saw the Duke. Just a glimpse of him across the dining room was enough to make her heart skip a beat. She told herself it was just the awe of meeting a Duke. She'd once been presented to a Viscount, but nobility had been rare in her corner of the world before this week. The correspondence, on the other hand, was her life. Bills from the silk warehouses, requests from customers, and overdue accounts. A fortnight at Kingstag was an interlude, not a permanent change. She was very much out of place here, and always would be. She gathered her writing case and letters, and set out in search of a quiet spot. It was too beautiful a day to remain indoors, bright and extremely warm. Thinking the lake might offer a secluded spot as well as some breeze, she headed down the shaded path along the side of the back lawn, pausing to marvel at the remains of the giant oak that lay beside the path. The trunk was charred black in places, and looked as though it had been ripped from the ground. One of the men working to cut it up told her it had been hit by lightning a few days before. That must be the tree the Duke had mentioned going to see when she met him in the garden. She was still shaking her head over it as she passed the path to the stables, when the one man she hoped to avoid stepped out in front of her.
"Good morning, Mrs. Barrows."
Just the sound of his voice made her heart jump. "Good morning," she replied. "I was setting out to explore your magnificent estate a little, if I may."
"You must treat it as your own home."
His eye dropped to the writing case she carried.
"May I carry that for you?"
Oh dear. Cleo tried to smother the little frisson of anticipation that shot through her veins. He had clearly just come back from riding, and was even more appealingly masculine in riding clothes than in his evening wear. "You must have a dozen things to do." He glanced over his shoulder down the path to the stables, where male voices could dimly be heard shouting, "Huzzah!"
"On the contrary, I would like nothing better than a bit of a walk. Unless, of course, you preferred to walk alone."
He was her host. It was only polite to accept. Which must explain why she accepted at once. "Not at all. I would be honoured." She surrendered the writing case with a smile.
"How have you found Kingstag?"
he asked as they strolled along the lane. "It's magnificent," she said. "My mother hasn't exaggerated in the slightest."
"I'm not certain angels dwell in the attics," he said dryly, "but I'm delighted you found it comfortable and welcoming."
Did she really say angels in the attics? Cleo tried and failed to bite back a laugh. Well, she's very pleased by it, and the excitement might have gone to her head a little.
"I could seat her next to Sophronia, who would point out every draught and inconvenience of the house."
Cleo shook her head. "It would make no difference. My mother is determined to see no fault, even if the ceiling should collapse before her eyes. She would only exclaim over how rustic it looked to have a pile of rubble in the dining room."
He laughed. "That would be too rustic for me. I prefer solid walls and ceilings."
"As do I. The grounds may actually be perfect, though," she went on, shading her eyes with one hand to survey the lake, sparkling in the distance. Willow fronds waved above their heads, dappling the path with sunlight, and the scent of honeysuckle sweetened the air. "I don't know how anyone even notices the house in these surroundings."
"My mother deserves much of the credit. She created the landscape as much as the gardens."
He glanced at her, and Cleo felt her face warm. Not just a garden of love, but a whole landscape.
"In fact, I seem to recall a nuncheon for the ladies in the garden today."
She smiled uneasily at the veiled question. Nuncheon in the garden would include her mother. For the first few days, It had been enough for Millicent to bask in her role as mother of the bride, which was trying but not unexpected. Lately, though, Millicent had become almost unbearable in her delight, and when she wasn't praising Kingstag in some way, she was fretting at Cleo about being proper and respectable. In the decade since she'd left home, Cleo had got used to her freedom, and her patience for her mother's anxious, inane chatter was wearing thin. And if her mother knew that the Duke of Wessex was carrying the drapery shop correspondence from Mr. Mabry at this moment, she'd probably faint dead away. I have some letters to write and thought I might get a bit of exercise as well. I miss the outdoors. The Duke nodded. Your shop, I suppose. Keeps you indoors a great deal. Cleo jerked, glancing at him in alarm. She wasn't to talk about her shop at all, not to anyone, but especially not to him. But he was watching her with those dark, dark eyes, and she felt compelled to answer. Yes, she murmured. It does. Mr. Blair tells me it's quite a prosperous business, he went on. Cleo couldn't resist a quick glance over her shoulder, half expecting her mother to be lurking nearby, but they were quite alone. Quite an achievement. Yes, for a woman, she said, too late hearing the edge in her voice. She forced a smile as he looked at her, his eyebrows raised. My apologies, she said hastily. I shouldn't have spoken so. No, he corrected her. You should speak as you feel. Cleo fastened her eyes on the path in front of them, and they walked in silence for a few minutes. I was wrong, she said when her voice was even and calm again. I shouldn't have spoiled our walk. I don't think it's been spoiled at all. He was remarkably unruffled. It's a draper's shop, I believe. Yes, she said politely. There seemed no reason to lie about it. Is it a large one? I have little experience of drapers' shops. Cleo was torn. On one hand, he sounded genuinely interested, and she was proud enough of her business to want to talk about it. On the other hand, her parents would have an apoplexy if they discovered it. Moderately, she said, erring on the side of modesty. And yet you manage it on your own. Does that surprise you? He tipped his head in contemplation. I confess I have no idea what's required to run a draper's shop. I imagine it's a great deal of effort, though. When my sisters descend upon the shop in Dorchester, they are gone for hours, and one can only pity the poor proprietor, worn out from being sent back and forth for ribbons and lace and bolts of every sort of fabric sold in England. He grimaced as Cleo almost choked on her laughter. It's never that dreadful, she protested. Many aspects are quite enjoyable. Every year I travel to London to visit the warehouses and order the latest fabrics before anyone else has seen them. Nothing is more satisfying than spotting a beautiful piece of silk and knowing exactly which customer it will suit. My clerks do most of the fetching in the shop, but I quite like helping ladies choose the right colours and trimmings. A fine gown is a significant expense, and ought to please the wearer for years to come. Most ladies are very grateful to have another woman's approval before making the purchase. Men should understand. I know perfectly well most of the gentlemen here have spent a great deal of time in the stables admiring a carriage. He gave her a sideways glance, and she grinned. That, and drinking the many bottles of port I saw a footman carrying to the stables. Wessex coughed. And a new gown is like a carriage. To most ladies, a new gown is far, far more important than any carriage, she confirmed. The Duke chuckled. You have illuminated one of the great mysteries of life. I begin to see why Alexandra was reduced to tears when Bridget mocked her bonnet. Well, mocking is never kind. She might have suggested a different ribbon or less trimming. Bridget's way is rarely diplomatic, he said in resignation. Cleo, who rather liked the impetuous girl, waved one hand. She has time to learn. I was very like her when I was younger, and we all endured difficult ages only to come out the better for them. That is very encouraging, he said. Bridget is a challenge. Lady Alexandra and Lady Serena are very poised young ladies. I'm sure Lady Bridget will grow into it." She paused, remembering the disputes and heartfelt conversations with her own sister when they were girls. Without Helen, she didn't know what she would have done. They are fortunate to have each other. They seem quite close, your sisters.
Devilishly.
He stopped and turned.
In fact, Serena, he called.
First one girl, then another, and so on until no fewer than 5 young ladies emerged from behind a nearby hedge, looking guilty. "Yes, Wessex?" asked the eldest, a girl with auburn hair and the same intense dark eyes as the Duke.
"You're far from the house," he remarked.
"We're not doing anything wrong," blurted out Bridget Cavendish. "It's that horrid pest Henry." "Shh!" hissed Charlotte Ascot, sister to the horrid pest, if Cleo remembered correctly. "I swear he can hear his name from a mile away." "We're just out for a walk," said Serena with a bright smile. "As are you, I see." She curtsied to Cleo. "I hope you were enjoying your visit to Kingstag, Mrs. Barrows." "Very much so," she replied warmly. "I simply had to see more of it, and walked out in search of adventure." "Capital!" declared Bridget with a beaming smile. "Would you like to see the grotto? James was supposed to drive us on a tour, but he's disappeared." "All the gentlemen have disappeared," muttered Kate Lacey with a very fetching pout. "They only turn up when there's a cricket match." "Or a game of battledore," put in Charlotte, "which is even less entertaining to watch, even if that handsome Mr. Newnham is playing." "No, I much prefer to watch Lord Everett play cricket," said Miss Lacey, with a dreamy look on her face. "They can't have all disappeared into thin air," burst out Bridget. "We just have to keep looking." She froze, looking at her brother in alarm.
Wessex, though, merely grinned. I can hardly turn traitor on my fellow man, can I?
"And will you tell Mamma?" asked Alexandra cautiously. "We aren't doing anything wrong," cried Bridget again. "We're just... She glanced at her companions. "Just trying to be good hostesses. What if the gentlemen have disappeared because they're bored to death of Kingstag and need reviving from their stupors?" The Duke glanced at Cleo, mirth glinting in his gaze.
"No one accused you of doing wrong. But I doubt you'll need to revive anyone from a stupor. Not until the ball, that is."
A chorus of protests went up. "No, the ball is the only worthy event." Who could fall into a stupor at a ball? The gentlemen wouldn't dare try to miss the ball, would they, Wessex? Mamma would be furious. The Duke held up his hands.
"I'm sure they'll all be at the ball, just as I'm sure you ought not to wander too far away. If Mamma misses you, nothing I say will save you. It would be a terrible shame to miss the ball as punishment."
He let his suggestion trail off as the girls stared at him in shocked horror. Without a word, they turned toward the house, although as she passed Cleo, Bridget did whisper once more, "You really ought to see the grotto." Cleo laughed and waved farewell. For a moment, she and the Duke stood and watched them go, some with steps dragging and some putting their heads together to whisper. "So that's why the men have congregated in the stables," she remarked. "Not merely the lure of a top-notch phaeton."
He cleared his throat. "I don't know anything about that."
Cleo laughed again.
"Although—"
Wessex glanced at his sister's retreating figures.
"One does sympathise."
"Frightened by a group of girls?" she asked mischievously. A faint smile crossed his face.
"When Bridget is one of their number, yes."
On impulse, she added, "Where is the grotto?" The Duke looked at her, his eyebrows slightly raised. For a moment, everything seemed to fade away but the two of them. Cleo felt again the mixture of attraction and alarm that had tugged at her in the parlour the other day. She wet her lips. "That's twice now that Lady Bridget has mentioned it. I've never seen a grotto. Is it very dark and mysterious?" His gaze dropped to her mouth.
Yes.
Oh no. No, no, no. She held out her hand and forced a shaky smile to her lips. Excellent. Perhaps I shall visit it some other day, after I've written my letters. He hesitated, then handed her the writing case. The weight of it seemed to help hold her feet to the ground. She was a lowly merchant, not someone a duke would find fascinating. She would take her bills and inventory reports, and he would go back to his castle.
You might find a quiet spot by the lake. There are blankets in the boathouse.
She nodded. Thank you. He looked as though he might say something else, but after a moment he merely bowed.
Good day, Mrs. Barrows.
He turned and walked back the way they had come, without looking back. Cleo knew, because she watched him until he disappeared from sight. Chapter 7. Gareth joined Blair on the way to the bowling green a couple of days later. He hadn't planned to go when his mother told him she had planned a day of bowls, but by now he conceded that he was unable to concentrate as usual.
Besides, it is the proper thing for a host to join his guests, he told himself as he caught sight of the green, some distance from the house. The ladies reposed under the awnings, enjoying refreshments. A pair of young boys were on the green, arguing over something with fingers pointed and an occasional stamp of a foot. But otherwise there was something decidedly off about the scene. Where are the gentlemen?
He asked.
In the stables.
All of them?
Exclaimed Gareth. Blair grinned. Willoughby's refuge has proven enormously popular. That damned phaeton.
Gareth shook his head. He knew several men had joined Jack in the stables, but they had still come to his mother's planned entertainments. Until now.
It really is the finest thing on 4 wheels I've ever seen, agreed Blair warmly, and as fast as the wind, he assured us all.
He glanced sideways at his cousin.
So you're a member of his band of refugees? I was merely investigating where all the port seemed to have disappeared to, replied Blair with a perfectly straight face. He took the best spirits, didn't he?
That explained things a bit more. Blair just grinned again.
Gareth shook his head. God help the woman Jack marries. She had better be made of stern stuff.
His cousin coughed.
We cannot all be as fortunate as you, Wessex, to marry a lady as agreeable as Miss Grey.
Gareth had nothing to say to that. Ellen Grey was agreeable. Perfectly, completely, alarmingly agreeable. Whatever he said to her, she agreed with. Whatever he suggested, she did. He was developing the oddest feeling that she was afraid of him. Even Withers opposed him from time to time, and Withers was his employee. He reminded himself to pay attention to her today, and then felt guilty that he was in any danger of overlooking her. Perhaps if he had no interest in any of the women, he wouldn't feel that way. Unfortunately, Cleo Barrows had come to the wedding, and he was not only uninterested in his actual bride, he was fascinated by her sister. It was wrong. It was almost immoral. He wanted it to stop, and yet felt helpless to do so when his eyes seemed to follow her of their own volition, and his ears seemed more attuned to the sound of her voice than to any others. They reached the largest of the awnings, set on a gentle rise overlooking the bowling green. His mother came to meet them. "What a lovely surprise!"
"Isn't it my duty as a host?"
Gareth kissed her cheek, even as he covertly scanned the tent. He saw Cleo Barrows first, the ladies. Round tables held pitchers of lemonade, plates of cakes and biscuits, and pots of tea, constantly refreshed by servants. The seating included small settees and benches, although Sophronia was sitting in a large upholstered chair, like a monarch on a throne, slicing a cheese with her sharp little knife. "Finally come to see the girl, Wessex?" The old lady fixed her gleaming gaze upon him. "You've hardly spoken to your bride." "Sophronia," said the Duchess. "Really?"
"I came to see you,"
Gareth said before his mother could go on. He leaned down to kiss her cheek, which she presented with the regal detachment of a queen.
How are you, old dear?
Bored, Sophronia replied. Everyone here is too polite. There's no trouble, no scandal.
Do we really want that?
He asked mildly. It only encouraged Sophronia when people gasped and swooned at her outbursts. It's dull, announced the old lady, pointing her dirk at him. What good is a house party if everyone's going to behave? I got my hopes raised when you invited that scamp Jack Willoughby, but he's barely shown his face around here. And even worse, he's been a horrible distraction to Henrietta, and I have to let some parlour-maid help me. I'm astonished to see her here today. She glanced over at Henrietta, who was holding a plate of cakes and listening with obviously strained patience to a very earnest-looking young woman. She still hasn't brought my cake, though. I wager she'd bring it quickly enough if Willoughby wandered in. I will speak to Henrietta, began the Duchess quickly, but Sophronia waved her off. Oh, let her have some fun. I'm sure they're up to something scandalous. I'd pay a shilling to watch them torment each other, but they keep disappearing, and Henrietta refuses to tell me what they get up to, the vexing creature. She finished sourly, as if Jack and Henrietta had purposely schemed to deprive her of entertainment. If she's going to desert me, she might as well tell me how naughty he can be.
I'm not certain I can help, Gareth said.
He doubted Jack would be flushed out of the stables by anything less than a duel. I dare say you can't, she grumbled. Too upstanding by half. And your bride, Miss Grey. I never met such a polite, proper girl in my life. At least the party includes a few interesting people. Have you met Angela? Gareth glanced at his mother, who looked nonplussed. I don't recall anyone by that name, she murmured. Oh, I invited her. The daughter of a very distant relation, not your side of the family, Alice. Very intriguing girl. She must have slipped off somewhere, but you'll meet her eventually. There was a hint of relish in the old lady's voice that made Gareth wonder what trouble this distant relation Angela might unleash. But Sophronia, said the Duchess delicately, the house is very full. I'm afraid we haven't any rooms to spare. If you had informed me earlier you wished to invite someone— Don't worry about that, interrupted Sophronia. Angela is staying with me. I need someone to talk to now that Henrietta's set her cap for Willoughby. She scowled. And if he doesn't recognise her for the prize she is, I shall take my dirk to him. He won't make a fool of my companion, no matter how charming his smile. She stabbed her knife into the cheese for emphasis. Gareth bit his cheek to keep from roaring with laughter at the image of Sophronia pursuing Jack with her dagger drawn. It was almost as entertaining as the thought of Jack falling for Henrietta, who was everything Jack was not, organised, responsible, and punctual. He excused himself and made his way toward Helen, determinedly keeping his gaze fixed on her. She looked far livelier today, laughing and talking with obvious pleasure. She was truly lovely. Her eyes glowed, and there was a very handsome blush on her cheeks. She fluttered her hands about as though portraying birds, and Gareth made the mistake of letting his eyes follow one graceful hand as she fluttered it over to rest on her sister's arm. Her sister, sitting very close to James Blair on the bench. He almost missed his footing at the expression on Cleo Barrow's face. Her face was scrunched up with laughter. She had even wrinkled her nose, as she shook her head at whatever her sister said. Her curls bounced and threatened to topple down her back. One had already come loose and brushed the nape of her neck. Her sister was beautiful, but Cleo, she was captivating. He had the growing feeling that he was doomed. The harder he tried to find a reason why she was undesirable in any way, the less success he had. He wanted to wind that loose curl around his fingers. He wanted to press his lips to the back of her neck and the base of her throat. He wanted to talk to her, to have those sparkling brown eyes fixed on him, to see that impish grin directed his way. Instead, he watched Blair receive all that and more, when she turned to his cousin, put her hand on his arm, and leaned close to whisper something that made Blair throw back his head and shout with laughter. "I'm delighted to see Miss Grey looking well again," said his mother. "I do believe Mrs. Barrows could make anyone smile, though." He watched the way she tipped her head to one side, and for a single heartbeat, their gazes met.
"Indeed."
"James seems quite taken with her," she went on. "I understand she's a widow with a pretty income. He could certainly do worse, if he's thinking of marrying." This time there was no mistaking the feeling oozing through his veins. It was jealousy, raw and bitter. It was utterly irrational and yet undeniable. He forced it down.
"I suppose,"
he replied in what he hoped was an off-hand voice.
"Has he said anything to you about her?"
"Of course not. Do you think I should encourage him?" He gritted his teeth.
"I think he's a grown man capable of deciding such a thing himself."
Without waiting for her reply, he went down to join the boys still arguing over bowls. The only other male about seemed to be Blair, and Gareth found he had no patience to watch his cousin flirt with Cleo. And he didn't swerve from his course when he saw the lady in question stroll down to the green ahead of him. To Cleo's immense relief, Helen seemed like herself again when they walked down to the awnings the morning of the bowling party. Anyone's nerves would have been strained by their mother's incessant chattering about how grand and elegant everything and everyone was at the party. Cleo had long since grown content with what she could afford, but Helen had never been allowed to do the same. Sir William refused to acknowledge his straitened circumstances, and Millicent was incapable of economy. They had relied on Helen making a marvellous marriage to restore their fortunes. Cleo was fairly certain that burden had put the faint lines around her sister's mouth and brought a shadow to her eyes. But the bowling party had revived her. Perhaps it was the weather, which had been nothing short of perfect. A group of young ladies, including the Duke's sisters, had amused them for some time before Lady Sophronia came to grace them with her presence. Helen obviously found the old lady somewhat intimidating, but Cleo thought she was splendid. Sophronia spoke her mind and did as she pleased. When she'd had enough conversation, she simply announced that she was leaving. "I see a fine cheese over there, and want to secure it before someone else makes off with it," she confided. "The guests at these parties are like wolves, eating up every crumb in sight." "Oh, may I fetch it for you?" Cleo offered, privately entertained by the description of the aristocratic guests as hungry scavengers. No, I can take care of myself." Lady Sophronia drew, of all things, a small pointed dagger from her pocket. "A memento of my third fiancé, Malcolm McBride," she said fondly, showing them the knife. "I was very sad when the consumption took him. Still, it's a very useful dirk. That's what the Scots call it. I recommend you get one. No one interferes with a lady who is armed." "No, I imagine not." Cleo's voice shook as the old lady nodded to them and hobbled after her cheese. She glanced at her sister and saw Helen's eyes tearing up. "Shall I give you a knife as a wedding gift, Helen?" she asked mischievously. "I don't want you to lose out on any fine cheese." Helen covered her face. "Oh my," she gasped, fighting back giggles. "I can only imagine what Mamma would say." They were still shaking with suppressed laughter when Mr. Blair joined them. He immediately inquired what had made them laugh so hard, and Helen told them with animation and spirit, laughing anew at Sophronia's concern for her cheese. It made Cleo's heart lift to see her sister happy again. The only thing that might have pleased her more was if Wessex himself had joined them. He had arrived at the party with Mr. Blair, but was intercepted by the Duchess. Cleo kept stealing glances at him, willing him to come over to them. He was looking fondly at Sophronia, and it was hard not to notice how attractive it made him. She wondered if he knew about Sophronia's dirk. Then, by chance, their eyes met. It was just a passing glance, no more than a moment, but it sent a little shock through her. He was smiling, his dark eyes bright with mirth, and it transformed his face from handsome to mesmerizing. Cleo turned instantly back to Mr. Blair, but she could feel the Duke's gaze upon her. It made her heart beat a little faster, even as it reminded her of her vow to be quiet and discreet around his grace. Helen had been right about one thing the other day. Cleo was more ebullient than her sister. She tended to attract people's attention. Therefore, she must absent herself when the Duke and Helen met, so there could be nothing to distract Wessex from falling in love with Helen. If it also kept Cleo from becoming more attracted to him, she would be immensely relieved. When she caught the Duke and his mother watching their little group, she murmured an excuse and slipped away. Mr. Blair was charming, and had already brought a wide smile to Helen's face, with an amusing story about Lady Sophronia. Apparently, the dirk was not her only memento of a former suitor. Cleo knew her sister looked her best today, and if she left, the Duke would be able to sit next to Helen and notice how enchanting she was. Cleo walked down the gentle slope toward the bowling green, where two boys had been arguing for some time. "It seems you're in need of an umpire," she said as she reached them. "May I serve?" "He put his foot in front of my bowl," said the younger boy at once. He was sturdy and blonde, with the look of a boy who spent hours outdoors. "His bowl is dead, and I ought to be allowed to replay mine." "I did not!" Henry Ascot's eyes glittered with tears. "I never touched your bowl. It stopped on its own." "You did," accused the other, "and now you're trying to cheat." "I am not a cheat!" His voice quivered, and Cleo could see how desperately he was trying to contain himself. "Cheat is a dangerous word," she admonished them both. "One should never cast it about without proof. Do you have proof that he impeded your bowl? I presume you've measured every cast so far." The first boy clamped his mouth shut and dropped the bowl in his hand. "Beg pardon, Ma'am. I guess we ought not to play any more." He ducked his head and walked away. Cleo stooped to pick up the discarded bowl, giving Henry a moment to collect himself. He was tall and a bit gangly, with an uncompromisingly square brow and dark hair. Lady Bridget had called him a horrid pest, but he didn't look very dreadful now. "I hope there wasn't a wager riding on the match," she said. He sniffed. "No, not one I could win, at any rate." She glanced at him through her eyelashes. The poor boy looked thoroughly dejected. "I never win at bowls," he added softly. "There's more to life than bowls." "I know. There's boxing and racing and quoits and all manner of sport where I can be a disappointment to my father." Cleo bit her lip. She knew more than a little about that herself. Before she could reply, though, someone else did.
"Every man has his talents, Henry. I dare say yours will turn out to be of far greater import than bowls."
Henry looked warily at the Duke of Wessex, who had walked up behind Cleo. "Do you really think so, sir?"
"I wouldn't say so otherwise."
"Of course not." The boy blushed. He shifted his weight, then awkwardly offered Cleo the bowl in his hand. "Thank you, Ma'am, for settling things. I think I'd rather take a walk. Do you happen to know where my sister Charlotte's gone?" "I'm sorry, no."
A wry look. "I suspect it's more of an urge to torment. After I sent them back to the house the other day, Bridget came to me to lodge an indignant complaint that he had thrown mud on them."
"The things a man will do for love." Cleo heaved a dramatic sigh. "I'll wager a shilling he has a bad case of calf love for one of them."
"It had better not be Bridget."
Wessex shuddered.
I had to order her not to put treacle in his bed. She didn't take it well when he ruined her favourite dress."
Cleo laughed. She started down the green to collect the abandoned bowls. "Have they really gone toward the lake?"
"I did see a group of young ladies in the general vicinity of the lake today," he confirmed, walking beside her. "It might have been some time ago."
Cleo laughed again.
"But a long walk will do him good. He ought to clear his mind before he finds them. I've rarely seen one girl this week without 3 or 4 others nearby. The poor lad will be severely outnumbered."
"It builds character," she said.
"He'll need it if he fancies Bridget. I dare say she'll make Sophronia look demure and quiet."
"Yes, Lady Sophronia showed me her dirk." Cleo grinned at the way he cast his eyes upward and sighed. A rather unusual remembrance of an old love.
"There are many unusual things about Sophronia."
"She is your great-aunt, I understand." The Duke paused.
Great-aunt. Perhaps, I'm not entirely certain. I think I inherited her along with the house."
Cleo snorted with laughter, and this time he laughed too. Something seemed to melt inside her at the sound. His laugh was a rough rumble, as if he didn't use it often. She stooped to retrieve a pair of bowls, holding them to her chest. When she rose, Wessex was holding the jack. He gave it a little toss, catching it easily in one hand.
"Would you fancy a match, Mrs. Barrows?"
Cleo watched his fingers curve around the bowl. Good heavens, he had fine hands. "I haven't played bowls in a very long time."
"Neither have I," he said. "But it's a fine day out, and the greens are marked."
She glanced at the awning on the hill above as they walked to the head of the green. Helen was still in conversation with Mr. Blair, but she raised her hand and gave a cheery wave. Cleo was torn. It was a fine day, and she wouldn't mind a light-hearted game in the sun. Since the Duke had invited her, surely not even her father would find it objectionable. She could suggest inviting Helen and Mr. Blair to join them, except that she knew her sister hated bowls, and perhaps this was her chance to determine the Duke's feelings for Helen. "Very well, but we must have stakes." She grinned at his raised brow. "Not money. After each cast, the winner must share something of himself or herself. After all, we shall be family within the week, and we ought to become acquainted, don't you think?" He looked at her for a long moment. In the sunlight, his hair seemed to have a hint of auburn. The breeze had ruffled it until he looked quite tousled, and his eyes were so dark, unfathomably deep as he regarded her. Cleo heard the echo of her own words, "We shall be family," and felt her heart sink a little. Oh, why had he followed her, thwarting her intent to avoid him? He ought to be sitting beside Helen right now, gazing at Helen, making Helen yearn to smooth his wild mane and imagine his large hands on her skin.
"Of course."
Wessex bowed his head.
"Will you set the jack?"
Unnerved, she turned toward the green and pitched the jack. It didn't roll far enough, and she clenched her hands as he strode out to get it. She had to wrench her gaze away as he bent over to pick it up. Good heavens, he was a finely made man, from all angles. And he would be her brother. Sisters did not look on their brothers so admiringly. The second time she managed to set the mark appropriately, and the Duke stepped to the footer to cast his first bowl.
"Were you a good bowls player when you last played?"
Cleo laughed. "Oh my, I certainly thought so, but I was a girl then." She delivered her first bowl, pleased to see it roll to within a respectable distance of the jack. Nearer than his, in fact. "I suppose you're far more accomplished, given that you have a bowling green within sight of your house." He made his next shot.
"Merely having a green doesn't make one skilled."
His bowl wobbled off the green into the ditch. "It takes a while to learn the bias of the bowls," she said diplomatically, hefting her own. It was smooth and dark, shaped more like a fat egg than a round ball. This time she misjudged, and the bowl came to rest at the edge of the green. They played the rest of the end, and then walked down together to score it.
1 point to you, said Wessex, collecting the bowls. What secret do you want to tell me?
The secret? She stammered, laughing nervously. Oh no, I didn't mean a secret.
But we've only just met, he said, watching her in that too intent way he had. Everything about you is a mystery.
Helen and I had a game as children, she said after a moment. We would choose a play, one of the great works of antiquity most often, and act out every part. It nearly killed my father when we performed Lysistrata, even though Helen and I had very little idea what it was about.
How old were you? He asked, looking a little incredulous.
About 12, she said airily, and Helen only 8.
Wessex coughed. Then he laughed. I would pay a fortune to have seen your father's face. He doesn't seem the type to take it well.
Her father didn't take most things she did well. Cleo's smile faded. I was a bad influence, even then, she murmured before she could stop herself. The Duke gave her a keen glance, but said nothing. They bowled another end, and this time Wessex won a point. Cleo shook her head as she retrieved 2 of her bowls from the ditch, but was glad that it was his turn to reveal something. I inherited my title when I was 16, he said, barely older than young Henry. Her eyes rounded in shock. My sisters were infants. My mother was heartbroken, and I was responsible for everything. He turned to face the house, squinting against the sun. I was deathly afraid of letting my father down by making a hash of it. I'm sure he would be very proud. Impulsively, she laid her hand on his arm. Kingstag is beautifully maintained. Your sisters are lovely young ladies, and it's clear to all that they adore you. No man can be a failure if his family loves him. His arm flexed under her fingers. Thank you, he said quietly. My sister's happiness is very important to me. He paused. As is, I think, your sister's to you. Cleo snatched her hand away. Yes, very important. She went back to the mat, trying to ignore the faint question in his voice at the end. Helen's happiness was very important to her, and yet here she was almost flirting with her sister's fiancé. She turned toward the awning again, both relieved and disconcerted to see Helen still absorbed in conversation with Mr. Blair. It should be Wessex sitting there with his head next to Helen's, bringing that glowing smile to her face. He should want to be there, instead of here in the sun with Cleo. But when the Duke joined her, bowls in hand, she didn't say anything. She put her foot on the mat and bowled. Wessex won another point. They walked to retrieve the bowls, and she was glad again she didn't have to say anything. What can I tell you? He murmured, facing her thoughtfully. Something from when you were young, she suggested, thinking it would be safer. A fond memory. Ma. He grinned. The wind lifted his hair from his forehead, and he looked boyish for a moment. Blair came to Kingstag when he was about 10. His family fell boat. We neither of us wanted to swim. My mother would have punished us for spoiling our clothes and boots, to say nothing of taking out an old leaky boat. So Blair bailed water with his hands, while I rowed ferociously. We managed to come within a few feet of the shore before it sank entirely. Both of us had the most incredible blisters. That's your fond memory? Cleo smiled. Blisters? No, it was a thrill of saving ourselves from disaster. That I can understand, particularly if you didn't get caught. We didn't, he assured her, his eyes twinkling. Blair and I have always backed each other up. She laughed. All the sweeter. Indeed. It was one of the few times I truly escaped responsibility. He met her gaze. Today seems like another. I can't say when I've enjoyed myself so much. Cleo's heart felt warm and light even as she tried to tell herself he was just being polite. "Nor I, Your Grace."
"Wessex," he said. "Please."
Now her face felt warm. "Very well, but you must call me Cleo. After all, we shall be family." Perhaps if she reminded herself of that, forcefully and frequently, it would blunt the attraction she felt. The expression on his face certainly didn't. If anything, it made things worse. Wessex had a way of looking at her that made the breath almost stop in her chest.
"Very well, if you wish,"
he said after a moment.
"Cleo."
She shouldn't have. She'd made a mistake. It sounded too familiar, too tender when he said it. Cleo glanced back at her sister in despair. Helen hadn't looked at Wessex, any more than Wessex had looked at Helen. Not only had Cleo failed to discover the Duke's feelings for her sister, she had only succeeded in making her own feelings worse. If she didn't catch herself soon, she would find herself utterly in love with him. As soon as possible, Gareth excused himself and went in search of oblivion. He found it in the stables. His cousin had the right idea, avoiding all the females. Some of the men looked a trifle guilty. Lord Warnford hastily hid a pair of dice behind his back, but Gareth just raised his hand in greeting and retired to a corner to contemplate the trouble he was in, a bottle in hand. He brooded over his brandy while a tedious conversation about a horse race occupied the other men. The only person who appeared less interested in the race was the Earl of Bruton, who arrived shortly after he did and looked as grim as Gareth felt. He caught his old friend's eye and invited him to have a drink, not surprised to see Bruton here. With that slashing scar down his face, the Earl had long avoided the ladies.
"Thank God for Willoughby!"
cried one decidedly drunk fellow all of a sudden.
"He saved us all with this refuge from the ladies." "Hear, hear!"
cheered the rest of the company.
"No offence intended, Wessex,"
added the man, still swinging his tankard of ale in one hand.
"Felicitations on your marriage."
God help him. Even drinking in the stables couldn't save him from that topic. He nodded in acknowledgement and poured another gulp of brandy down his throat, wondering if he could drink enough to purge the sound of Cleopatra Barrow's laughter from his mind. He could still feel the touch of her hand on his arm. He left the stables, handing his bottle to Lord Everett as he went. If they raised a toast to his bride, he might be ill. There was one inescapable thought circling his brain, and he didn't know how to address it. He was marrying the wrong woman. Chapter 8. Cleo went downstairs early, 2 mornings before the wedding, which was finally almost at hand. After their match of bowls, she had taken care only to cross the Duke of Wessex's path in company. Even at the ball last night, she had determinedly kept her distance. It hadn't kept her from noticing how very attractive he was, or how kind and good-humoured he was with his sisters, or even how gallant he was to Sophronia. How could one dislike a man who was so wonderful? Cleo had clung to her sister's side and tried to interest herself in the wedding plans, but that had difficulties of its own. She thought she might scream if she didn't escape her mother's hawk-like watch for a few hours. As the wedding drew nearer, so apparently did her fear that Cleo would say or do something unacceptable. Since Cleo knew very well that she was doing something unpardonable, it was hard to argue with her mother. She had diligently avoided talking about her shop, except when directly asked. But her real sin was far worse, even though her mother could have no idea. She had tried everything to keep her wicked thoughts in check, to no avail, and now she had only one option left: avoidance. If she spent her time wandering alone over the estate and secluded herself in her room the rest of the time, she could endure until the wedding was over. Then it would be perfectly acceptable to make her excuses and return home to her little shop, where she couldn't ruin anyone's life but her own. She paused before a mirror in the hall to tie her bonnet ribbons. The castle was still almost silent, populated only by the servants moving quietly about. Everyone would probably sleep late after the ball the previous night. In spite of everything, she would be sorry to leave Kingstag. It really was a wonderful place.
"Good morning,"
said a voice behind her. Cleo jumped. The one voice she'd been trying to avoid, but somehow still longed to hear. "Good morning, Your Grace," she managed to say, knotting her ribbons before facing him. "I was just setting out to indulge myself with a long walk."
"As was I."
He wore a long coat and carried a rather battered hat. Cleo's pulse leaped as he pushed one bare hand through his thick, dark hair.
"I rarely have the time to step out later in the day."
"Oh, please don't let me disturb you," she began, but he raised one hand.
"On the contrary, I didn't expect to meet anyone this morning, but it would be a pleasure to have company."
She should say no. She drew an unsteady breath. "I hate to disoblige you."
"Please,"
he said, and Cleo closed her mouth. Without another word, she put her hand on the arm he offered, and together they walked out the door. A blanket of mist covered the ground, lending an unearthly air to the scene. Cleo drew in a delighted breath, loving the cool, earthy scent of the country. They strolled along the gravel, heading toward the lake, which lay still and quiet beyond the fog. "How beautiful," she sighed. "I rarely see such a sight in town."
"Are you always an early riser?"
She blushed. She had to be awake early to open the shop. "Yes. I love the morning light."
"My sisters and mother prefer not to rise until the sun is high in the sky."
"I'm sure they have good reason, particularly today," she said lightly. "It would be very hard to rise early when there are guests and entertainments every evening." He smiled.
"They are creatures of candlelight, even when there are no guests."
"As long as they are all the same, I see no cause for worry." "If Bridget were to favour the morning while the others did not." She shook her head and sighed as the Duke chuckled. "It's lovely to see sisters so close."
"Barely 3 years separate them. My father was away for much of my childhood as a diplomat."
Wessex slanted her a look.
"My mother was quite joyous at his return."
Cleo sighed, but with a smile. How lovely to find a married couple in love.
"And how sad when they are parted too soon,"
he murmured. She said nothing. It was true. The last time she had walked arm in arm with a man had been 2 years ago, before Matthew was cut down by an inflammation in his lungs. Not since then had she ever once felt the same easy companionship she seemed to have fallen into overnight with the Duke of Wessex. He was nothing like Matthew, and yet, in some ways, he reminded her of her husband. He had a wry way of putting things. He was even-tempered with everyone, from his ebullient sister Bridget to Cleo's own flighty mother. Even querulous Lady Sophronia never ruffled him. And he had a way of looking at her that made her feel every lonely minute of her widowhood.
"I understand you know too well how sad that is,"
he said quietly.
"Forgive me for mentioning—"
"No." She squeezed his arm lightly. "I have nothing but happy memories of my husband."
"Does that make it better or worse?"
He cleared his throat.
"To have loved and lost, I mean. My mother was destroyed when my father died. I was only a boy, but I became utterly convinced she would have been far happier if she hadn't loved him."
"I suspect she would disagree," Cleo murmured. "Love is worth the risk."
"Yes,"
he said after a moment.
"I am beginning to agree with that."
"I am as sure of that as I am sure the sun will rise in the east. I took a great risk and suffered a great loss, but I would do it all again. Real love is very much worth it."
"A great risk,"
he echoed, sounding pensive.
"What do you mean?"
"I suppose there's no reason not to tell you," she said, keeping her gaze fixed on something in the distance. She was under orders not to tell him, and yet the words spilled out. Helen knows after all, so you would be sure to hear of it eventually. I eloped when I was 17. My parents have never forgiven me. He stopped, and she had to stop too. Cleo realised how far she had to tilt her head back to meet his eyes.
As bad as that?
The concern in his voice made her flush. He wasn't haughty and arrogant, looking down on her for keeping a shop, unlike her parents. The temptation was too much. Oh yes, she said with a rueful smile. I'm only here on sufferance.
Oh.
His voice was soft and warm, comforting and seductive. Yes, she barreled on. He wasn't enormously wealthy, titled, or extremely famous. He was a merchant, and my parents have never recovered from the shame.
I see.
He leaned forward a little.
Why did you do it then?
She smiled wistfully. Because I loved him. He made me laugh. The Duke seemed mesmerised for a moment. His face was so still and yet rapt. Cleo supposed she had just displayed her common nature, impulsive and reckless, and gave a little shrug. There is so much of life that must conform to duty or polite behaviour. But I don't know how people endure it all if they aren't happy, or at least content. My parents were horrified that I would run off like a hoyden with no care for how it reflected on my family. I suppose they only wanted better for me, but I was happy. For that, I could endure any discomforts life brought.
Yes,
he said, as though very struck by her words.
How very wise you are.
Oh, not really. She blushed at the look he gave her, direct and probing. Headstrong, willful. Those had been two of the kinder words her father used.
What is headstrong and willful in a woman is often called decisive and bold in a man.
He took a deep breath.
I wish we had had this conversation several months ago. You have shown me a multitude of errors on my part.
They had passed the bowling green by now, the awnings still standing like lonely sentinels over the bare rinks. Cleo felt again the way her heart had turned over when Wessex grinned at her over the bowls, the breeze ruffling his hair. Why did it have to be her sister's fiancé who made her heart leap? I'm sorry, she said softly. That wasn't my desire.
No,
he shook his head.
On the contrary. I've never shied away from my mistakes. I made a great many of them, inheriting a dukedom. I don't love her, but I fully expected to be an honourable, faithful husband to her.
Stop. Cleo put her hand over his mouth to stop him. Tears prickled in her eyes. Don't say anything else. You can love her, you will. Helen is the most wonderful girl. It's impossible not to love her. Gently, tenderly, he covered her hand with his, moving her palm to his cheek. His eyes closed for a moment, and he inhaled a long, slow breath as he leaned into her touch.
But not in the right way.
He opened his eyes and looked at her, his face stark with yearning. Cleo wavered on her feet at the longing that stabbed through her. If he had been anyone else in the world, she would be in his arms right now. God help her, she still wanted to be. But Helen, her beloved sister. Even if Helen didn't love him and he didn't love her, Cleo couldn't betray her sister that way. You have to try, she said, her voice trembling.
I have.
He sounded helpless. She pulled away from him, recoiling a step, even though he made no move to stop her. Keep trying. You've not spent enough time with her. It's just a bit of madness. We've only just met.
I don't think a lifetime will be enough to change my feelings so dramatically.
Nor mine. The words slipped out before she could stop them. She raised a trembling hand to her mouth, as if to recall them, but it was too late. He had heard. If Gareth hadn't understood his own feelings before then, there was no doubting them now. He had thought, suspected, that Cleo was as attracted as he was. But he hadn't known if she felt more. But as her words lingered in the air, confirming what he yearned for, it seemed as though the earth finally went still beneath his feet again. After days of being off balance, caught between disbelief and alarm that he was falling in love when it was almost too late, he found he finally knew what he wanted. He had tried to love Helen, he really had. After the bowling match, he'd kept his distance from Cleo and paid more attention to his betrothed. It hadn't helped. If anything, it had only convinced him he'd made a terrible error. Helen was as lovely and sweet-tempered as he had originally thought, but she was also far quieter. She was reserved and polite with the guests, and more than once he saw her glance longingly out the window, as if she couldn't wait to escape the room. For the life of him, he couldn't remember why he'd thought she would make a good duchess. Of course one could learn it and grow into it, and his mother was ready and able to teach her, but he suspected it would take years for Helen to feel at ease as a Duchess of Wessex and mistress of Kingstag Castle. But when he looked at Cleo, more and more he saw someone who would be a splendid duchess from the beginning. She knew all the guests within days. His mother remarked on her effortless conversation. His sisters, who had been so eager to meet Helen, had quickly switched their adoration to Cleo, with her bold and unusual clothes and friendly manner. Even Sophronia liked her, and Sophronia was the harshest critic Gareth had ever met. What's more, she was used to running a large business, overseeing more than a dozen men, and managing her own finances. Much the same skills that would be required to run Kingstag. He doubted anything would daunt her, including him in his worst temper. And then there was the way she made him feel. When she smiled at him, Gareth would swear he could still feel the electric tingle in the air, as if lightning had struck him anew. When she laughed, he wanted to kiss her. When she took his arm, he wanted to carry her off into the shrubbery. And when she put her fingers on his lips, he wanted to fall to his knees and make love to her on the spot. But deciding what he wanted was only part of the difficulty. He knew what he would have to do, somehow. It would be unpleasant, no doubt, and he didn't quite know how to go about it. But this was a risk that was definitely worth the reward.
Cleo.
He took a step toward her. She turned her face away, biting her lip. But otherwise she didn't move. He took another step and reached for her hand.
Tell me what you want.
He murmured. It doesn't matter what I want.
It does to me.
He edged a step closer. She smelled of roses, soft and beautiful.
I didn't believe in love, let alone love at first sight. I am torn in two, caught between what I want and what I promised. Tell me what you want, darling, and I will move heaven and earth to do it.
I want my sister to be happy.
Only your sister.
A shudder went through her. No, she whispered despondently. But how can this end well for everyone? His fingers tightened on hers.
I promise it will.
How can you promise that? She shook her head. She pulled her hand loose and finally turned to face him. There was no sparkle in her dark eyes now, no teasing curve to her lips. It was all he could do to keep from touching her. He wanted to hold her close and swear that everything would fall in place. Her unhappiness gutted him. My parents, my sister, what will they think if you cry off? How could I cause such humiliation for my own wicked desires? Do you know what people will say about me if you desert Helen for me? I can't, Your Grace.
And what will your sister think of me if I marry her strictly out of duty?
For a long moment, she said nothing. I hope you won't. I hope you'll be happy with her, and she with you. But I won't interfere in my sister's marriage." She turned and hurried away, her footsteps muffled in the fog. Gareth watched until she disappeared around the trees, before cursing under his breath. He had to think. He had to find a solution to please everyone. He had learned to be a duke at age 16, responsible for solving his problems and everyone else's. This was no different. Merely his entire future happiness was at stake. He was startled out of his thoughts by Blair, who came trudging across the lawn with a pistol case in hand. His cousin stopped short when he saw Gareth.
"Wessex." "Blair."
Gareth stared at the case.
"You look like a man on his way to a duel." "The duel was at dawn." Blair looked troubled. "Bruton and Newnham." "They're cousins," said Gareth in shock, "and the best of friends, or so I thought. What did they duel over?" "Roseanne Lacey. Newnham was courting her, but judging from what I just witnessed, Bruton will be marrying her." "What you just witnessed?" he repeated. "Miss Lacey flying across the field, barely dressed, and sobbing as if her heart would break."
Blair's face twisted.
"She flung herself into Bruton's arms, and I could see it in Newnham's face. He loved her, and yet knew he'd lost her. It takes a strong man to watch the woman you love marry another man."
He heard again Cleo's anguished voice, asking what her sister would think if he jilted Helen for her. Cleo loved him, but she couldn't betray her sister. On the other hand, the notoriously aloof Earl of Bruton had somehow fallen in love with the girl his cousin was courting, and he'd found a way to marry her. Gareth ignored the matter of the duel, and focused on the result, which was that Bruton was marrying the right woman for him. Somehow Gareth had to do the same.
"I trust no one was hurt," he said.
When Blair shook his head, Gareth added,
"Excellent. Then it seems everything has worked out for the best."
His cousin jerked up his head and gave him a strange look.
"You really think so?"
He nodded.
"Absolutely. I must remember to wish Bruton happy. He certainly deserves it. I expect he and Miss Lacey will be very happy,"
said Blair slowly.
"Yes."
Gareth grinned.
"I expect so too."
Chapter 9. Cleo took the long way back to the house before shutting herself in her room for the rest of the day. The conversation with Wessex whirled round and round her brain until her head ached. Every accusation her father had hurled at her seemed to be proven. She was wicked and reckless and dangerous to her family. Not only had she fallen in love with her sister's fiancé, she had only by the very thinnest of threads held herself back from kissing him. She never should have walked out into the mist with him. She never should have bowled with him. She never should have come to Kingstag at all. She ate dinner in her room and sent for her trunk to begin packing, so she could leave as soon as the wedding was over. She only ventured out of her room late at night, when the house was quiet at last. She couldn't sleep, and thought a turn in the garden might soothe her spirits. It must be beautiful in the moonlight. But a muffled sound caught her ear as she passed her sister's room, and before she could reconsider, she tapped gently on the door. "Helen," she whispered into the jamb. "Let me in." The door jerked open, and Helen stared at her with wide, wet eyes. She turned her face away, swiping her handkerchief over her face. "Cleo, you're still awake." She felt a chill of guilt. The Duke had hinted that he didn't want to go through with the wedding, and now Helen was crying. She stepped into the room and closed the door. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Her sister folded the handkerchief into her pocket and went to sit on the sofa. She looked up, a wobbly smile on her face. "Nothing at all. I can see very well that something is wrong." She sat next to her sister. "Why are you crying?" A sudden fear gripped her. "His Grace didn't make you cry, did he?" "I haven't seen him all day," said Helen, wringing her handkerchief and missing Cleo's breath of relief. "How could I when Mamma kept me in this room all day with the dressmaker fussing over my gown, and had Rivers put up my hair 3 different ways to see which was most flattering, and wouldn't even let me go down to dinner because she thought I looked pale. She told me I must keep up my strength because I'm to be mistress of a castle. Her face began to crumple. Oh, my dear. Cleo bit her lip. What brought all this on? Helen gripped her hands together in her lap. The wedding, of course. She's determined that everything must be perfect, because otherwise His Grace will be disappointed or ashamed of me. I don't think I can be perfect anymore. I don't know if I can do this. She waved one hand around the beautiful room, but obviously including everything about Kingstag. In spite of herself, a poisonous weed of hope sprouted in Cleo's heart. What do you mean you don't know if you can do this? She waved one hand around as Helen had done. Her sister sighed. Being a duchess sounded so delightful. Beautiful clothes and jewels, the highest society, never worrying about money or being received or given the cut direct. And it made Mamma and Papa so happy. I cannot tell you how it eased their minds about everything when I accepted Wessex. I don't think I've ever seen them happier. Cleo pressed her lips together. She was growing thoroughly tired of her parents' feelings. What sort of people grew happier at the cost of their children's joy? Because it was clear to see that Helen, whatever her original feelings about her marriage, was decidedly not happy now. And if Helen wasn't happy, perhaps she oughtn't to marry Wessex. She couldn't bring herself to say such a thing, afraid of persuading her sister to do something she'd regret, just because it suited Cleo's own wishes. But neither could she advise her sister to forge ahead regardless of her feelings. But you are not happy. Helen jumped up and paced away. I know I should be. Most of the time I've wanted to run into the woods and hide, even as everyone tells me how fortunate I am. Many brides have nerves, murmured Cleo. Her sister nodded, nibbling her bottom lip. Were you nervous when you married? Are all brides? All brides should be happy, said Cleo diplomatically. She hadn't been nervous, she'd been eager. Why, if she were in Helen's shoes, about to marry Wessex... But she wasn't. Do you think I will be? She blinked at the question. What? Do you think I will be happy? Repeated her sister, married to the Duke. Mamma sees no other possibility. Who could be unhappy married to one of the richest dukes in England? But you've always been honest with me. What do you think of him, Cleo? She sat like a woman turned to stone. How could she possibly answer that, after the traitorous longing that still stained her soul? Wessex was everything she thought a man ought to be, and more. He was the friend she longed for, the companion she had been without for so long, the lover she dreamt of at night. But he would never be hers. He's very kind, she managed to say, handsome, charming in a wry sort of way. I think he'll be a good husband. But do you think I can be happy with him? Helen seized her arm, her fingernails digging into Cleo's flesh. Do you? Her heart broke at her sister's expression, anxious and yet hopeful. She swallowed hard. It doesn't matter what I think, she said quietly. Only you can know what your heart compels you to do. Your happiness is in your hands. Helen's gaze bored into her. Yes, she murmured. Her grip loosened on Cleo's arm as she turned away, her eyes growing distant. Yes, it is. If I tell him, if I make him understand how I feel, he will have to listen. He did ask me to marry him, and a man doesn't do that lightly, does he? If I persuade him that all this is too much... Yes, I think he will understand. It's not too late, is it? You mean the wedding? Cleo frowned a little. Has it simply overwhelmed you? Has it? Helen gave a disbelieving laugh. To no end. I have no idea who half these guests are, and if I have to listen much longer to Mamma talk about how perfect Kingstag is and what an honour it is to be mistress of it, I may scream. You were so clever to elope, you know. You spared yourself immense aggravation. She stopped, looking startled, then flashed a cautious grin. I shouldn't have said that, should I? Well, I think I'm done with doing what I ought to do. Oh, said Cleo, disconcerted. Good. Her sister laughed again. It is good. Or rather, it will be thanks to you. I just want you to be happy, Cleo repeated. And she would do whatever it took, including going away and never visiting her sister and her too tempting husband again. Wessex was not hers to lose. He was Helen's, and Helen certainly wouldn't lose him to Cleo. Helen smiled. Tears still glittered in the corners of her eyes, but they no longer ran down her cheeks. You do, don't you? Oh, Cleo, I think I would have gone mad without you. Sometimes I feel as if you are the only one who truly understands me. She flung her arms around Cleo, and Cleo hugged her back, heartsick. If Helen really hadn't wanted to marry Wessex, there might have been a chance. But it was foolish to have let the thought cross her mind. Firmly she smothered it, renewing her silent vow to leave as soon as the wedding took place. There, she said, patting Helen's back. Dry your eyes. You only have one more day before your wedding. The words were like a blow to her heart. It's finally upon us, she said, her voice only breaking a little at the end. Helen laughed, swiping at her eyes. Yes, so it is. And I am ready for it at last, she said. Her doubts seemed to have been allayed, which meant they couldn't have been very serious doubts. Cleo told herself that was a good sign. Thank you for coming. You've done me a world of good. Helen mustn't know that her conscience was only just holding back the longing she felt. Helen didn't know her sister was thinking impure thoughts about her future husband. Cleo gave a shaky smile. I'm delighted to be of help. Any help I can be. Believe me, said Helen earnestly. You've been more help than you know. Gareth realised two truths that day. First, he couldn't marry Helen Grey. Not only did he not love her, and suspect she did not love him, but the mere mention of Cleo made him forget the very existence of his betrothed bride. Just a glimpse of her snared his attention, and the very sound of her voice made him deaf to anything and anyone else around him. Everything she did persuaded him she would be perfect as his duchess. Not a biddable ornament, but a true partner. Gareth had little choice but to admit he was utterly lost. But second, Cleo would never do anything to hurt her sister, even if she did want him as badly as he wanted her. What could he say to that? Gareth had sisters too. He would never want to hurt them. Still, it would hurt Helen far worse to end up married to the wrong man, and he knew he must speak to her. Somehow, without mentioning Cleo, he would persuade her to break it off. It would be a great surprise to all the guests, but he was sure his family would support him, particularly when he revealed his true affection to them. But there his plans were thwarted. For the rest of that day, Helen seemed to have gone into hiding. He finally located Sir William and inquired, only to be told Helen was busy with her mother, having her dress fitted. Mention of the wedding gown only made Gareth more anxious to see her, but she wasn't at dinner. Neither was Cleo. He went to bed determined to see both of them the next day. He hadn't counted on his own mother and sisters, who surprised him with a private family breakfast the next morning in the Duchess's sitting room. After today you will belong with your wife, his mother told him with a smile as they lingered over coffee. But we wanted you to ourselves one last time. I refuse to give you all up, he replied. Surely you're not planning to leave after tomorrow? Serena laughed. Of course not. But you won't want us about any more when you have Miss Grey. Gareth had to bite his tongue to keep from correcting her.
I shall always want you about. Who else will protect me from Sophronia? She was threatening Jack with her dirk the other day.
Bridget hooted. Perhaps Mrs. Barrows will. She's not frightened of Sophronia.
An excellent idea,
thought Gareth, sipping his coffee to hide his reaction to her name. He quite liked the idea of Cleo defending him. Come, girls. The Duchess rose from her chair. Your brother has a great deal to do before the wedding tomorrow. We must leave him in peace. They protested a little, but bade him farewell with much laughing and teasing. He turned to his mother as the girls trooped out.
May I ask a question, Mother?
Of course, she said in surprise. Gareth took a deep breath.
Would you have married Father, if you had known how little time you would have together?
Her lips parted. Oh my, without a doubt. I loved him too much. A year with him made me happier than a lifetime with any other man could have done. He nodded.
For years I thought otherwise, you know. That the pain of losing him was so great, you must have wished you had never loved him at all.
She put her hands on his arms and studied his face. No, the love was greater than the pain. She hesitated. I wish you every bit as much happiness, Gareth, and for many more years than I had.
I thought you might say that.
He kissed her cheek.
Thank you, Mother.
He ought to have listened to her from the start, he realized, and set off to make her wish come true. Unfortunately, his luck was no better this day than the last. By the time he found Helen, and was able to manage a quiet word with her alone, everyone had gathered for dinner. He drew her aside before they went into the dining room.
I must speak to you tonight.
She ducked her head. Is it about tomorrow?
Yes.
Helen put her hand on his arm. Gareth remembered Cleo doing the same thing, although her touch had sent a shock of awareness through him, while Helen's only made him tense. Your Grace, I want to speak to you as well. I think tomorrow will be difficult for us both. But you must know that I'm confident it will be for the best. I've been worried about the wedding, you see, but my sister helped me understand that it will lead to great happiness.
Ah, yes, about that.
I want you to be happy, she said wistfully, as much as I want my own happiness. This was not going well. Gareth cleared his throat.
Will you meet me later tonight, then?
She hesitated, and her mother swooped in. Helen, dearest, oh, Your Grace. She curtsied, beaming from ear to ear. Gareth remembered the veiled hurt in Cleo's voice when she spoke of her parents, and could barely bring himself to nod at Lady Grey. What a lovely couple, she gushed. I was just telling Lady Warnford how handsome you look together. I'm sure Sir William will hire a painter to capture your likenesses, so we might always remember how perfect a pair you form. There's no need to rush to do so. Mamma, His Grace has just invited me to walk out after dinner. May I? Lady Grey gasped. Indeed not. It's the night before the wedding. Not only is it bad luck, you need your rest, my dear. Please understand, Your Grace. She hastened to add, you will have her every night after tonight. Gareth clenched his jaw, as Helen demurely bowed her head. Yes, Mamma. I am sorry, Your Grace.
Quite right,
he said bitterly. How the bloody hell was he supposed to talk to her? He was the Duke of Wessex, damn it, and if he wanted to see his bride, in order to persuade her to jilt him, he ought to have the right to do so. He barely paid attention at dinner, working out in his mind how best to present the problem. Cleo wasn't there again, for which he was grateful. There was still a stir over the engagement yesterday of Miss Roseanne Lacey to the Earl of Bruton, although no mention of the duel. Even Jack Willoughby's shocking announced brandy, and let his mind run wild with all sorts of schemes, in case he couldn't persuade Helen. He could pay Sir William to break the betrothal. At this point, any amount of money would be a small price to pay. He could invent some crisis in London he must attend to at once and literally flee the scene. He could shoot himself in some harmless place to buy time,
A man with a bullet in his leg could hardly stand up in church.
Gareth set down his empty glass with a thunk, when he realised he was willing to cripple himself to avoid a wedding he had once sought. He glanced at the clock and cursed. He should wait another hour at least before seeking out Helen. He'd have no choice but to marry her if people saw him going into her bedchamber. He lifted the glass, intending at least one more drink, and a letter came with it, stuck to the bottom. He pulled it off and started to toss it back on the desk, when the direction caught his eye. It was to him, in Blair's hand. Gareth frowned. It hadn't been here earlier in the day. Blair hadn't said a word to him at dinner or after. Gareth had bade him good night barely an hour earlier. What would his cousin write that he couldn't say aloud? He broke the seal and unfolded the letter. He read it 3 times before the meaning sank in. And then he began to smile. He read the letter again, just to reassure himself he understood it. Then laughed out loud. What a prize Blair was, and what an idiot he was. If he hadn't been knocked senseless by Cleo's sly little smile, he surely would have noticed something earlier and deduced what had made Blair so quiet and bitter lately. But how to proceed now? Gareth thought carefully for a moment, absently rotating the empty glass under his fingers. This would solve all his troubles, if handled properly, and not merely his own troubles. At last he got to his feet, folded the letter carefully into his pocket, and poured another drink, smaller this time. He raised the glass to the portrait of his father above the mantel. "To Cleopatra, your future daughter-in-law," he told the painting, "and to James Blair, the finest man I know." Chapter 10. The wedding day dawned, cool and misty. Awake since before first light, Cleo lay staring at the ceiling until the maid brought warm water for her to wash. There would be dark circles under her eyes, but the last 2 days of solitary contemplation had been good for her, in a way. She had nothing to regret. She had lost nothing that had been hers. What she felt for Gareth, it was unnatural, besides being wrong. People couldn't fall in love so quickly, she told herself. It was not love. It was merely desire, or perhaps a hidden longing to be married again emerging with all the fuss over Helen's wedding. It would pass, she told herself, trying to believe it. Sooner or later. The important thing was that she hadn't acted on any of those mad, wicked impulses and betrayed her beloved sister. She dressed slowly, carefully. Her mother had dictated her gown for the day, and Cleo had rolled her eyes behind her mother's back at the volume of lace and the bland shade of grey. It would have been entirely appropriate for elderly Lady Sophronia, or rather, for someone of Lady Sophronia's age, for Sophronia would probably have sliced the grey dress into pieces with her little Scottish dirk. Normally, Cleo would feel the same way. Matthew had even made her swear not to wear mourning for him. He didn't want her to be old before her time, he had said. But this morning, Cleo put on the grey dress, without complaint. Today she felt old and mournful, and might as well look it. She drank the tea the maid brought, then just sat by the window, staring blind-chief to her lips before her face crumpled. Something awful has happened. Her heart stopped. What? Is Helen ill? Helen, said her mother in tragic tones, is not here. What do you mean? Of course she's here, somewhere at Kingstag. Cleo was astonished. When did you discover she wasn't in her room? We must look for her. Millicent waved her handkerchief, as if to dispel the words. Don't say that. Would you have us run up and down the corridors calling her name? What would people think? They'll notice if she doesn't come to her own wedding. Cleo tried to tame her thoughts into order. Chances are she woke early from nerves and went for a walk. Have you checked the garden? Of course we did, snapped her father, pacing in front of the fireplace. What kind of fool do you think I am? I went there first thing. But she's not there. Her bed hasn't been slept in. She never rang for her maid. She's gone and run off, and we'll all be humiliated when His Grace discovers it." Millicent burst into loud weeping. Cleo patted her mother's shoulder numbly, not knowing what to think. Where could Helen be? Had she truly run off? Her heart took a mad leap at the thought. Perhaps her sister didn't wish to marry Wessex after all. Perhaps there was a chance for Cleo to have him without hurting her sister and causing a scandal. She was a wicked woman for thinking it, but she did think it. "We must tell His Grace," she began, only to be cut off by her father.
"We most certainly must not. What will he think?"
"He'll think Helen's not here," said Cleo, "which is true. Mamma, we must tell him," she insisted, as her mother shook her head and burst into tears again. "We cannot conceal her absence. He'll notice his bride is missing." Millicent clutched at her arms. "You must find her," she begged. "Please look. You and she were always thick as thieves. We'll be a laughingstock if she jilts the Duke of Wessex at the altar." Cleo ignored that. She rather thought the Duke wouldn't mind being jilted. But there might be another reason Helen had gone missing. "I'll go look for Helen, but I have to tell the Duke. He has a right to know," she said, raising her voice as her mother began to moan softly. "Let me change my shoes and get a police." Yes, you must go." Her mother retreated to the sofa. "Oh, where are my Smithson smelling salts?" Cleo went back to her own room and kicked off her grey satin slippers. Her sister might have gone for a walk and fallen. She could be lying hurt somewhere on the vast estate. Walking boots in hand, Cleo sat down at the dressing table, not bothering to ring for her maid to change her dress. Until she knew Helen was at least safe, there was no time to lose. She laced up one boot, combing her memory for any place Helen might have wandered. Where could she be? The answer stared her in the face when she reached for the second boot. Cleo seized the note, tucked partly under a box of face powder. It was folded small and bore her initials in Helen's delicate writing. Unfolding it with shaking fingers, she read. Then she read again. She laughed a little madly, then stopped at once, glancing around the room in guilt. People would think she was mad, and Helen too. Oh God, what a twist! On shaking legs, she went back to her mother's room. Her parents were where she had left them, alone, thank God. She closed the room door behind her and cleared her throat.
"What is it?"
barked her father. "I found a note," she said, "from Helen." That roused even Millicent. "What does it say?" Sir William strode across the room to snatch the paper from Cleo's hand before she could read it. His eyes skimmed it. Then his face blanched, and he thrust it back at her as if it burned him.
"You!" he croaked. "You did this!"
"No!" she gasped. "No, I did nothing!" "What?" cried Millicent, struggling off the sofa. "What has happened to poor Helen?"
"Poor Helen," spat Sir William, "has disgraced us all. Disgraced and ruined us, and you—"
He shook his finger at Cleo.
"You are responsible."
"I most certainly am not." Cleo's temper finally snapped at his unjust accusation. She had held her tongue about her shop and endured his suspicion without a word, but now she had had enough. "You are, Papa, if anyone is. You and Mamma both." He reared back.
"How dare you?"
"Helen has been unhappy and anxious since we arrived, and neither of you paid any attention because you were so pleased she was marrying a duke. I knew she was unhappy, but she insisted it was just nerves, which you, Mamma, made worse with your incessant talk of how glorious Kingstag is and what an honour it will be to preside over it." "But it's a castle," protested her mother. "Helen needs to know—" Cleo threw up one hand. Helen needed to know her future husband cared for her. She needed to know she would be happy with him. It doesn't matter what sort of house he has if she's miserable.
"This is the match of the season," said her father furiously. "A brilliant marriage. You tempted your sister away from following her duty, prompting her into some hysterical fit. I knew it was a mistake to let you come."
She shook her head. "Why is it Helen's duty to replenish your fortune, Papa? Why wasn't it your duty to make economies or learn investments or do anything at all to support your family? Instead, you've been content to live off your daughters, taking the money I earned in my hateful little shop and now selling Helen in marriage, regardless of her feelings in the matter." Sir William's face was purple.
"You are dead to me now."
Cleo just lifted one shoulder sadly. "I know. I've been dead to you for years. But now I think you shall be dead to me as well, if you cannot forgive Helen for what she's done. Being happy is more important than being a duchess." She turned to go. "Cleo?" Her mother's anxious voice stopped her. You will still try to find her, won't you? To make sure she's not hurt and—" Millicent cast an anxious glance at her husband. Cleo's heart started to soften toward her mother. Perhaps one parent would be made to see reason. Surely her mother still cared about more than Helen's status. "And perhaps," Millicent went on hesitantly, "perhaps she might reconsider." "Yes, Mamma," she said, and left the room, closing the door on her parents. Her heart thudded, both with disbelief that she had finally been so blunt with them, and with surprisingly little regret. She had borne it because she believed that deep down they loved her in Helen. She had told herself they were simply unable to conquer their disappointment in her marriage to Matthew. The shopkeeper was a distinct step down, and she had excused them that. But finally she accepted that it was excessive pride, indifferent affection, and arrogance. They wanted their daughters to marry well so they might live more comfortably and trade on their daughters' connections. Her actions, like Helen's today, mattered to them only as a reflection of their own state. And if Helen had finally taken charge of her own life and happiness, there was nothing at all to stop Cleo from doing the same. She didn't know where Wessex's rooms were, but she found the butler and told him she must speak to the Duke urgently. He directed her to the study at the back of the house, overlooking the gardens. At the door, she took a deep breath and knocked. Just the sound of his muffled voice made her pulse jump. She let herself in, glancing quickly around to be certain there was no one else in the room. He was alone, standing in front of the window with his hands clasped behind his back. Just the sight of him made her dizzy with yearning and hope. She unfolded Helen's note. "I have something to tell you, Your Grace. It is about my sister." His attention was fixed on her.
"Oh?"
"Yes." She checked that the door was securely closed. "My sister left me a note, which I only discovered a few minutes ago. May I share it with you?" He inclined his head, and she wet her lips, then read Helen's note. "Dearest Cleo, by the time you read this, I shall be gone from Kingstag Castle. I am writing to you because you are the only one who will understand why. James and I are eloping. We hope to make Gretna Green by the end of the week." Her voice faltered. She swallowed and read on. "I am very sorry to do such a thing to His Grace. He honoured me greatly with his offer of marriage, and I did accept him honestly. But I feel it would be an even greater disservice to him if I were to go through with a marriage I no longer want, and could not be happy in, while I loved another man. Comfort him, Cleo, and tell him I am sorry. Your loving sister, Helen." For a long moment, there was silence. Cleo folded the note, unsure what to do next. He crossed the room to her.
"May I see it?"
She gave it to him, trembling a little as his fingers brushed hers. Wessex unfolded the note and read it before letting it fall to the ground.
"So I've been jilted."
I believe you have been. Her heart beat so hard it hurt. He wasn't going to marry Helen, sang the wicked voice inside her head. Some remnant of duty obliged her to add, My parents are distraught that Helen would do such a thing.
Yes, I imagine they are, he murmured. Are you?
Well, I wish my sister had confided in someone before disappearing in the night and giving us a great fright.
James Blair is the most capable man I know. If she's with him, she is perfectly well.
She just nodded, overwhelmed by the jumble of hope and uncertainty inside her. He was taking the news very calmly, but also without any show of the relief she felt that now he, like Cleo, was free to follow his heart. Perhaps his heart had reconsidered. Perhaps he couldn't stomach the thought of anything to do with her family after Helen's action. She was a common merchant after all, hardly a likely duchess. Perhaps she had been all wrong.
And have you come to do as your sister asked?
He rested one hand against the door above her shoulder.
Have you come to console me, Cleo?
The way he said her name was almost a caress. If there is any way I can. A smile bent his mouth as his eyes darkened.
I think I may require excessive consolation after this most distressing fortnight.
And being jilted, she whispered. His smile grew darker, more intimate.
My darling,
he said,
being jilted has been the best part, thus far.
Cleo's knees went weak. She hadn't been wrong at all. She laid her hand on his chest. He was wonderfully big and warm beneath her palm, his heartbeat steady and strong. Your heart doesn't seem broken. He laid his hand over hers, pressing it against his silk waistcoat.
On the contrary, I think it has only just begun to beat with purpose, now that you are here.
She listed toward him. Why is that? He smoothed the wisp of hair away from her temple, then curved his hand around her nape.
Because I can finally do this,
he said, and kissed her. She melted against him, opening her mouth and meeting his tongue with her own. She gripped his jacket, holding him to her, and then she forced the lapels wide, trying to peel it off him. With a harsh exclamation, he pulled his arms free of the jacket and let it fall to the floor behind him before gathering her close. She pressed against him, her cheek on his chest, listening to the rapid thump of his heart. She could feel the warmth of his skin through his shirt sleeves.
Cleo,
he murmured against her hair.
If there is any reason, any objection you have to me making love to you, tell me now.
No, she gasped, catching his shoulders as his hands slid down around her bottom, lifting her up onto her toes, dragging her against his rigid arousal.
No, I should stop.
He tugged her earlobe between his teeth. Cleo whimpered. Don't stop, she moaned. Don't ever stop. His hand slipped behind her back, pulling loose the tiny pearl buttons of her gown. The demure bodice slid down, and then he pulled it further down until her breasts were almost exposed. She shuddered at the cool air on her flesh, her head falling back against the door behind her. His hand cupped her breast, his mouth was hot on her neck. Wessex, she gasped, dimly thinking they ought to find a more comfortable location.
Gareth.
He pulled at her bodice again, and there was a sound of cloth ripping.
My God, you are beautiful in every way.
He lowered his head to her breast, and Cleo abandoned all thought of moving. She ploughed her fingers into his thick, dark hair and gave herself up to the pleasure of his lips on her skin, his teeth scraping over her taut nipple, his tongue playing along the delicate flesh of her bosom. He drew up the skirt of her gown, and she shifted her feet to allow him to press ever closer to her. He raised one eyebrow as his boot bumped against hers. Cleo blushed. In her hurry, she'd run through the house wearing only one shoe. Gareth simply grinned as he fell to his knee, unlaced the boot, and tossed it aside. And then his hands were exploring the length of her legs. His fingers skimmed her silk stockings, plucked at her garters, and then roamed higher. She gasped aloud in pent-up desire when he finally touched the aching folds between her legs. Even she, who had eloped at 17, had never been so careless of propriety and restraint. With inarticulate words and sighs, she urged him on, clasping his head to her bosom as he stroked her and teased her. When her legs threatened to give out beneath her, she managed to tug at his hair. "Gareth," she gasped, her heart thundering and her breath ragged. "Gareth, please!" He shuddered. "When you say my name that way." He lurched to his feet, tearing at his trousers. "Put your arms around my neck," he commanded, his voice rough. Cleo obeyed, glad he put his own arm around her waist. She might have stumbled and fallen if he hadn't. "Now tell me." He caught her knee and pulled, hooking it around his hip to hold her skirt out of the way. "Say you want me, Cleo. Please, darling." "I want you madly." She strained against him. "I want you now." "Thank God." He cupped his hand around her bottom and held her as he fitted himself against her and pushed home. Cleo made a faint gasp of delight and surprise. It felt so good, so right to have him inside her. She tightened her grip on his neck and pressed her forehead against his shoulder. Every nerve felt alive as he held her so easily, so securely, so intimately. He seemed as moved as she was. His chest heaved and his arms trembled. "At last," she thought he whispered. And then he began to move. Whatever making love against a door might lack in finesse and comfort, Cleo thought she might prefer it to any other kind. She curled herself around Gareth, meeting each hard thrust with a little arch of her back. He held her easily. He knew right where to touch her. And when it all culminated in a fierce climax, she almost burst into tears. Gareth caught his breath and rested his forehead against hers as his hips jerked a few more times in his own release. And then he kissed her, leisurely and thoroughly. And then there came a soft tap at the door. Cleo started in spite of the hazy contentment that enveloped her. She could feel the knock through the wood at her back, and the thought of what the person on the other side would think if he knew what was just inches from him made laughter bubble up in her throat. Lips pressed shut to hold it back, she looked up at Gareth, her eyes tearing. He grinned lazily down at her. "Yes?" he called. There was a pause. Then the butler's voice came through the door, low and rushed as if he were whispering through the crack of the door jamb. "Your Grace, Mr. Blair wishes to see you at once." The laughter stuck in her throat died. Cleo didn't move, her fingers clenching in the folds of Gareth's shirt. Mr. Blair had returned, which meant Helen must have as well. Oh, Lord. Gareth just kept smiling down at her. "Does he? Excellent. Where is he waiting?" "In the stables, Your Grace. With Miss Grey." "Ah, tell them I shall be with them directly." "Yes, sir." Cleo could hear his footsteps faintly, going down the hall. Gareth still wore the slight grin of a cat who knew where the cream was hidden, and she didn't know why. Part of her longed to run out to the stables and hug Helen close, before shaking her and demanding an explanation. And part of her didn't want to face her sister for years. She had just made love to her sister's fiancé. Even though Helen hadn't wanted to marry him, she might still be shocked and horrified to hear how quickly he had turned to Cleo. And now there wasn't much time for her to talk to Gareth before facing Helen. What did he want from her? Making love was one thing, but there were no promises between them. Cleo wanted more. She didn't want to give him up to anyone, ever again. She wet her lips. He was still inside her, his hand still curved around her hip. With a little wriggle, she unhooked her leg from around his, easing her weight back to the ground. With a soft sigh, he slid free of her, his hand steadying her waist as her knees wobbled. She smiled uneasily, smoothing down the skirts of her gown as Gareth repaired his own clothing. She wasn't sure she could stand under her own power. Even now, aftershocks of pleasure left her muscles lax.
Cleo.
His hand cupped her face, making her look at him. Gareth smiled.
You look so grim, darling. Was I that rough?
Her mouth fell open. No. You know you weren't. It was wonderful, but Gareth... He cut her off with a long kiss. And when he lifted his head, Cleo had forgotten what she'd been saying.
All will be well,
he said.
Trust me.
She gazed up at him, afraid to ask.
You look as though a great problem troubles you,
he added. She was surprised into a weak laugh. A great problem. This is a rather out-of-the-ordinary problem, I think.
Yes, I might have ruined this gown beyond repair.
He gave it a frown.
Although it's not my favourite.
She blushed. My mother chose it.
No wonder,
he muttered.
I won't apologise for ripping it then.
Still, he turned her around and fastened what buttons remained.
Will you come with me? I expect your sister will want to see you.
What are you going to say to them? She asked softly. His fingers moving so gently over her back had sapped her will to argue.
I think your sister and my cousin explain themselves very well in the notes they left. I can't think what they might have to add to that.
Cleo blinked and whirled around. Your cousin left you a note as well?
He did.
Then you knew before I told you that Helen had run off?
I did.
You might have told me, she protested. He grinned.
But I desperately wanted comforting, darling.
He kissed her.
Let's go see what they have to tell us, shall we?
Chapter 11. Gareth felt at great charity with the world as he and Cleo walked toward the stables. He held her hand in his. She had looked a bit self-conscious at first, but she made no effort to pull away. There was a beautiful flush on her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled as they had the morning she first arrived at Kingstag, when lightning had seemed to strike him in the head. A servant lingering near the front gate ran forward to meet them and say that Mr. Blair was waiting in the rear tack-room, where Jack Willoughby had established his gentleman's refuge earlier. As they headed there, they passed Jack's shiny black phaeton, now covered with dust and being fussed over by a number of grooms. Cleo darted a curious look at him, but Gareth just shrugged. He had a feeling Hippolyta had helped the lovers in their escape, and in their inexplicable return. The instant they stepped through the door, Helen Grey jumped up from the bench. She was wearing travelling clothes. Her hair swung in a braid down her back, and her eyes were haunted. On the bench behind her, James Blair sat with his hands on his knees, his head hanging as if exhausted. Helen took a hesitant step forward, eyeing them almost fearfully. Without a word, Cleo opened her arms, and Helen fell into them, breaking into ragged weeping. The sisters held each other close. Blair's expression twisted in anguish before he averted his face. Both were the picture of misery. "I'm sorry," Helen sobbed. "I'm so sorry, Cleo. I didn't mean to cause trouble, but I was so unhappy, and it seemed like the best idea." "Are you hurt?" Cleo pulled back to scrutinize her sister's face, red and puffy and tear-stained. "Are you well?" She nodded. "I'm fine. James and I, we're both well. It's just... James Blair rose to his feet.
"We both knew it to be wrong,"
he said, his voice hoarse.
"Wessex, Mrs. Barrows, I cannot apologise enough for what we've put you through. I was his second Wessex, and it went to my head. Seeing his joy and relief when Miss Lacey threw herself into his arms, and when you said you would wish Bruton well, I lost my grip on reason." He gave Helen another hopeless look. "I've been in agony since the Greys arrived. I tried to forget my feelings, and I never wanted to betray you, but after the duel, I didn't know how I could bear to see you marry Helen.
And running off was much safer and preferable to a duel, don't you see? Helen pleaded. I couldn't let him risk being shot.
Indeed not. Blair is a capital fellow, and I would hate to see him wounded.
Agreed Gareth.
He's quite the most decent man I know. I congratulate you on your excellent taste.
Helen glanced at Blair in bewilderment. He seemed equally dumbstruck. Gareth wanted to shout with laughter at the look on his cousin's face. Helen wet her lips. But it was an abominable thing to do to you.
Not when weighed against the ills of marrying a man you could never love.
He paused.
You couldn't, could you?
It was more a statement than a question, and Helen's eyes welled up again as she slowly shook her head.
Then you've done us all a great favour,
he said gently. That had been his last trace of worry, that Helen might somehow have honestly regretted running off. If she had declared she was ready to carry on with the wedding, he would have had the very devil of a time.
You're not angry?
Asked Blair in disbelief.
Wessex,
Words seemed to fail him. He shook his head in stunned silence. Gareth smiled, darted a warm glance toward Cleo.
Angry? Not at all. In fact, I have rarely been happier, and it is all due to you, Miss Grey, for having the courage to defy propriety and follow your heart, and to you, James, for going with her. My only wonder is that you came back so soon. Are you married yet?
No, said Blair in a dazed voice.
Do you still wish to be?
Yes, burst out Helen, which seemed to break her beloved's trance.
The marriage contract.
He shrugged.
I don't think we'll have any difficulty about that. Sir William, I am sure, can be made to see reason.
Especially if Gareth gave him no choice. The guests, said Helen hesitantly.
Oh yes, I suppose we'll have to tell them. I'll send my mother to the church.
Everyone stared at him in disbelief.
If she won't go, I'll have Sophronia step in, he added. She'd delight in calling off a wedding.
Cleo made a noise suspiciously like a smothered laugh. It made Gareth smile wider. He loved being able to make her laugh. The runaway lovers exchanged a glance. Then Blair stepped forward.
Wessex,
he said humbly,
I must apologise. You would have been well within bounds to call me out over this. What good would that do? He asked, surprised. You're my right arm, James. You might have told me earlier you had feelings for Helen, but...
He shot Cleo another glance.
In the end, your timing was nothing less than perfect. Allow me to wish you great joy.
He shook hands with his cousin. Helen hurried to his side, and he raised her hand to his lips.
And of course, since you're to be married, Gareth went on, I must make you a wedding gift. A manor house, I think, somewhere nearby. You must be able to visit often.
All three of them regarded him in shock. James just nodded, his jaw working as if he couldn't speak. Helen covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes wide with hopeful joy. Gareth clapped James on the shoulder.
I don't believe anyone else knows you've returned, he said meaningfully. But don't take Jack's carriage this time. There's no reason to drive Hippolyta into the ground when the Archbishop himself will be here. I suggest concluding your courtship in more comfort.
Blair blinked a few times, then began to grin.
Wessex, I shall be in your debt forever,
he said, before grasping Helen's hand and pulling her out of the room. Gareth watched them go, and even raised a hand in farewell. That was extremely generous, said Cleo in the quiet that followed. He nodded. You want them to be happy together, she said, amazed. He nodded again. She bit her lip. What will you tell the wedding guests? He lifted one shoulder.
That I won't be marrying your sister. It's fairly simple.
She studied him. What will your family say? He cocked his head to one side, a slight grin tugging at his mouth.
My mother, I expect, will be delighted. She wants me to be happy, and I would never have been happy married to your sister, as charming and lovely as she is.
He started pacing toward her deliberately.
My sisters will be thrilled at the excitement of it all, particularly as they will still have Helen as a cousin. Sophronia may be put out, I grant you, at the absence of scandal and uproar, but she knew the first night that Helen and I were never meant to be.
What did Mr. Blair's note say? She asked, even as a soft blush stained her cheeks. Why didn't you tell my parents when you found it?
Good Lord, why would I do that?
He grimaced.
Your father might have tried to do something foolish, like stop them.
Stop them? But they were already gone. She stopped abruptly, her eyes widening. When did you find it?
Last night, he said, about 2 hours after dinner. I couldn't sleep and went to my study, where James had left it. I dare say they couldn't have got much past Dorchester by then.
Last night? She gasped. Gareth nodded.
I knew they would need as much time as possible to get well away. I had gone to my study to plot how I could persuade your sister to jilt me. You might imagine my relief upon discovering that she had already worked out how to do it. All I needed to do was stay quietly in my study.
She appeared unable to speak. Gently he pulled her into his arms and kissed her, loving the way her body softened against his until they fit together like two halves of a whole.
If they hadn't run off, I don't know what I would have done, he whispered. Do you know, I saw my place in hell waiting for me as the wedding day approached. That's what I would have earned, marrying your sister when all I could think of was you. Especially like this, he added, casting a suggestive glance down at her ripped gown.
When? She asked softly. When did you start thinking that? Gareth shook his head.
The moment you stepped out of the carriage a fortnight ago.
She looked at him suspiciously. He nodded.
Oh, yes. Lightning struck as you stepped out of the carriage. Toppled one of my oldest oaks to the ground, don't you remember? Split it right down the middle, and the whole thing fell. Much like my heart did when you looked at me.
You don't believe in love at first sight, she protested. You said so the other day.
No, I don't. Which is why I looked again and again and again, until I was quite sure I would go mad from it. I just knew.
He nuzzled her neck, his mouth skimming over her collarbone and up the side of her neck.
When did you start?
The blush that coloured her face, all the way down to her neckline, was brilliant. Almost as soon. But of course I knew it was wrong. You were betrothed to my sister.
But not any longer. He paused. Are you not pleased she's marrying Blair?
Of course I am.
Why?
Why? She exclaimed. Why, because they're in love. He raised an eyebrow. And? She hesitated only a moment. And because if you didn't marry Helen, she paused again, then you would be free.
Yes.
And, she wet her lips, and then it wouldn't be wrong of me to want you.
Oh, no, he answered at once. That would never be wrong of you. In fact, I was hoping you might keep on wanting me for the rest of your life.
Later, Cleo told herself she would remember that moment for the rest of her life. The scent of oiled leather and horses, the faint buzz of bees in the shrubbery outside the window, the morning sun slanting across the dusty floor. And Gareth, looking at her as if he had never seen anyone half so wonderful. She couldn't stop a small smile. Is that a proposition? He laughed.
Proposition? My darling, I'm at an end to propositions. I made my last offer of marriage in a letter addressed to your father. May I make this one myself?
And he sank to one knee as he spoke. Cleo thought she must be goggling at him like a fool.
My darling Cleopatra,
he began, then paused.
Are you truly named for Cleopatra?
Yes, she said dazedly, and Helen for Helen of Troy. Father has classical fancies.
Ah.
He cocked his head to one side.
I wish I'd remembered that sooner.
Why? Cleo still couldn't quite take in that he was on his knees before her. Even Matthew hadn't proposed on bended knee. He'd asked her over his shop counter, which had been romantic enough, but nothing like this.
"It would have made things clearer," he said. "My parents named me Anthony after all. Anthony never married Helen of Troy."
She cleared her throat. He never married Cleopatra either.
"This Anthony will,"
Gareth declared.
"if she'll have him."
Cleo gazed down at him, his brooding dark eyes fixed on her, his thick hair still ruffled from their activities in his study. "Shall I roll myself in a rug and have myself delivered to your rooms?"
"Make certain it's a soft rug," he retorted, "for I would unroll it before the fire, and not let you off it for an hour."
Cleo pretended to think. "I may have such a rug in the shop." His eyes ignited.
"That sounds like yes."
This time her smile was wide and unrestrained. "Because it is. 100 times, yes." About the author. Caroline Linden was born a reader, not a writer. She earned a math degree from Harvard University and wrote computer software before turning to writing fiction. Since then, the Boston Red Sox have won the World Series 3 times, which is not relevant but still worth mentioning. Her books have won the NEC Reader's Choice Award, the Daphne du Maurier Award, the NJRW Golden Leaf Award, and RWA's Rita Award, and have been translated into 17 languages. Join her VIP readers list to get a free short story exclusively for members, and be notified when her next book is available, as well as sneak peeks at upcoming books and occasional notice about fantastic deals or contests. You can also follow her on Twitter, or like her on Facebook. How Angela Got Her Rogue Back, by Katharine Ashe. When gorgeous Lord Trenton Ascot beckons to history grad student Angela Cowdrey from the pages of a comic book, she thinks she's going crazy. When Trent rescues her from a lake, and she claims she's from the future, he knows she is. But a blackmailer is threatening Trent's family, and Angela is determined to help. While unravelling the mystery of her time travel trip to the Duke's wedding, this modern girl and Regency lord just might discover a passion that defies centuries. Chapter 1.
Pride and Prejudice and zombies graphic novel?
Angela Cowdrey muttered and flipped through the slick pages. What'll they think of next?
Dark Avengers! Yes!
Her friend Cindy's teenage brother smacked his palm on a comic book to the beat of the musical monstrosity blaring from his earbuds. The book's cover was awash in blood spatters and fangs. Dark Avengers, obviously, Ange. Cindy gave her a sideways grin and ran her rainbow-coloured fingertips through the box of buttons on the comic book store's checkout counter. Someone's got to kill all those zombies. I thought Elizabeth and Darcy were covering that. Cindy plucked out a button proclaiming "School sucks, Wonder Woman swallows," and held it to the lapel of Angela's peacoat. What do you think? Is there no honour and decency in the world today? Angela tucked the zombie novel back on the shelf and pulled out another. Shapeshifters 4, Jesus versus the Bronte sisters. Guess that answers my question. Don't take it so hard. Cindy shrugged. It's just trash. Angela glanced at the clock, slumped on a stool behind the counter. A copy of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was open over his knee. He was oblivious. I'm not taking it hard, she said. I'm thinking I should read this stuff. And all that extra time you have between TAing, grading, graduate student union organizing, and finishing your dissertation. And the article for the American Historical Review. Cindy tossed the button back in the box. I thought you already turned that in. Revisions. The editor wants me to include a detail that I haven't figured out yet. But I will. Angela leaned against the bookshelf and squeezed her sore eyes shut. All the coffee in the world couldn't make up for a week without sleep. but she wouldn't get a job after graduation by dreaming away the nights. And her empty bed didn't mind. It never did, never had. Lately, though, she hadn't even been sleeping when she did go to bed. The Michigan winter was wind chill 5 below, but she was sizzling beneath her skin. Just excitement over the article, probably. I'm going to nail it, Cindy. I'm going to discover the clue no scholar ever has used, she said, running her fingertips along the bindings of the graphic novels. A little sizzle zinged through her. Maybe my 3rd book will be on how American authors are rewriting the history of Britain to include zombies and vampires. I really should read these. Cindy shook her head. It's not like you're in American culture or even literature. You're a historian, for Christ's sake. You don't have to read this crap. She gestured dismissively at the display. Yeah, but this... Angela pulled the zombie graphic novel from the shelf again and flipped through it. This is what a lot of my students first think of when I mention Jane Austen, or the Brontes, or Byron, Keats, Nelson, Wellington, King George, Queen Victoria. You know all of the 19th century British history. I need to inform myself. You're way too conscientious. If you're going to spend time doing anything other than studying, it should be going out, relaxing, dancing, having a drink. Cindy yanked the novel away and shoved it in the shelf, smashing a thin comic book back behind it. Sind. Angela reached for the ruined comic book in the crevice. Have a little respect for the printed word. There aren't enough words in there to deserve respect. She gave a saccharine smile to the guy behind the counter. He ignored her. Angela pulled out the smushed comic book. It looked like an accordion. You're a literature snob. You're killing yourself. Cindy cocked a pierced brow. Angela, you need a life. Okay. Her tingling fingertips worked the bent edges of the paper. For a cheap comic, it was thick, high-quality stock. I'll get right on that, Chief. No, I mean it. You work like a sled dog. The job market is so tough now, Sind. It's what's expected. It's an excuse. She flattened the comic book against the side of the shelf and smoothed it with her palm. Your point? You need a man. Oh my God, I can't believe people still say that to single women. The wrinkles wouldn't straighten. The smashing had permanently damaged it. You're a dismal feminist. I'm post-feminist. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. Angela, you need to have sex. The clerk's scruffy head came up. Angela drew a drape of hair from in front of her eyes, but it dropped forward again. She tucked it under her wool hat and looked at the clerk. I'd like to buy this. She placed the ruined comic book on the counter. And no, she wasn't suggesting you. Why not? Cindy said. He's cute. Put a clean shirt on him and you wouldn't even know he works at a comic book shop. Sind. She pulled money out of the tattered wallet she'd bought in London 8 years earlier, during her undergraduate study abroad semester, the same day she'd first visited the British National Archives. The first visit of many. She gave a bill to the clerk. Sorry about her. She just switched medications. He dropped change into her palm. Hey, I'm available if you change your mind. He grinned. Good to know. Thanks. She slid the comic book into her satchel and went to the door. I'm going home, Cindy. She glanced at her friend's brother, still blissfully immersed in his dark, rocking universe. Alone, she added in a stage whisper. Without a man with whom I will have sex, because I am a post-modern feminist who makes choices and is happy with them. Not really the truth. She was sizzly. You, on the other hand, despite your nipple rings, are a relic of the 1950s American suburbs, and a pain in my ass. Good night. She pushed the door open, and with a jingle of the bell, a blast of frigid air swept in. Angela, I'm just... The door slammed shut. Wind sheared horizontally along State Street, nearly knocking her boots off the icy sidewalk. She secured her satchel on her shoulder, tucked her chin into her collar, and headed up the street. Cindy was a nag and totally indiscreet, but she was right. Angela wasn't satisfied. She was doing well in grad school, And if she kept working her butt off, she'd probably get a job as a horrifyingly overworked junior professor that paid about as much as a hostess at Chuck E. Cheese. On the other hand, she was intellectually fulfilled. But she wasn't happy. If she needed any proof of that, she could find it in her best friend after 5.5 years in Ann Arbor. The university was huge, with an international faculty and graduate students in every discipline under the sun. Yet her closest friend in town was a tattoo artist who moonlighted as a barista at a local cafe. 3 months ago, she'd let Cindy give her a tattoo of a golden eagle soaring across her right shoulder. When her mum had dragged her out of the school mid-year to follow a horse wrangler to Colorado, she'd been 10. One day she'd looked up into that endless sky, seen the eagle, and cried, longing to be that free. Her tattoo looked exactly like the way she remembered that eagle. No one would ever see it. Maybe she'd gotten some weird infection from the tattooing, and the zingy, sizzling thing was from that. But it wasn't just that. Something felt wrong, missing, not stimulating conversation or invigorating debates, not friendship, and not a man, though she'd like one of those someday, and sex. But she'd gone without sex for 27 years, and she was still alive. Something else. Honor, maybe. Decency. Try to explain it to me, Cindy had said a few days earlier over cups of tea at the cafe. Okay. Take my specialty, the British Empire, she'd said. There was nothing decent about it. Violence, racism, elitism, sexism, colonialism, slavery, war. Cindy counted off on her fingers. Bad stuff. So, it's not like I want to go back to some golden era when people were more honorable and decent than they are now. It's a pretty appealing fantasy. Sure, but it's historically inaccurate. So what do you want? I don't know. Her fingers had tightened around the cup. I want that feeling I get when I see some lanky undergrad give old Mr. Grady on the corner a hot meatball sub. You know that feeling like there's more good in the world than bad. Like you get all filled up with emotion and weep because there's just so much untapped possibility. Cindy shook her head. Ange, you think too much. Maybe I just know too much about how awful people can be. I mean, look at this guy Arnaud Chapelle I'm working on. He was a Class A slime. Hundreds of people, maybe thousands, died because of his greed, yet he ended up a miserable old parolee anyway. I don't think the problem's that you know too much. I don't think it's your head at all, Cindy said. What did Goethe say? All the knowledge I possess, everyone else can acquire, but my heart is all my own. All the knowledge I possess, everyone else can acquire, but my heart is all my own. All my own. The brick apartment building that was the height of architectural fashion a century ago loomed in the cold before her. She dug her keys out of her pocket, and her gloved fingers fumbled for the building key on the ring. She found it and reached for the lock, then started back. A man stood just on the other side of the thick glass door. His dark golden hair was tousled. His eyes were like slate. He looked directly at her, and flattened his bare palm against the window pane. Then he was gone. Just gone as if he hadn't been there at all. Angela blinked. She blinked again. Still no man. Her breaths were fogging up the window pane. She unlocked the door. The entryway was vastly overheated and empty. She stood still, listening for footsteps on the stairs. But there were none. She shook her head. Too much caffeine, obviously. Or maybe too little. She pushed her gloves into her pockets, unbuttoned her coat, and opened her mailbox. Water bill, phone bill, both of which she couldn't pay. Postcard from her mother in scent kits, the make-it-yourself kind with a picture of her on the beach in a bikini, arms around her latest boyfriend, Ron. Or Roy, maybe. It had been 8 months since her mum had last written or called. It could be 4 boyfriends past Roy by now. Cindy teased her about being the oldest virgin in America. If she knew her mother, She'd understand why she'd adamantly taken the opposite path. She started up the stairs to the 4th floor. Her apartment was underfurnished but cosy. She shed her coat, hat, scarf, and boots, threw her satchel onto the couch, and went to the kitchen. She filled the tea kettle in the 1920s sink and set it on the gas burner, then opened her tiny fridge and pulled out a box of leftover Thai chicken and stuck it in her minuscule microwave. She liked her place, and it was affordable, but Ann Arbor still didn't feel like home, not even after almost 6 years of grad school. London had a little bit, but not entirely. Cambridge, Massachusetts, during college definitely hadn't. Neither had Philadelphia or LA or Louisville, or any of the other places her mother had dragged her to, following loser guy after loser guy. She ate standing up at the stove. When the kettle whistled, she packed the tea infuser with loose-leaf jasmine, then went to the couch, slung her satchel onto the table, and turned it upside down. The accordionized comic book tumbled out with her laptop and files. She pushed it aside and opened her laptop. "Okay, Arnaud," she mumbled, flipping open a thick folder and rummaging through photocopies. "Tell me why you spilled the beans on Sir Richard Howell, when you kept your mouth shut till the day you died about everybody else who did dirty dealings with you. I know you want to, you scoundrel." She transcribed a line from the diary she'd photocopied at a private archive in Dorset 6 months ago, translating from Arnaud's native French as she typed. She'd already read it through, but she'd missed something. She must have. Her sizzling blood told her she was on the edge of a discovery. Or should I say, you coquin? She grinned. Or maybe I should just stop talking out loud to a guy who's been dead for 2 centuries. The twining steam from her teacup dissipated. She reached for the cup, and her eyes strayed to the comic book on the edge of the table. The bent cover caught the lamplight. In scrolling script resonant of parliamentary deeds, the title read, Lady Angela. "Well, what do you know?" she mumbled. There was no author name on the book, only the title. The cover was plain, the calligraphy original. She ran her fingertips over the lettering to feel the subtle texture of the ink. It didn't just look historical. It felt authentic, the sort of fine-quality stock she'd seen plenty of in English archives. She set down her teacup and opened the book. The art was rough, the style suggesting sketches swiftly drawn, all done in black ink on off-white matte paper. There were no dialogue bubbles, only captions every few frames. Like Arnaud Chapelle's 200-year-old diary, it seemed to be a memoir narrative. In the simplest terms, this one recounted the birth, youth, and young manhood of a guy with light hair wearing garments that pointed to the early 19th century. A lacy gown at birth, short pants as a boy, then tailcoat and cravat and breeches. As comic book protagonists went, he was pretty typical. Chiseled features, impossibly broad shoulders, narrow hips, long legs with lots of cut muscles to which the breeches inaccurately clung. 19th century English stocking net could stretch pretty well, but it wasn't lycra. He was a sportsman. In one frame he played cricket, in another he was hunting, in another boxing, in another rowing. A whole page was given over to a carriage race that resulted in him sprawled on his back in the road with an awful grimace on his face. Angela leaned in closer. His face. It looked like... She clamped her eyes shut. She really needed sleep. Or a whole lot more caffeine. She stood up and went to the kitchen with her cup to refresh her tea, grabbing up her scarf and wrapping it around her neck as she returned to the couch. Her turn at the Century apartment was poetic with its arched windows and theatre-tiled bathroom, but the quaint old radiators were useless against the Michigan winter. Then again, she always felt cold these days, as if winter had penetrated her bone marrow, but summer wasn't long or hot enough to heat it back up before fall came again. Except for the sizzle lately, the deep sizzle. She settled again before her laptop, but her fingers strayed to the comic book. Pretending she wasn't curious, she casually flipped the page. drawn in a completely different style, with such exquisite grace and delicacy that even in black and white they seemed alive, were two images. On the left, a trio of summer flowers, identified in the caption as ox-eye daisy, cornflower, and poppy. And on the right, a majestic bird with lethal talons, a golden eagle. A little shiver ran across her shoulders, directly through her tattoo. She turned to the final page. It was a close-up of the man's back. His shoulders brushed either side of the frame, and he'd turned his head to look around at the reader. His mouth was rendered as a sensuous curve, and his eyes were beautiful, warm and dark and sparkling with confidence. Then he winked. At her! Tea leaped in tiny splashes from the cup in her shaking hand. She'd had some pretty weird dreams because of exhaustion, but she'd never before hallucinated. Her gaze dropped to the caption. It was 3 words. Angela, come back. Chapter 2. The picture didn't wink at Angela again, though she stared at it until she fell asleep, and again the following morning while coffee brewed. Sleep deprivation did scary things to the brain, which of course was why torturers used it. She packed up her laptop and files, and left Lady Angela on the kitchen counter. Cindy had texted her overnight. Sorry, you have to be who you are, and I'm okay with that. Angela typed with her thumb. You're a pain, but I love you, and dropped the phone into her coat pocket. The sky was frigid blue, with wispy clouds that made the sun look grey. A typical January morning. Her blood was zinging more than usual from all the coffee. She started toward campus, then halted and retraced her steps along the salty white sidewalk to her car. In a miraculous event, greater even than a comic book hero winking at her, her ancient Toyota started on the first try. She pulled onto State Street and headed north. It didn't take her many minutes to get to the dam over the Grand River. Leaving her satchel in the car, she walked up the path from the gravel lot toward the river, taking deep breaths of the freezing air. She coughed, and clouds of smoke haloed her. She reached the dam and headed toward the bench closest to the structure. The path hadn't been well cleared, and black ice crossed it in strips as she picked her way along. But sitting on that bench and listening to the winter birds and watching the river never failed to clear her head. Today she needed head clearing in a big way. It wasn't until she slipped that she realized how close she'd veered toward the bank. The slope from the bench was shallow, but ice had formed in a slick ramp. She fell, scrabbling at the ground for purchase, her gloves useless as she slid into the water. It wasn't even dramatic. The absurd thought occurred to her as she sank, her pea coat and boots like anchors. She'd always figured drowning would be dramatic. Her lungs gave out. She'd figured wrong.
Treason!
Trenton Cambridge Ascot, Viscount Everett, swung around to his father. The Earl of Ware's face was drawn as he stared out the window at the game of cricket on the Duke of Wessex's lawn.
And fraud.
Trent scowled.
What's a little fraud when you're already hanged for treason? At least it will be with a silken rope.
The Earl turned his attention from the men cavorting about with bats and balls and wickets.
The peerage still enjoys a few privileges. Not including immunity from blackmail, apparently.
Trent raked his hand through his hair.
Good godfather, how did this come about? 2 years before your mother died, I made some investments,
the Earl said, thrusting up his square jaw and broadening his stance as though expressing any lingering grief over his beloved wife's death was unmanly.
I wanted to finally restore the estate's fortunes that your grandfather had depleted, for your sake, as your mother always wished. I invested her dowry in a shipping company that supplied our soldiers abroad with munitions, as a silent partner only. Within 2 years, 4 ships were taken by French privateers. And all along, your partner, Sir Richard Howell, was selling the ship's manifests and itineraries to the French. Then collecting insurance on the sunken vessels on this end."
The Earl nodded, his attention again straying to the lawn, where Trent knew he'd rather be now. Damn it, even he'd rather be out there playing cricket, and that was certainly a lifetime first.
"But that was years ago. Why did you wait until now to tell me this, father?" "Sir Richard will arrive to join the festivities here tomorrow. He expects to finalize plans with me. He's bluffing. You refused his offer to partner in opening a mine on our land, and he's trying to threaten you into doing it anyway."
The Earl shook his head.
"He has documents that implicate me. Documents I signed, I've seen them." "Father, tell me now. Were you knowingly guilty of the crimes of which he is threatening to accuse you? I would rather know now than be surprised with the truth later." "I had no idea of it, Trenton. I only regretted the investments in those ships and cargoes and railed at my poor luck. I thought it all of a piece with the disasters of those years."
"Disasters," Trent repeated. The death of his mother in childbirth, a year later the loss of the infant to fever, then 2 years after that, Trent's own accident that left him crippled for months.
"Truth be told," his father said, "a few ships seemed as nothing in comparison to losing my wife and little Edward. Then your accident. To imagine that my son might never walk again."
"Father," Trent said, going to him, "forgive me." His father was a bull-headed son of a bitch, but he'd always taken great pride in his family, and he cared for them in his way. The Earl put a heavy hand on his shoulder.
"You are a good man, son. I've always been proud of you. You wouldn't have mixed yourself up in this sort of thing."
He wouldn't have. Trent made certain never to take chances or stir up trouble. Long ago, he'd learned that fulfilling his father's expectations in public was the only way to be able to do what he truly wished in private. Only his mother had ever understood.
"What do you intend to do, father?" "I will do as he bids me, to save the honour of this family and your inheritance." "But what about the tenant farmers? Those families have been on our land for centuries." "They will have to become miners."
His father shook his head.
"Howell is no fool. There's enough iron ore in the ground to make Ware the richest estate in Devonshire. I don't like it."
Trent sank down onto the edge of a chair and lowered his brow to his hand.
"Blackmail! Good God!" "There's more, son." "What more could there be?" "He insists that I make the partnership secure by—"
He turned again to the cricket match.
"Father, Sir Richard wants you to marry his daughter."
Trent's head snapped up.
"Marry his daughter?"
But he understood.
"The mine would be established in her name too, as part of the marriage settlement, wouldn't it? Sir Richard wishes to bind himself to it legally."
The Earl nodded.
"Will she also attend Wessex's wedding?"
Trent's neckcloth was choking him.
"Is this to be settled immediately?" "She arrives tomorrow, with her father."
Trent shot to his feet.
"I need air."
He headed to the library door. The collection at Kingstag included a 2-volume set of original drawings depicting the wildflowers of the Americas. But Trent didn't have the heart for that now. He had to get away from his father. Half of the Duke's male guests were at cricket. As Trent exited the house, Frank Newnham shouted at him to join the game.
"Crash, old chum! We could use a top batsman like you over here."
Trent waved and strode into the park. He could go to the stables where the rest of the gentlemen were using the excuse of ogling Jack Willoughby's new carriage to spend time there playing cards and drinking. He could get himself disguised beyond memory. Then he'd be too miserable tomorrow to even care if Sir Richard Howell's daughter was the sort of girl he'd like to be blackmailed into marrying. But not yet. Now he needed air and space, the outdoors. The far end of the lake stretched beyond a copse. He made for the trees. He always thought more clearly in nature, and he needed to stop the runaway wreck of his anger. His father had meant well, but he was an idiot. Affection, duty, gratitude. Trent felt these toward the Earl in quantity. Respect? No, not for years. The Earl of Ware's entire world consisted of tennis, boxing, cricket, riding to hounds, boating, horse racing, and whatever other sports his cronies preferred. For 29 years, he'd made it clear to his eldest son that any other pursuit was womanly and foolish. "A man proves his worth in the saddle, on the pitch, or in the ring, son," he'd said every day of Trent's boyhood. "Now show me what kind of man you are. Make me proud." The Earl had trusted Richard Howell with his investments, simply because in those days Howell was a prize-winning pugilist. He'd signed legal documents without reading them, without even instructing his man of business to read them. Fists tight, Trent rounded the path at the edge of the lake and stopped short. There was a body in the deep water, 10 yards out, struggling. He didn't hesitate. He'd won every swimming competition he'd entered since he was 10. He tore off his coat, grabbed at his boots, and dove. By the time he reached the spot, the body was entirely submerged, the water around it still. He levered his arms under the form and thrust its head above the surface. Small, but not a child. A woman. God almighty, a heavy woman. He pulled and struggled backwards and got her to the bank. She was too heavy. He pushed her against the embankment, leaped out, and hauled her all the way onto the ground. Wrapped in thick wool from head to toe, she remained motionless as water pooled around her. Her face was pale and slack and lovely, like a cool alabaster statue of some ancient goddess, and just as lifeless. He dropped to his knees, knocked the cap off her head, and tore at the muffler circling her neck. "Breathe!" Trapped in soaked wool, the coat buttons protested. "Breathe, damn it!" He yanked. A button popped free. He wrenched the lapels apart, flattened his palms on her chest, and pushed. She convulsed. He rolled her onto her side, and the coughing and retching began. Hand on her shoulder to steady her, he turned his face away and bowed his head, catching his breath. After some time, her sputtering subsided. She groaned. "Oh, my God." With soggy wool gloves, she tried to push herself up to sit. Trent grasped her shoulders and assisted her. She turned her face toward him. Even plastered with dark hair, it was lovely. "Thanks," she croaked. "That was bad." He released her. "Thought I was done for." She coughed. "You saved me." Sweet intonation, albeit waterlogged. Sharp vowels. An American, perhaps. "It was my honor. I'm glad I happened along when I did." He glanced at her heavy coat and gloves, and her boots sprawled out before her, the hem of her skirt at her knees. "Enjoying a swim on this fine summer day, were you?" He made his voice light. With a dripping glove, she pushed the long, lank strands from before her eyes, beautiful eyes of a rich, dark brown shade, like the feathers on the wings of a male capercaillie. "What?" she said. "It's January." Addled wits, common after an accident. He'd been confused for days after the carriage wreck. "You've had a nasty turn, of course," he said. "Perhaps you shouldn't try to speak for a bit. I slipped on the ice and fell into the river." She was delirious. Perhaps her brain had suffered without air. This day could not get worse. First his father's horrible revelation, and now an injured drowning victim. An injured drowning victim with the prettiest eyes he'd ever seen. Intelligent eyes, despite their befuddlement, above a pert little nose and full lips, whose natural pink was deepening every moment as life returned to her. "Perhaps you would like to return to the house and—" How to suggest to a lovely, delirious American with whom he was not acquainted that she must change her clothes? "Get dry." Oh, that was brilliant. Eloquent, really. She seemed to catch her breath and blinked a few times. "Hot. Heat." She turned her head and peered at the copse, then the lake, then the park across the lake, then at him again. "Summer," she said weakly. Feeble-minded. Or mad. Perhaps she'd been this way before she went into the lake. Why else would she have gone in wearing coat, cap, gloves, and riding boots? "Madam, allow me to—" She grabbed his forearm. "Where am I?" "Dorset, of course." He tried to sound casual, as though he weren't kneeling beside a dripping madwoman, dripping himself and growing doubtful he would be able to return her to the house without a struggle. He tried to draw away, but she held fast. "Dorset, England," she said. "The very place. Now, miss, No!" She clutched his arm tight. "I fell in the water and—" Her gaze snapped to his face, and she released him abruptly. "Who are you?" Apparently Americans did not require an introduction. Brazen, the lot of them. "Everett, at your service." He affected a bow. "Now, do allow me to escort you back to the house, where I've no doubt your maid will put all to rights again." This time she allowed him to help her to her feet, but then she pulled away and drew off her gloves. He retrieved his coat and boots and came to her side. "Give me a minute, will you?" she said, unbuttoning her coat and coughing damply. "Of course." She removed the coat. Beneath, she wore a wool pelisse of some sort and a narrow skirt that reached only to her calves. The wet skirt clung to her shapely thighs all the way up to her. He averted his gaze. Terribly bad form to get hard staring at a madwoman's legs. "Listen," she said slowly. "I'm going to need a little help here." "As you require, madam." Angela was having trouble breathing, and not because her lungs were saturated with lake water. Lake water. She'd fallen into a river in midwinter, in Michigan. She'd think someone was playing a joke on her if the gorgeous, wet man standing before her and speaking with a mouth-wateringly decadent English accent weren't familiar. But he was familiar. In comic book black and white. "I am dreaming," she said. "I must be dreaming. This is a dream." He tilted his head, his dark golden hair beginning to dry and catching the sun's glimmer. "You are not dreaming," he said in a voice like melted chocolate. "But perhaps you should rest. You've had quite an ordeal." Ordeal. Understatement. Comic book man. Summer. Dorset. In the distance, the Duke of Wessex's massive house, Kingstag Castle, rested on the rise beyond the trees. She knew it was Kingstag Castle because she'd visited it during the summer, 7 months ago. The tour hadn't taken them quite this far into the park, but she'd strolled along the lake at its other end after they'd gone through the public rooms in the house. In fact, recently she'd been planning on writing to request access to the family's archives when she next returned to England. The 7th Earl of Ware, Sir Richard Howell's one-time business partner, had known the Duke well. His eldest son and the Duke had gone to school together. Although the Earl hadn't been involved in Sir Richard's shady dealings with Arnaud Chapelle, you never knew what secrets could be hidden away in family archives. She'd found Arnaud's unpublished memoir in one of those little archives after all. Her shallow breaths caught painfully, but not from the lake water. "Did you say your name is Everett?" It couldn't be. As in, for instance, Mr. Everett Smith? He peered at her curiously for a moment. Then the corner of his gorgeous mouth tilted up in quiet chagrin. "I fear my manners are challenged by the Atlantic's vast expanse, madam." "The Atlantic?" He tilted his head. "You are an American, are you not?" She nodded. "Then forgive my previous arrogance. My given name is Trenton Ascot." She'd been wrong. Early 19th century English fabric could cling to muscular thighs like lycra did, at least when the fabric was soaking wet. For the muscular thighs at which she was staring belonged to Trenton Ascot, Viscount Everett, the Earl of Ware's son. Which was not possible because he'd lived 200 years ago. So there must be a modern Trenton Ascot, a descendant of the Trenton Ascot who was the son of the Earl of Ware she knew from her studies of Howell. Then why was he wearing period costume? A movie? An historical film? Or some sort of reenactment? Yes, that was it. She'd stumbled upon one of those big reenactment events where actors pretended to be real historical people to amuse the tourists. Then why was sweat dripping down her neck because she was standing in the full midday sun of high summer in England? I need to sit down. He dropped his coat and boots and came to her swiftly and wrapped his arm around her waist. This was good. A gentleman of the Regency era wouldn't put his arm around a strange woman. It just wasn't done. He took her hand firmly in his. There is a boathouse not 15 yards away. Do you think you can walk there? She nodded. He guided her along the edge of the lake. She had to ask. He'd think she was a nutcase, but she had to. Are you Viscount Everett, the son of Henry Ascot, 7th Earl of Ware? He stiffened. The very one. He was frowning. A lock of hair had fallen over his brow. His eyes were like smoky slate. The same colour they'd been through the glass door of her apartment building. Which was impossible. Dizzy now. She stumbled. Very. He cinched her waist tighter and guided her into the little boathouse. He urged her onto a bench beside the door. Everything inside was neat as a pin, including a punt, a 2-seater boat for rowing crew, oars, and some rope. It looked like any old boathouse. She had not travelled 2 centuries into the past, or to England. That happened in books and movies, not in reality. Now, he said briskly, will you be all right here while I go up to the house to fetch your maid? Or perhaps you would prefer I find your... He glanced at her left hand. Family? Family? This wasn't real. How had she gotten here? My family isn't here. The frown of concern on his handsome face deepened. Your maid, then? I don't have a maid. She should just tell him the truth. But if she didn't believe what she was thinking, he sure as hell wouldn't. Unless he was pulling her leg. This man who looked exactly like the man in the comic book with her name on it. Maybe she should play his game and see where he took it. Yes, that sounded like a good idea. Right? What I mean is, my maid hasn't arrived yet. His brow rose. Have you come to the Duke's wedding alone? No, of course not. Wedding? Duke, Wessex? Okay, play the game, be cool. It's just that my family sent me ahead, so I wouldn't miss any of the fun. My father's trapped in London on business, you see. He nodded. Forgive me once more, madam, if you will, he said with the same slight, self-deprecating smile that was too beautiful for a real person. He had to be an actor. I'm terribly ignorant of all sorts of matters. Not being acquainted with any Americans, I don't... That is to say, I am not... His chocolate voice melted away as his gaze slid down her legs. His smile faded. Hot. He was so incredibly hot, and it was at least 75 degrees, and she was wearing wet wool that was beginning to steam. She couldn't think. His gaze came up to hers again. You should change your gown. Something in the way he said the words made her throat close up. Suddenly he looked adamant. I should, she gurgled. Think, Angela, think. But I'm afraid I don't have a change of clothing. Yet. My luggage is coming with my maid. Oh, great. Why not just tell him you're an orphan waif and you were thrown into the lake by your evil guardian? Sounds kind of authentic, in a Dickensian sort of way. He crossed his arms. The damp linen clung to his biceps and triceps. The responding heat in Angela's panties was entirely authentic. You'll catch a chill if you remain in those garments, he said, like he was trying to sound casual. His crossed arms tightened. He didn't seem to be used to chatting with soaked women in private. There was no way in hell that a man this gorgeous from the 21st century. Angela's head ached. Her lungs felt like they'd been through a Cuisinart, and the humidity in the tiny building was oppressive. She removed her sweater, boots, and the thick winter tights she always wore with skirts, then finger-combed her hair and tied it in a knot. She studied the contents of the boathouse. Not one object had a product name emblazoned on it. There were no life jackets to be seen, and the oars and boats were wooden, not synthetic materials. When her rescuer returned, he was wearing boots and a coat over the rest of his wet clothing. "You didn't change your clothes," she said, standing up. He scanned her anew, his gaze lingering on her bare feet, then rising swiftly to her face. "No," he said a little hoarsely, and set a pile of clothing on the bench. "My sister was absent. I was making a hash of searching her belongings when her maid entered and assisted me. I do hope they suit." He moved to the door. "The maid gave you a change of your sister's clothes, just like that?" "I told her my sister had fallen into a puddle." "And she believed you?" "It was that or the truth." He ran a hand through his hair, tousling the dark gold locks in an incredibly sexy gesture of discomfort. "Secluded boathouse. Lone woman in need of clothing." "Oh, right." Her heartbeat sped. "Good thinking." "I will await you without." The gown was of exquisite white muslin, with tiny rosebuds embroidered all over the skirt. The silk petticoat and linen chemise were each as light as feathers. He'd also brought a set of simple stays and a pair of pink satin slippers. Angela closed her eyes. Stays. He'd brought stays. And enough clothes to dress 3 women in the 21st century, even in England. It was real, but it couldn't be. She was trembling hard as she slipped the shift over her head. She'd been to every museum exhibit of British imperial culture she could, and she'd read dozens of books about the English cloth trade and garment industry, and even Regency-era fashion. She had a pretty good idea of how to dress in these clothes. She also knew that the stays were essential for the proper fitting of the gown, but try as she might, she couldn't fasten them. The hooks were too small, and her hands were too shaky. She was probably in shock. Physical shock, mental shock, spatial shock, temporal shock. She went to the door and peeked out. "My lord." The word sounded funny. She'd never spoken with an actual nobleman before, or an actor pretending to be a nobleman. He stood with his back to the boathouse. He looked over his shoulder, and Angela's heart turned over. Just like in the comic book. "I need help," she managed to say. She half expected him to refuse. But he came toward her. "To the garments." "They're great." She stepped out of hiding behind the doorframe. "It's just that His attention dropped to her hands, pressing the stays against her ribs, then shifted up to her breasts. They were entirely concealed by the shift, but his gaze made her feel like he could see right through cloth, like Superman. "I can't fasten the stays on my own," she croaked. A dark flush rose in his chiseled cheeks. Standing in the thin chemise and unfastened corset beneath his gaze, she felt hotter than her mother on that Caribbean beach, and just as sexy. Sexy. She hadn't felt sexy in ever. It felt good. It felt really good. She didn't even care if he was an actor. She turned her back to him and looked over her shoulder like he had in the comic book. Like he had in the comic book when he told her to come back. Chapter 3. He stepped forward and put his hands on her. Not on her, exactly, but close enough. She could hear his uneven breathing at her shoulder, and tension stretched in the warm air surrounding them. By the time his arms dropped to his sides, she was quivering again, her mind spinning. "Thank you," she said. He paused. "Pleasure." "Could you help with the gown, too?" "As you wish." This time he didn't turn his back. He watched her pull the petticoat over her head and tie the ribbons with trembling hands, then the gown.
"Have you taken a chill after all?"
he said, the melty chocolate voice back again, but deeper now. "No, I'm fine." She turned her back to him. He fastened the gown. He took his time. The caress of his fingertips against her spine couldn't possibly be accidental. "You're very good at this." She tried to sound relaxed. "I suppose you've had some practice."
"Are all Americans like you?"
he said, his voice close. Like her, the oldest virgin in America. "No." He stepped back.
"Pity."
She slipped the shoes onto her feet.
"I'm—"
"Trent!" A young woman fell into the doorway. Her cheeks were flushed and her grey eyes were frantic. "I found you. My maid told me you had been to my chamber, and I had to chase you all the way down here. Our beast of a brother is positively plaguing my friends. He spread marbles in the bedchamber corridor this morning, and yesterday it was face powder on the tea biscuits. Papa berates him, but it only makes him worse, of course. I beg of you to take him in hand. My friends and I cannot possibly enjoy all the young bachelors here if Henry is forever playing pranks on us." Her attention shifted to Angela, and her face broke into a smile. "But whatever are you doing?"
"Charlotte, may I introduce you to Miss—"
He glanced at her left hand again. Angela's tongue stuck. The 7th Earl of Ware's daughter had been named Charlotte.
"Miss—"
repeated Lord Everett, who was, in fact, an early 19th century man. "Cowdrey," Angela whispered.
"Miss Cowdrey," he said. "Please allow me to make you known to my sister, Lady Charlotte Ascot."
"It's such a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Miss Cowdrey. I'm terribly sorry to bother you with my brother Henry's nastiness," Lady Charlotte said, coming into the boathouse and glancing around, before taking in Angela again in a cheerful sweep. "But you do look pretty in my gown, doesn't she, Trent?" He smiled. "Thank you for the loan of it," Angela said. "Oh, I have dozens, I dare say." She laughed gaily. "That isn't even one of my favourites."
"Charlotte,"
her brother said quietly. "Oh." Charlotte's fingertips leaped to her lips, and she seemed to finally notice Angela's bedraggled state. "I am an awful pea-goose, Miss Cowdrey. I pray you don't mind me at all. If you are a friend of Trenton's, then you are a friend of mine too." If they were actors, they were doing a spectacular job of keeping in character. Obviously, his was to be the responsible older brother. He was good at it. His sister responded to him with affection and trust, even when he was gently reprimanding her, and even when he was stealing her clothes for a strange woman in a boathouse. "But what on earth are these?" Charlotte picked up her tights. "What marvellous stockings! But why are they wet? Is it a swimming costume, Miss Cowdrey?" Her other hand snatched up Angela's white lace bra. "And this? It cannot possibly be useful for swimming." She giggled.
"Charlotte," the Viscount said, "would you be so kind as to walk with us to the house? Miss Cowdrey is awaiting the arrival of her family, and I suspect she would be glad for a cup of tea in the meantime."
"How wretched they were to send you along without them." Charlotte linked her arm. "I shan't leave you alone until they claim you. Who are they? I don't know of any Cowdreys attending the Duke's wedding."
"Miss Cowdrey is American. Her family may not be known to your friends."
He was suspicious. His eyes were now hesitant. He didn't recognize her. But he was the man from the comic book. And she was here. She could no longer deny it. "Oh!" Charlotte exclaimed gaily. "Well, I am so pleased to know you. You are my first American. Is she yours too, Trent?" His gaze dipped to her mouth.
"Yes, my first."
He gestured them out of the boathouse. Angela tucked her tights and bra inside the pile of soggy clothes on the bench, and looked up at him. He nodded silently and went out. He understood her wish to keep her dip in the lake a secret. As she walked arm in arm with Charlotte and he followed, She felt him watching her. It was a good thing Charlotte Ascot was a big chatterbox, because Angela couldn't manage a single word. By the time they neared the house, she'd recovered a little. "I'm going to head off this way now," she said, slipping out of Charlotte's hold. "To the, stables." The Viscount's brow went up. "The stables?" "Yes, to check on my horse." He didn't believe her. "Thank you so much for the gown, Lady Charlotte," she said. "I'll return it as soon as my luggage arrives. And thank you, my lord, for... Thank you." She tried to curtsy and mucked it up. She escaped. He didn't follow her. She was equal parts relieved and disappointed. Set at a distance from the sprawling house was a quadrangle of long one-story buildings, the carriage house and stables. She tried opening a door. It was locked from the inside, but she could hear voices inside. Lots of male voices and laughter. Maybe the stable hands were playing craps or something. On the path between the house and stables, a humongous oak tree looked like it had been split by lightning and seemed to be in the process of being dismantled. For a while, she hid in the shadows of one of its large branches that hadn't yet been chopped up, trying to catch her breath and think, and watching a good-looking couple strolling back and forth over the same stretch of pathway again and again. They kept looking at the ground as if they were searching for something. She considered asking them to search for the secret passage back to the 21st century while they were at it. A rational mind couldn't accept it. The evidence pointed to time and space travel. Winter had become summer, and Michigan had become Dorset. The other evidence, the gorgeous man in the comic book with her name on it, wasn't in any way interpretable. She stared at the strolling couple. They just had to be reenactors. Who else but actors would walk up and down the same uninteresting path over and over and look like they were enjoying themselves? It was all for the tourists, it had to be. Then where were those tourists? Everybody she saw was wearing period costume. Finally, she headed toward the house and went inside. It was spectacular, just as fantastically elegant as it had been when she'd visited last summer. The principal differences were the absence of brass posts and velvet ropes cordoning off the private areas from the public, and also of electric lights. Unlit candles in gold candelabra adorned the tables on either side of the foyer, and oil lamp sconces ascended the wall of the grand stairway. The air even smelled different, with a hint of flowery herbs, maybe lemon oil and candle wax. Passing footmen in livery, who stayed poker straight and proper, she went up the sprawling stairs and wandered through the corridors, also lacking electric lights and switches, until she found an unlocked door to an empty bedchamber. She slipped inside, locked the door behind her, and sat down on the bed. She'd nearly drowned. She was exhausted and confused and overwhelmed. Leaning her shoulder against the bolster, she rested her head. She'd just sit for a few minutes, think, gather her thoughts, figure things out.
"Wake up, silly girl. Even I don't sleep in the middle of the day, and if I do, it's certainly not in a bed."
Not a day under 80, small like a bird, with bright red hair piled atop her head, the woman staring down at Angela pursed her lips.
"Dreadful,"
the woman muttered. Angela sucked in breath, coughed on a remnant of lake water, and remembered everything. Drowning, being rescued, Lord Melting Chocolate, and his hands on her as he fastened her into his sister's gown. She had to find out why she was here. He didn't recognize her. He couldn't help. She was in a foreign place. She needed allies. No time like the present to start gathering them. But first she really had to pee. She sat up on the bed. "I'm so sorry. Is this your room?"
"It is. And who are you, missy?"
"Angela Cowdery." She slid off the bed and shook out her skirt. It was totally wrinkled and her hair smelled like a lake. "Who are you?"
"Ah, I like the spirit on this one."
Angela looked around the room. No one else was present. "I'm glad you do," she said to the crazy old lady. Because I have some strange questions to ask, and I'd really like straight answers.
Ah, again!
The woman cackled, the feather sticking up out of her impossibly red hair, wiggling as she spoke.
Impertinent girl.
Could you tell me what year it is?
1813.
Her eyes narrowed.
You think my mind's gone, don't you? So does Henrietta. And the Duchess. Everybody does.
No, I don't think that at all. I think mine is.
Ha! You're an American. I can hear it.
I am. May I ask you another question?
Lady Sophronia Cavendish.
Thank you. But actually, that wasn't my question. Is this all an elaborately staged reenactment?
Eh?
Are you all actors dressed up to look like early 19th century people, pretending to be living in 1813 and doing a fabulous job of it? There, she'd asked. Sadly, I am not an actress, although I did a turn or two on the boards in my youth. Lady Sophronia said wistfully. Her eyes sharpened again.
Are you, missy?
An actress? No, I'm confused. And as suspicious as Lord Melting Chocolate. And a little frightened, because even if it wasn't 1813, it really was summertime, not January, and she really was at the estate of the Duke of Wessex, not in Ann Arbor. I'm lost.
Well, aren't we all, child?
Lady Sophronia exclaimed. She took Angela's arm.
Come now, we'll have a nice set and become acquainted. My Henrietta is off chasing that delicious rogue Jack Willoughby, and it's about time. So we shan't be bothered for a while, I suspect.
Angela went with her into an adjoining room, where they sat down in gilt-edged chairs, and a maid in perfect period costume set out a gorgeous high tea with little sandwiches and perfect cakes and cookies. Angela stood. I'm so sorry, but could you tell me where the bathroom is? Lady Sophronia's skinny brows flew up. The loo? Angela tried. The WC? The old lady cracked a laugh.
The nearest water closet is too far away, so I don't bother with it. I hear Gareth plans all sorts of improvements for his new Duchess. Responsible young man. Far too stiff-necked for my tastes, of course. But some day a girl of wit and spirit will knock him off his polished boots. Mark my words.
Angela fidgeted in discomfort. Lady Sophronia pointed to a silk screen in the corner.
Make yourself at home. Henrietta says I'm half deaf, so I won't hear a thing.
She laughed again. Behind the screen was a chair fitted with a porcelain chamber pot set into the seat, and a pile of small linen cloths. For wiping? Oh, my God, she whispered.
See? I didn't hear that.
Lady Sophronia shouted and laughed merrily. For the first time in the 2 hours since she'd been in 19th century England, Angela smiled. They took tea, and everything Lady Sophronia told her was historically accurate. She spoke about the guests at the Duke of Wessex's wedding celebration in detail. Angela didn't recognize some of the names, but she could tell that this woman wasn't acting. By the time Sophronia mentioned the Earl of Ware's family, her heart was beating hard. Trenton was his mother's family name, of course. Elizabeth Trenton. Beautiful woman. Her eldest son got her looks, and his father's athletic figure. And good heavens, what a figure! Lady Sophronia fanned herself with a lace kerchief. Angela needed a fan too. She hadn't been touched by a man in a long time. The caress of his fingertips on her back lingered.
Aha! Lady Sophronia exclaimed. I see you've encountered Crash Ascot already. I would be blushing too if I were your age. I'm blushing anyway. Devilishly appealing.
Crash?
Dreadful accident. Recovered marvellously, though. Took the fox at Beaufort's hunt 8 months later.
Angela nodded and wished she had her laptop to take notes. Even her phone. Her phone. It was in her coat pocket. It wasn't waterproof, but if it worked, why hadn't she thought of it before? Because she'd been in shock. and apparently she couldn't think straight with Trenton Crash Ascot staring at her bare feet. She needed to find him, get her phone, and have a chat with him about a comic book and his appearance in her apartment building's foyer 200 years in the future. Trent didn't consider himself a blindingly brilliant man, but he had a reasonably good mind, and he hadn't ever wondered about his sanity. Before. She was thoroughly brazen. He couldn't stop thinking about her. At dawn, he'd walked out onto the park, trying to find peace and sanity in his usual way. It hadn't sufficed. He'd returned to his bedchamber, equally bemused. She had requested his assistance dressing with mild composure, and only the lightest dusting of pink upon her cheeks. He had, in fact, small experience dressing a woman. When his friends were all taking mistresses in town, he'd tried it too. It hadn't suited him. He would certainly welcome a sweet-smelling, willing woman in his bed every night, but not if he had to pay her to be there. Miss Cowdery smelled like newly fallen snow, fresh and clean and cool. But when he'd allowed his fingertips to stray from the buttons to her back, she'd been hot. He studied her garments he'd brought from the boathouse to his bedchamber. He'd never seen anything like them, especially the little lace garment. It could be a garter of some sort, but it was shaped entirely like another part of a woman's anatomy. He certainly hadn't seen anything like these clothes on a lady of quality. Perhaps Miss Cowdery was not a lady. Perhaps he had invited a common thief into his friend's house, made her acquainted with his innocent sister, and within days all the Duke's guests would be missing watches and jewels and purses. He went to her coat hanging on his clothes horse, still damp despite a night dripping lake water onto the floor. Tempting. He mustn't. He dipped his hand in a pocket. Empty. From the other he withdrew a heavy, flat, rectangular box that fit in his palm. Too flat for a snuff-box. Perhaps it was for calling cards. He pried at the dark glass lid. It remained fast shut. He slid it into his pocket. He should find Wessex or the Duchess and ask about Miss Cowdery's family. Then he would be obliged to tell them about the incident at the lake. He could not do that. His honour must defend her virtue. But he did need to return her clothing. He was borrowing his father's valet during this visit, and if old Cooper found a lady's garments in his bedchamber, he'd tell the Earl. Then their sojourn in the boathouse would be revealed. That couldn't happen, unless he wanted his father to stand trial for treason and fraud. He was marrying Sir Richard's daughter. Every feeling rebelled at the notion, but Miss Howell was an innocent party. He would at least begin married life without shaming her from the start. But then how to return these clothes? He couldn't very well go around asking the footmen and maids the location of Miss Cowdery's bedchamber. So he went where any bemused man would when faced with a mysterious woman whom he'd rescued from drowning and then helped to dress, and whose soft brown eyes glimmered with desire when trained upon him. He went to the stables to drink. Even after all these years, it made his gut ache to look at a vehicle like Jack Willoughby's phaeton. Averting his gaze, he greeted his friends and headed for the whiskey. A glass later, he wasn't any less confounded. Leaving the stable, he headed for the gardens, where Nunchin was set out near a lawn set up for battledore and shuttlecock. Passing through a covered portico in the Italian style, he saw her. 100 yards away, she was crossing the lawn toward tents erected by a stately oak. She wore a white gown, his sister's again, and her stride was purposeful and broad. She barely seemed to notice the game of battledore and shuttlecock as she crossed between the players, her shoulders thrust back and her arms and head bare. He'd forgotten to borrow a bonnet for her, and a shawl. He started forward. "Lord Everett, do wait for us!" Girlish giggles tripped down the portico toward him, followed by the giggling girls themselves, at least 5 of them, all dressed in maidenly white, none over the age of 17 by the looks of it. His sister, her face a portrait of irritation, brought up the rear. Behind her, their 14-year-old brother darted around columns, stalking like a cat in pursuit of a herd of mice. Trent squared his shoulders. He needed a bonnet and a shawl, and who knew when he'd find Charlotte again soon. Also, if he were with the girls, Henry wouldn't dare bother them. He turned to the girls and smiled. I come from the Cowdreys of Charleston. Angela scooped up another poppy seed cookie and dropped it into her mouth. She was starving, and sore from sleeping on a stiff little sofa in an unused parlour, and desperately in need of a shower. Charleston, the woman she'd been chatting with said thoughtfully. Where is Charleston, Frederick? It's that fine little town we visited near Boston, isn't it, Miss Cowdrey? Yes, indeed. She didn't have a southern accent, but if someone called her out on being from South Carolina, she could fake it. She'd lived in Atlanta for 2 years in middle school. It was astounding how little these people knew about America. She could stay here for days, faking her origins and her reasons for being at the party. But she didn't want to keep pretending she was somebody's distant cousin, and she was pretty sure sharp as a tack Sophronia had seen through that lie immediately. She didn't have any idea why the eccentric old lady hadn't told on her to the Duke and his mother yet, but maybe that's where she'd gone after breakfast. She had to find Trenton Ascot again. Earlier, she'd discreetly asked a footman where the younger gentleman at the house party might be. He'd pokered up and said he couldn't say. Fat chance. Servants knew everything that went on in an English great house. But the very fact that she was thinking in these terms meant that she was beginning to believe this carnival was real. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. It couldn't be. It had to be. Beyond the badminton game, battledore and shuttlecock, a man was walking across the lawn, surrounded by 6 girls in white dresses. Trenton Ascot. He was looking straight at her. Her moment of reckoning was nigh. Her knees felt mushy. Nothing in graduate school had prepared her for this. Nothing in life had prepared her for him. As he paused, disengaged his arm from the girl clinging to it, and bowed to the giggling group, a man at the luncheon buffet near Angela said, I say, isn't that Sir Richard Howell coming this way? At Wessex's wedding? The woman beside him said. Well, he's certainly come up in the world, hasn't he? Come now, my dear. He's one of Gentleman Jackson's favourites. And he's in Parliament now, don't you know? His wife sniffed. He attended Mrs. Portman's ball a fortnight ago, and I dare say I could smell the shop on him. She whispered to Angela, Trade. Angela pivoted and stared at the man approaching with a young woman on his arm. His jowls hung thick and loose like a bulldog's, and his eyes bulged out a little under bushy brows. He had a round belly crossed with a garish gold watch chain that hung from his pocket, and his lapels were extra wide. She'd never seen a picture of Howell, but this was exactly as she'd pictured him. Exactly. Sir Richard Howell. She couldn't breathe. Blindly, she reached for the edge of the refreshment table. Miss Cowdrey. Trenton Ascot's melty voice said at her shoulder. You appear flushed. Shall we find you a cool place in the shade to rest? Then I might restore to you your bonnet and shawl, which I have retrieved just now from my sister. Brandishing a straw hat and fringy lace shawl, he took her hand, tucked it into the crook of his arm, and led her away from the tent. Her tongue stalled. I can't rest right now. She tried to pull away, but he held her fast. Is that man really Sir Richard Howell? Don't point, Miss Cowdrey. He drew her away from the tents toward a path. It marks you as a foreigner. I am a foreigner. More foreign than he knew. Oh God, oh God, oh God! It was real. She couldn't pretend it wasn't anymore. Not in any little way. She was in Regency-era England. She knew this because the subject of the paper about wartime maritime trade that she was currently revising for the American Historical Review, and that, along with her dissertation, would get her a decent job, was standing 30 feet away, accepting a glass of lemonade from a footman. She yanked free of the Viscount's hold and pivoted. I have to go speak with him. He grabbed her hand, trapped it firmly against his side, and dragged her along. Don't fight me, Miss Cowdrey.
I have several pressing questions for you, and at present I am not inclined to patience."
Even demanding, his voice was like melted chocolate, and the muscles in his arm were just as good to feel as they'd looked through wet linen. She glanced up. His chiseled jaw was tight. "I have some questions for you, too," she said.
"Then clearly we must both assuage our burning curiosity. What good fortune, then, that I managed to find you."
He slanted her a narrow look with his smoky grey eyes. "Were you looking for me?"
"I suspect that you know I was."
He guided her into the shade of a path bordered with trees that led down the long lawn away from the house. "I didn't."
"Do you not wish your clothing returned to you then, Miss Cowdrey?"
he said, and drew her along the gravel walk.
"If that is indeed your name."
She pulled away and backed up. "That is my name," she said. In the dappled sunlight falling between tree branches, he looked less than sanguine and completely gorgeous, especially with a woman's hat and shawl hanging from his hand. He had an athlete's hands, strong, the veins prominent under tanned skin. God, he was really handsome. She'd never known men like him. Her friends and the men she occasionally dated were all skinny, pale, intellectual types. She'd only ever come close to masculine beauty once. During the summer between junior and senior year at Harvard, she'd kissed a Spanish exchange student in the Place de la Concorde on a dare from one of her friends. He'd been good-looking in a dark Latin way. Viscount Everett's gorgeousness was all about golden boy virility. He was a classic jock, as the comic book had narrated, and Lady Sophronia's comments the night before had confirmed. Angela didn't know how to talk to jocks. The only ones she ever spoke with sat at desks in the classes she TA'd, and there weren't many. Early British history tended to attract girls enamoured of Tudor England. Anyway, the teacher-student relationship was a whole other power dynamic, and she was completely comfortable with it. She wasn't comfortable now. "My name really is Angela Cowdrey. I live in the United States and I'm—" She just had to say it. She had to tell him the truth and hope he'd do the same in return. "I'm not actually supposed to be here." She chickened out.
"I did get that impression. You are not in fact on the Duchess's guest list?"
"No, I mean, I'm not supposed to be here in England, and I don't know why I am."
"You don't know why you travelled across an ocean to visit another country?"
"No, yes. I'm doing research on Sir Richard Howell, so I think it must have something to do with him. I really do need to talk with him."
"I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Miss Cowdrey."
A muscle in his jaw flexed.
"Sir Richard is not a man of good character."
"I know." His brow shot up. I mean," she stammered. "I'd heard that." "Tell him the truth. He was in the comic book. He knows you. He just doesn't know he knows you. He might be able to help. Why else would he have been the one to fish her out of the lake?"
"Miss Cowdrey, do you have malicious intentions toward the Duke, the Duchess, or any of their guests?"
"No!" Fear zigzagged through her. Apparently he did not know her. "No, absolutely not."
"Why were you in that lake yesterday? Why do you lack family, companion, or maid here? Why do you go about without a bonnet or shawl?"
He reached into his pocket.
"And what is this?"
"My phone!" She darted forward and grabbed it. She pressed the power button. Nothing. But even if the battery was dead, the phone wouldn't pick up a signal in the 19th century. The 19th century. Why was she here? To discover why Arnaud Chapelle had revealed Sir Richard's crimes? But that was ridiculous. As intriguing a mystery as it was to her fellow scholars of the British Empire, in the real world nobody cared.
"Phone?"
His voice was rough. Their fingers had brushed. He flexed his hand. She looked up, and her breath stuttered. Up close he didn't look threatening or angry or even suspicious. Up close he looked a little befuddled and edible. Chapter 4. Trent watched the colour rise in her cheeks, and her delectably full lips part, and thought, Perhaps he should step away from her. The path was secluded. Sunlight touched her skin and shone in her warm, intelligent eyes, and he was a bit muddle-headed, from the whiskey, no doubt. He was also aroused, which, unfortunately, he couldn't blame on the whiskey. "Lady Sophronia said they call you Crash," she said, not moving away as a modest lady would, but staring directly into his eyes. Her breasts lifted on a deep breath. They were barely concealed by the gown. She had more to fill the bodice than his 17-year-old sister. He imagined brushing a kiss across the swell of one of Miss Cowdrey's breasts, then the other. "Did you," she said upon another tantalizing breath, "crash into—" Another breath. "A tree? Or something?" He dragged his attention up. "It was a stone wall, if you must know. And I did not precisely crash of my own will. That blackguard Abernathy locked wheels with me and forced me into the ditch." "Locked wheels?"
"Curricle race."
"Ah." Her lashes flickered, and her gaze retreated into pensive shadow. "Of course," she said quietly. Trent couldn't seem to draw full breaths.
"When you do that—"
"Do what?"
"When you pause to think for a moment, to consider—"
For God's sake, his own thoughts were slow as tar.
"It seems as though you were taking notes. Are you?"
"Taking notes?" She licked her lush lips. "Sort of, I guess."
"Are you a lady journalist hoping to reveal scandals at Wessex's wedding?"
"No." "What scandals?"
"Who are you, Miss Cowdrey?"
"I am a historian of England." Her face was clear and fresh, her eyes completely guileless. "I wrote my dissertation on maritime trade during the period of the Napoleonic Wars. If I can manage it, it's going to be published in 2015 with Harvard University Press." He felt drugged, as though the whiskey had been spiked with laudanum. Her lips were so close. The warmth of the day everywhere. The birds and summer blooms and trees. He was in his favourite place in the world, immersed in nature, and a lovely American woman was spouting nonsense to him.
"Harvard University Press."
She nodded. "It's called Shipping Lanes, British Enterprise and the Making of Empire from 1778 to 1832.
He struggled. "You do not think you are inventing this?"
"I'm in fact not inventing this." Her eyes were luminous, begging him to believe her.
"Which means you must be mad."
"I'm not."
"But if you are mad," he said, "or perhaps if you are merely an apparition that I'm seeing because in fact I am mad, then why do I want to kiss you so much?"
Her eyes snapped wide. "You want to kiss me?"
"Very much."
More than he'd wanted to kiss any woman. "I'm not insane," she said, "and you're not either, because I am in fact really here." To which about 50 people over at those tents, as well as Lady Sophronia, can attest.
"The year 1832 has not yet occurred, Miss Cowdrey."
"It has where I come from, Lord Everett."
"You expect me to believe this?"
"I'm a good swimmer, but you dragged me out of a lake in England after I'd fallen into a river in America and was drowning. You have no proof of that river's existence, or that I can swim, I realize. But it's high summer here, and I was wearing a coat and gloves and boots because at home it's the dead of winter. I don't know anybody at this party, not a single soul. But I am writing a paper on a slice of history in which one of the guests at this wedding plays a crucial role." Again she watched him as though assessing, but not calculating. Thinking, logically, "You know the pieces don't fit together," she continued. "And they don't, logically, unless you add another variable to the equation, another time." Dear God. Thoughts in her head and a pretty face. Lovely face. Beckoning eyes. Perfect breasts. Her assertions were irrational, but at present that seemed entirely immaterial to Trent. He couldn't stop himself.
"I'm going to kiss you," he said.
Her lashes flickered. "I'm pretty sure I would really like it if you did." He touched her arm, and a shock of energy went through him, like a ray of light straight through his chest. What in God's name was happening to him?
"I've never done this before,"
he uttered helplessly. Disbelief sparked in her eyes. "You've never kissed a woman?"
"I've never kissed a lady in a garden."
Her lips called to him, ripe and full and dusky pink that he must taste. "Really?" she whispered.
"I am an honourable man, Miss Cowdray."
He wanted those lips beneath his. He had to have them. He bent his head.
"A gentleman who respects women doesn't just—"
She went onto her toes and pressed her lips to his for a long, soft moment of innocent pleasure. Trent hadn't kissed a woman in this manner in so long he didn't know what to do. So he simply accepted it and felt desire he'd never even imagined. "There," she said, drawing away, her eyes sparkling. "You didn't need to do it after all, because I did. You retain your honour, my lord."
"Not for long."
He reached up and curved his hand around the back of her neck and drew her mouth up against his. She showed no virginal hesitation. She opened her lips to him and laid her hands on his chest. And quite swiftly Trent wanted more, much more. Her mouth was sweet and humid, her lips softly returning the pressure of his, her scent filling his senses. And he couldn't hold himself back. Both hands at the base of her neck, he speared his fingers through her hair, and with his mouth urged her lips apart. Her tongue darted into his mouth, then stroked his lower lip. He followed it with his, caressing until her fingertips pressed into his chest. Then he delved. Oh God, she was delicious, hot and wet and eager. He wanted to kiss her like this, deep and wet, for hours. He wanted to know every bit of her mouth and tongue, her lips, her perfect lips, kissing him, tasting him, sucking on his tongue. An image of what else those perfect lips might do occurred to him. He thrust her away. Her eyes were half closed, her lips damp and a little swollen from his kiss. "Wow," she whispered. He raked his hand through his hair. He felt completely out of control.
"I wanted to do that,"
he said inanely. "I still want you to do that.
Don't tempt me."
His voice was gruff, unfamiliar to him. "Why?" She gave him a little one-sided grin that curved her delicious lips into the temptation he feared. "Are you an only one kiss in the garden kind of guy, Trenton Ascot?"
"Yes."
It was the hardest word he'd ever uttered.
"Adamantly, yes."
The pleasure faded from her face. Was I that disappointing? He choked. He stepped back.
"No, no!"
Then,
"Miss Cowdray, at the risk of offending you unpardonably—"
"Oh, no." Her face crumpled. "You're married, aren't you?" She laid a hand over her eyes. "I knew it. This sort of thing always happens to me. Like my first year in grad school when Nathan Farquhar vowed he just had to have me, then it turned out he'd been dating Liz Kincaid in cultural anthropology for a year. We'd already gotten half naked when she just walked in. I felt like a skunk. It was all totally his fault, but somehow he became the martyr to Liz's vengeance, and nobody in Anthro spoke to me for the next 2 years." Trent tried to still his spinning head.
"I am not married," he said, "and Mr. Farquhar is clearly a rogue, which I am not,
usually." Relief washed across her lovely eyes. "Oh, good. Here I was getting ready for Lady Everett to come running around that corner and—" She looked over his shoulder. Speaking of running. A shower of rapid footsteps sounded on the path behind him, but he couldn't attend. All he could see was her gotten half naked with a faceless rogue, who in Trent's imagination had a paunch and hairy back, which was something of a comfort. But then Trent replaced the faceless rogue with himself, and his vision got spotty. Her fingers twisted together. "I'm sorry. That was too much information. About Nathan, I realize. I'm nervous and I tend to talk a lot when I'm nervous. Or in front of a lecture hall, actually, too. I'm doing it again, talking.
You needn't be nervous. It was the biggest lie he'd ever uttered. He himself was currently a blithering mess. Then the untimely intruders were upon them. The white muslin crew that he had encountered earlier surrounded them, no longer entirely white. Their skirts were spattered with mud.
"Trenton!" Charlotte cried. "Henry is a beast! Look what he has done!"
"Oh, wow," Miss Cowdery said.
"What a mess. We should get you all back to the house and cleaned up before anybody sees you."
She took his sister's arm and the arm of one of the other girls, entirely oblivious of the mud smearing her own arms and gown.
"Thank you, Miss Cowdery." Charlotte levelled a beseeching look at him. "Trent, please help us with Henry."
Their brother had gone too far this time. He wouldn't listen to their father's threats and reprimands. Trent would have to see to the problem himself. On the walk back to the house, Miss Cowdery made certain conversation was lively and distracting enough that the girls were soon in high spirits again, despite the mud. The American, with the lush, eager lips and secretly scandalous history, spoke with modesty and affection about her family in South Carolina and their oyster bakes that were popular among society there. Her stories enthralled the girls. Other than musing on how the ancients had considered oysters an aphrodisiac, which of course she didn't know, Trent managed to keep his thoughts relatively pure. Then he met her gaze for an instant. Her eyes glimmered, and he thought perhaps she knew about the oysters after all. She smiled a seductive little smile, and he was quite certain that she did, and that he was doomed. Never before in her 27 years had Angela felt sexy. She felt sexy now. She felt like one of those club bunnies who wore open-heeled stilettos and short shorts and proudly displayed their deep cleavages. She didn't have a deep cleavage, and she wouldn't put her butt into mini-shorts if someone paid her $1 million. She was poor, not desperate. But inside she felt like a bunny. Her blood was sizzling, not like before. Now it was sizzly all the time. She refused to attribute this amped-up sizzle to a single passionate kiss with an unbelievably hot man on a garden path. Feminists worldwide would drum her from the league for thoughts like that. Men had been defining and constraining female sexuality for centuries. That sort of misadventure was not on Angela's program. Still, the way he'd looked at her before he kissed her, and then afterward, she'd turned him on. When they'd kissed, she felt him get hard. Just remembering it made her unbelievably hot. But the sexiness bubbling in her wasn't even about that. It was about freedom, as if suddenly she'd been released from prison and she hadn't even known she'd been in prison until now. And now she was free. Nobody here knew her. Nobody here knew she was a poor workaholic without a life. Nobody knew she was the oldest virgin in America. If only for a moment in twisted time, here she could be different. She could be anything she wanted. She wanted to be sexy. For the first time in her life, she wanted to tear a page out of her party girl mother's book and be uncompromisingly feminine and entirely available. Exclusively available to one golden boy jock, whose kiss made her want to wrap her legs around his waist and learn what it was like to ride a guy until dawn. It was, however, difficult to imagine doing this while wearing a virginal white gown covered in tiny rosebuds. That hadn't deterred Trenton Ascot from giving her the best kiss of her life, of course. But if he really were the honourable, only one-kiss sort of guy, she'd need to generate some irresistible encouragement for him to break his rule. She sought out Lady Sophronia in her suite of chambers. "My lady, I have 2 requests." "Impudent girl, I adore you. Where are your people?" "My family hasn't arrived yet." "Then you shall live here in my suite with me and Henrietta until they do. I will have a bed made up for you. A girl like you shouldn't be wandering about the house alone. There are rogues and rascals afoot, Miss Cowdery." She slapped a wrinkled hand over the knife she always wore at her hip. We ladies must band together for safety. Until, that is, a particularly handsome rogue or rascal happens by, then it's every woman for herself."
She cackled merrily. "Thank you. I'd really like to stay here with you. That was, in fact, my first question." Lady Sophronia poked a macaroon between her cherry-red lips. "The second? How might a woman go about learning more of a gentleman about whom she is particularly curious?" It wasn't only her need to tempt him into more kisses. Trenton Ascot had a very bad opinion of Sir Richard. It was too big a coincidence, especially since Sir Richard's illegal deeds weren't public until 1814. And, of course, the Earl of Ware had briefly invested in Sir Richard's shipping firm, though Angela thought that had been years ago. She had a very strong feeling that Lord Everett wasn't telling her something important. Professional pride was at stake. If she couldn't get to the bottom of an historical mystery while living in the midst of it, she was a failure as a historian. More importantly, it had to be the key to why she was here. "What gentleman interests you?" Lady Sophronia said. "The deliciously brooding and enigmatic Lord Bruton." She passed a bottle of smelling salts beneath her nose, and her eyes rolled up. Angela started forward in alarm. Sophronia's eyes snapped open. "I do adore a dark and mysterious man. If I were 10 years younger." She'd still be 50 years too old for the Earl of Bruton. "Not Lord Bruton," Angela said. "Lord Everett." "Aha! I knew it. You've developed a tendre for him, clever girl." Developing a crush on a man who lived 200 years in the past didn't seem very clever to Angela. "I need information about him." "Gossip," Lady Sophronia said with a snap of her bird-claw fingers, "never fails." "I've tried that." Angela had skipped the formal meals. She didn't want to bump into the Duke or his mother. But at tea yesterday, and breakfast, and tea today, she'd asked people about the Viscount. No one had anything intriguing to say. He was a bruising rider, an excellent fencer, a splendid tennis player, a capital boxer, a dead-on shot, and any cricket team's anchor. He was devoted to his brother and sister, a dutiful son, and exceedingly proper with all the ladies, who admired him for his good looks and fine physique. By all accounts, he was pretty low-key, not a big socializer or an extrovert. If Angela hadn't turned to molten lava when he'd put his tongue in her mouth, and if he hadn't saved her life, then kept that secret from everybody despite his suspicions, from the reports of others, she'd think he was a total bore. "You must look in a man's drawers to discover his vital assets, child," Lady Sophronia said. Angela's mouth fell open. "Not those drawers, Miss American Hussy," the old lady guffawed, then tapped the end of a cane decorated with silk flowers on her dressing table. "These drawers. Men are nincompoops. They hide everything of value in top drawers, then wonder why their wives and servants know all their secrets." Angela laughed. "I'll take that under advisement." "Well," Lady Sophronia pointed the flowery cane at her. "What are you waiting for? The gentlemen are all in the stables. Or so says my maid, who heard it from the second groom. This is your opportunity. Go." "Go?" "Bachelor's wing, third door on the right. Hurry now." "Shouldn't I wait until it's dark out?" "Caution, Miss Cowdrey." Lady Sophronia threw her a sceptical look. "I hadn't expected it of you." "Not so much caution as I don't want to be caught poking around in the Lord of the Realm's drawers."
"Unless he is wearing them, of course."
In 1 second flat, Angela got hot all over. The feisty old lady wiggled her brows. Angela waited until dusk, when Sophronia's maid said all the lady guests had retired to bed. Then, candle in hand, she crept through the empty corridors until she reached the bachelor's wing. Counting 1 door, then 2, she stopped before the third. It opened. No lock. Seemed careless for a man possibly hiding secrets about his father's former business partner's fraud and treason. She started by searching his drawers, as recommended. They were well ordered and sparsely filled. Despite his good looks and athleticism, Lord Everett was not a clothes hound or a slob. That was nice to discover. With the subtle, masculine scent of the cologne he wore wafting from his things, her nervous energy crept a notch higher. The dressing table produced nada. Guilt pricked at her, then anxiety. But seriously, what could they do to her if they discovered her snooping? Give her the cut direct? Her amusement didn't last long. What if she never went back home? What if she ruined her reputation, then got trapped in this era? There weren't many roles for women in Regency high society. Lady, servant, shopkeeper, actress, prostitute. She couldn't think about it. She was going home, just after she learned the secret of Arnaud's revelation. Through another door was a sort of big walk-in closet called a dressing chamber. It had plenty of space for the Viscount's travelling trunk and a handful of coats of excellent quality. She reached for the clasps on the trunk. No locks here either. He really didn't seem to have anything to hide. She searched it anyway. Linens, drawers, shirts and neckcloths, all neatly folded and clean. She dug beneath them and pulled out a large leather portfolio folder with a scrolly E embossed in gold in the corner. Sitting back on her heels, she opened it across her knees. The drawings were not of sports events or naked women. Instead, with great care, compassion, and whimsical grace, they depicted plants and animals. Not showy or sophisticated plants. There were no cabbage roses or orchids. Instead, in pencil or pen with occasional watercolour accents, there were humble flowers, buttercups, wild violets, honeysuckle. The animals weren't horses or hunting dogs, but woodland creatures and wild birds. A hare, a dormouse, an ugly little blind mole, and an exquisite series of a single fox rendered with aching tenderness. Each drawing had a caption beneath: lily of the valley, grass snake, green woodpecker. The writing was the same as in the comic book's captions, exactly the same. Heart beating hard, she folded the portfolio closed, replaced it in the trunk, and left the dressing room. From the other side of the bedroom door, voices sounded in the corridor. She halted, the candle wobbling in her hand. The door handle turned. Angela held her breath. The door didn't open. Beyond it, men's voices rumbled. Laughter. The door handle fell back into place. Without thought, she set down her candle on the bed table and went for the only place of possible concealment: the window. During her long study of the house when she'd been hiding by the fallen oak, she'd noticed that some of the windows featured wide ledges. Slipping through the heavy drapes, she pushed up the pane and climbed out onto the ledge. It wasn't as wide as it looked from the ground. In the dark, she shimmied down onto her butt and clung to the decorative iron rail that ran along the ledge at about knee-height. The night air was cool, stirring a lock of hair that had worked loose from the pins. Her hair was way too straight for Regency styles, but she'd tried hard to fix it the way she saw the other women did. She simply couldn't be discovered as a fraud before she learned how Sir Richard had come to be one. But this window ledge hiding was really stupid. Even if no one on the ground noticed her, she couldn't very well stay out here all night. She could try to creep out after he went to sleep, but what if he was a light sleeper?
Pondering the fate of cut purses and thieves, Miss Cowdrey? Or are you planning on jumping?
Her hand flew to her mouth. You startled me.
Now imagine my surprise.
Lord Everett leaned a shoulder against the window frame. He was wearing buff-coloured trousers, a dark blue coat that hugged his broad shoulders, a snowy white shirt, and elegantly tied cravat. I heard you come in and I panicked. I was
plotting your next crime.
I am not a criminal. Her emphasis threw her off balance. She grappled for the rail, but he'd already grasped her arm to steady her.
I think I believe that,
he said, not releasing her as he stepped over the windowsill and hunkered down beside her. Drawing up his knees, he set the soles of his boots on the bottom rung of the rail. His hand slid away from her. and he looked out at the park stretching into darkness. Only the corner of the stables was visible, and further away the glimmer of the lake.
Though I'm not quite certain why, he added. Perhaps it was the manner in which you handled my sister and her friends yesterday.
A criminal wouldn't have done that? The corner of his mouth ticked up.
Not being acquainted with any criminals, I cannot say for certain.
He was acquainted with Sir Richard. But did he know he was a criminal? It had to be the reason she was here. Why else would the river have transported her back 200 years to this exact time and place, to him? Are you sure you don't know any criminals? She prodded. His brow lowered.
Miss Cowdrey, what are you doing in my bedchamber?
I'm not from Charleston, South Carolina, she said, turning her face to look at him, but mostly to catch his scent better. He smelled so good. Not like pine-fresh soap or minty aftershave, but like a real live man, like the way books smelled good, like real things you could touch and hold. In the delirium of kissing him, she'd noticed it, and she'd been dying to smell him again. I live in Michigan, she continued, and the only family I have is a mother who barely remembers I exist. But that's the single lie I've told you. Aside from saying I had a horse in the stable, which I don't. But that's all, I swear it. He nodded slowly. I need to say something to you, she said. Tell you something. The sizzling was all mixed up with a strange, fleeting hope.
Another confession?
No. Actually, I need to ask you a question. He waited in silence. Did you draw the comic book? He didn't look at her like she was a lunatic, but he didn't speak right away either.
Comic book,
he finally said.
Another study on maritime trade that hasn't yet occurred, but in comedic style?
No. A thin book depicting in sketches moments from your life, your christening, a walk as a young boy along a garden path with a lady I think must have been your mother, some sports events at college and afterward maybe, that curricle race where you got your nickname.
I see.
He faced the park again.
Why would I have created such a book, do you think?
I don't know. But I'm sure you did.
But I did not. Have you found it in my belongings here?
No, I read it before I came to England. There was no going back. She might end up in Bedlam Hospital for the insane, but she didn't think this man would be the one to send her there. I found it in the future, in the place I came from before I showed up in that lake and you rescued me. So even if you haven't drawn it yet, you might still. In fact, I'm pretty sure you do. He lifted his brows. I've seen your drawings, she said. Only the briefest pause betrayed him.
My drawings?
Your portfolio. She gestured inside the room. They're supposed to be secret, aren't they?
Not at all.
He waved a hand in denial.
I store that portfolio in my dressing room, in my luggage, beneath my shirts and cravats, because it is happiest there.
She tilted her head, and gave him the "you're full of hilarity" look Cindy always used. He seemed to be resisting a smile.
Privacy is not, I presume, at a premium in America?
Not so much anymore. You're amazingly talented. Why do you hide it?
It's a distraction, he said loosely. A pastime, nothing of note.
Nothing of note? Baloney, they're fantastic. The series of the fox is breathtaking. Touching, playful, and tender. The sleeping fox was my favorite. And then to be shocked with the last, the dead fox. Tears sprang to my eyes. She stood and squeezed past him to climb back into the room. She went to the dressing chamber and dug out the portfolio again. Just look.
I've seen them.
His voice sounded tight. He was leaning against the dressing chamber doorframe, his arms crossed. She opened to the final image of the fox. You haven't done another series of studies like this, have you? If you have, I'd really like to see it. He didn't respond. Why the fox? She asked. He didn't want to answer her. His rigid stance made that clear. His arms tightened across his chest. "I won't tell anyone," she said quietly.
When I was 20 years old, shortly after the carriage accident, I made a particularly fine showing at the Duke of Beaufort's hunt. That fox's tail and paws were my prize.
But you didn't see it as a prize, did you? The study is ultimately tragic. Did you intend it as
my penance?
He loosened his arms, came toward her, and took the portfolio from her hands to set it aside.
Now, Miss Cowdrey, enough of that.
His voice was smooth again.
There are more interesting studies to be pursued in my bedchamber at this time of night.
I'm sure there are, but I'm not finished talking about your drawings.
But I am.
He grasped her arms gently and moved close. She looked up. You put great care and attention into them.
Yet my attention seems to have strayed.
His thighs brushed hers. His scent of subtle cologne and gorgeous man was just too unbelievably good. Why are you trying to change the subject? She said, breathing like she'd just run 3 miles. He bent his head and spoke at her cheek.
I prefer action to words.
It seems you prefer images to words, in fact. His arms dropped to his sides.
You are tenacious.
And you are avoiding an uncomfortable subject, obviously. Why are you hiding your talent in a box? It must have something to do with the comic book. She had to know. For a moment he said nothing.
I think you should leave.
I hadn't planned on staying, but you've trapped me against this wall, so unless you expect me to dematerialize right now, I'm not going anywhere.
Dematerialize.
His voice smiled. His fingertips beneath her chin tilted her face up, and his mouth hovered above hers. He set his hands on the wall to either side of her head.
You do say the damnedest things.
He was all around her, his thighs gently pushing her to the wall, his incredibly hard, muscular chest that she'd touched in the garden so close. She could touch him again if she wanted to. He was inviting her to, and she wanted to a lot. No rules. I'd like to dematerialize with you right now, she said, because it definitely felt like living.
Capital idea,
he murmured. He tilted his head so his lips slanted above hers. The briefest brush of his mouth sent a jolt of heat straight through her. He did it again, and she heard her own breaths go ragged. He was teasing her, making her want him more, trying to distract her. It was working. She forced out words, but only if you tell me why you keep your drawings a secret. He stilled.
It's time for you to leave, Miss Cowdrey.
He backed away from her. Turning his gaze aside, he gestured toward the door. Angela sagged. Then she straightened, sucked in her gut, and left. Lord Everett was not going to help her solve the mystery of her presence in the early 19th century. He was obviously the key to it, but she couldn't force him to believe her. She was on her own now, just as she'd always been. Chapter 5. Trent couldn't avoid it any longer. He must finally acquaint himself with Miss Howell. After a struggle with Henry that morning, the Earl had exercised his frustrated anger by railing at Trent for playing least in sight whenever Sir Richard and his daughter were about. Trent couldn't admit that, rather than actively trying to avoid the Howells, he'd been spending his time trying to find one astoundingly brazen and intoxicatingly lovely American among the dozens of house guests across the vast estate. But he knew his duty. It was time to fulfill it. His father's mistake and Sir Richard's villainy had left him no choice. A group of ladies were playing the piano and singing in the drawing-room. Not one person in society expected him to enjoy such sedate entertainment, and he couldn't very well go searching for Miss Cowdrey in Lady Sophronia's apartments. He had no excuse not to seek out Sir Richard's daughter. He found her with her father on the terrace overlooking the gardens. It was lit with lanterns and might have been a fine place for a flirtatious assignation with a lady, except that the lady he wished to flirt with was nowhere to be seen, and this one was being forced upon him. "Sir," he bowed to Howell. "My lord," Sir Richard said with narrowed eyes, "I'm pleased you finally found the time to greet your father's old friend. This is my Jane. Jane, say hello to Lord Everett." She had a high brow and eyes that protruded a bit, but takingly in a style common to the old Dutch painters, complemented by a straight nose and pale skin. The combined effect was not unpleasant. Then she opened her mouth. "Hello, Lord Everett." Squeaky and breathless at once, he nearly cringed. He must simply become accustomed to it. "I see you are wearing your blue coat tonight," she said, the squeak pronounced on certain vowels, but now with an affected lisp. "I like the blue one, though your grey coat is quite nice too." "Are you interested in fashion, Miss Howell?" "Oh, God." "Oh, yes, my lord. It is my entire life," she said earnestly. "Why, just look at this flounce." She pointed at her hem. "It's called a Paris champignon, and it's ever so popular abroad this year. I had one sewn onto this gown, because Cissy Pendleton sewed one onto her pale green muslin gown, and I said to myself, Jane Howell, if Cissy Pendleton can sew in Paris champignon onto pale green muslin, then you can sew it onto pale yellow silk. What do you think, my lord?" Trent's hands were ice cold. "It suits you well, Miss Howell." "Oh, I did hope you would think so." Her protruding eyes bulged a bit more. "But mostly, I hoped you would wear your blue coat tonight. Or your brown coat, actually, because either would look well with this gown, truly. I was awake almost all night worrying over it, imagining you might wear the grey coat, and then I should have worn something entirely different tonight. But you have worn the blue coat after all, and the blue coat is superior to the brown coat. So I am vastly happy. Papa, doesn't Lord Everett's coat look well beside my gown?" Sir Richard patted his daughter's hand. "Of course, dear. Now I'll leave you two young ones to chat while I find Lord Ware and discuss matters of business." He slanted Trent another narrow look. Trent understood the threat. He bowed. Sir Richard nodded and walked away. "What I really hope to ask you, my lord," Miss Howell said, "is whether you prefer silk to muslin. Muslin is all the rage in France this year. But I think it horridly common already, don't you? Papa says if a fabric costs less, then it is more not as expensive. But I think if I wear a gown that costs less to have made up, then if the lady sitting beside me at a tea table, for instance, has a gown of more expensive fabric, then I will find myself so agitated that I won't be able to eat a bite, even if my gown of muslin is of finer quality than her gown of silk, which a lot of muslin is these days, of course, much finer than silk. Wouldn't you feel the same, my lord?" Trent's mouth opened and closed, then opened again. Her protruding eyes were fraught. He replied he didn't know what, and she seemed pleased with his response. But as despair burrowed into him, all he could think was that there would be no more garden kisses or moonlit windowsill conversations with a lovely, brazen American. He would be the dependable son, fulfilling expectations as always. He would save his family's honour. From the edge of the lawn below the terrace, Angela watched Lord Everett approach Sir Richard Howell and his daughter in the lantern light, the brief exchange between the three, and then Sir Richard's departure. The Viscount chuckled at something Miss Howell said, and she laid a hand on his arm, and Angela felt like someone was stabbing her ribcage. Which was ridiculous, She didn't own Trenton Ascot. She barely knew him. Just because he'd called to her in the future and she'd nearly drowned coming to him didn't mean anything. No, that was a crock. A total lie she had to tell herself, so she wouldn't feel insane jealousy every time he spoke with another woman. Yesterday, she'd wanted to poke out witty Roseanne Lacey's eyes just because of the smile he'd given her when they'd passed on the lawn. Of course it meant something that he was her partner in this mystery. She just didn't know what yet. It could mean he was somehow wrapped up in Sir Richard's dirty dealings with Arnaud Chapelle, and this little journey to the past was her ticket to scholarly fame. Or it could mean that the Viscount was in trouble with Sir Richard, and she, with answers from the future, was the only person who could help him. Or it could mean that this was her fairy godmother's way of providing her with a really hot fantasy before she had to run home from the ball at midnight. Or it could mean that she and Trenton Ascot were soulmates across time and meant to be together forever. Or it could mean that she was having an elaborate time-travelling schizophrenic episode. The problem was that Miss Jane Howell was not part of any of the scenarios Angela had come up with to explain her presence in the past. She needed to speak with Sir Richard. What exactly she would ask him still gave her trouble. She couldn't reveal the future, and she didn't think he'd tell her any truths about his criminal past if she asked. But she should start by getting an introduction to him. Tearing her attention away from the disturbing tableau of lady and lord enjoying each other's company in the romantic glow of lanterns, Angela walked around the outside of the house in the dark. Sir Richard would either be in the drawing-room or on his way to bed, or he could be in the stables. The men seemed to spend a lot of time there. Apparently one of them had brought a really nice carriage, and they were all admiring it. Men. On the path to the outbuildings, she encountered young Henry Ascot. "Good evening, Ma'am." "Hello, Mr. Ascot. Where are you headed at this time of night?" "Not off to shut out the world with his MP3 player, thank God." He was already taller than her and teen-lanky, but he'd gotten his father's looks. Uncompromisingly square brow, dark hair, and brown eyes. Now those eyes glared. "Have you come from my sister?" he said. "No. Should I have?" "I thought you and she were beaux." "I like her, and I think she likes me. But I'm pretty much past the age to run around like she and her friends do." She wasn't interested in chasing around all the eligible bachelors at the estate. Only one. He grunted and crossed his arms, exactly like his older brother did when he was uncomfortable. "Henry," she said. "May I call you Henry?" He frowned. "Why?" "Because I'd like to give you some advice, and I think we should be friends before I do that." He looked wary. "What sort of advice?" "The sort that's about women. Girls, actually." His brow got stormy. "I don't care a jot about girls." Well, if that's true, you're wasting a hell of a lot of time following your sister's friends all over the place playing pranks, aren't you?" A glimmer showed in his glower. She'd bet he'd never heard a lady say hell. Angela used the same tactics on her students. She learned colloquialisms common to college-aged kids, and sprang them on them when they thought she was being esoteric. It worked every time to get their attention. Now it was working on Henry. He was listening. "You know," she said casually, "if I were a younger lady, I think I'd like to be admired by a good-looking young man, even if he was my friend's brother." He dug a toe into the pebbled path and screwed up his face. "I mean, don't get me wrong," she said. "I'd be incredibly irritated if he kept playing pranks on me and my friends. But if he did just the opposite, I might start to think he was all right. Maybe even more than all right." She shrugged and stepped away. "But if you'd rather torment the girl you like—" "Who said I like anybody?" She halted. "Henry, it's better to please than displease. Haven't you ever heard the saying, you can catch more bees with honey?" His frown didn't let up. "If you want the girl's attention," she said, "why don't you give them something they like rather than dislike. His brow cleared. He understood. Then he frowned again. "What do girls like?" Chiseled jaws, smoky eyes, deep kisses and dappled sunlight, sitting in the dark on a window ledge, touching shoulders, being pressed up against a dressing-room wall. "Flowers," she said. "Jewelry. Pretty gowns." Henry scowled. "And kittens," she added on an inspiration. He perked up. "'S the truth?" Yes, definitely. Every single woman graduate student she knew had cats. Even Cindy had a cat. Angela was the only unattached woman in Ann Arbor who didn't have a cat, and that was because her apartment building didn't allow pets. "You know what? Let's go find some." She moved toward the stables. There's always a litter of new kittens in a stable, and the Duke stables are so big there may be more than one. She didn't bother trying the door closest to the house. That, apparently, was where the fancy carriage was. She headed toward the far end, and Henry followed. He caught up with her at the door and tugged it open, then stepped back to allow her to enter before him. A little bit of pleasure tingled in her chest. Even at 14, surly and grouchy, he was a gentleman. She loved this era. No wonder she studied it. She'd lied to Cindy a little. She'd been looking for honour and decency in the 19th century for years. Funny she should finally find it in an adolescent boy. They discovered kittens, a litter of 5 soft little wonders of blotched brown and black fur that looked just about old enough to be weaned. In the corner of the empty stall, they tumbled over each other in eagerness to reach Henry's outstretched fingers. Angela glanced at the boy beside her. He didn't look much like his older brother, but his smile was just as genuine. He stood straight. "I beg your pardon for being such a noddy back there, Miss Cowdrey." "Thank you, Henry. I hope these little critters suit your purpose." "May I escort you up to the house?" She smiled. "I'd like that." "Should I wait till the morning to bring her down here?" he asked as they walked toward the mansion that sparkled with candlelight from behind dozens of windows. "Them, that is." "That sounds like a good plan. Best to treat them, like ladies." Ahead on the path, the silhouette of a man against the backdrop of the glowing mansion became the silhouette of Trenton Ascot. Angela tried to ignore the achy sizzle of infatuation inside her. She hadn't been this far gone in years, not since college, and never quite so quickly and acutely with anyone. It felt pathetically unintellectual and devastatingly impractical, and good. So good. It felt like living. "Good evening, Miss Cowdrey." He approached. He moved his athlete's body with confident grace, beautiful and utterly masculine. The Viscount nodded. "Naturally." "Come on, then." Henry started up the path again. "I'm fagged to death. It's bed for me." "Henry, I should like to steal this lady back from you," he said in his melty voice. "In fact, I am going to now." "Suit yourself. Good night, Miss Cowdrey. And thanks." He headed toward the house. "Were you planning on asking me if I wished to be stolen back?" Angela tried to sound breezy, but she couldn't stop staring at his face. It seemed so familiar. That was just because of the comic book, of course, but he felt so real to her, so right. "No." He stared after his brother for a moment. Then he came to her. He halted too close, according to the rules of his society. "Kittens." She loved his smoky slate eyes. She wanted to grab his face with her hands and pull him in to kiss her. She was dying for him to kiss her again. I thought he could use some alternatives to mud and marbles. And my scapegrace brother took to this idea. He loved it. His brow lifted. "I can be very persuasive," she said. "It's my profession, you know. Convincing people of my point of view through reasoned argument based on sound evidence." She shrugged. His gaze slipped to her shoulders, then along her arms. Angela got all sorts of hot and needy inside. Maybe he would kiss her now. If he didn't make it happen, she would. No rules. Whatever the reason Father Time had for thrusting her back into the past, Angela knew one thing. Before she left, she wanted to break every rule she could. And she wanted to break them all with Trent and Ascot. Chapter 6. Trent allowed his gaze to trace the curve of her bodice hugging her breasts. New gown, Miss Cowdrey. He had never before in his entire life asked a woman about her clothing. After Miss Howell's discourse earlier, he thought he never would. But this woman made him do and say things he'd never imagined, like stand on a path in the dark and stare at a woman's perfect breasts bound in layers of fabric, and wish those layers to Hades. Lady Sophronia found it for me, she replied, fingering the sleeve. It doesn't have all those buttons up the back. Easier to put on and take off by myself. Still no maid, you know. She offered a little grin. And at the house there aren't usually helpful gentlemen standing around when I need to dress. I am relieved to hear that. You are? He nodded, bemused, dazed, intoxicated. She spoke with the freedom of a girl, yet swayed her hips with the allure of a woman. She had the most perfect teeth he'd ever seen, and toenails painted the colour of the summer sky. With the merest flick of her lashes and the soft, direct light in her eyes, she made him dizzy. Yes, she made him want to do things he shouldn't do. Would you care to take a stroll through the garden? Now? It's nearly midnight. This was a mistake. Now. Sure, she said with slight hesitation, but her eyes remained bright. She did not wait for him to extend his arm, but started off along the path that led back to the formal garden. He went after her, but he did not touch her. That would be truly foolish. Are you enjoying the party, Miss Cowdrey? He asked because he wished to hear her voice, a simple pleasure that he had been denied all day. She slanted him a sceptical glance. Then her attention slid to his mouth. She blinked rapidly twice. I don't really know how to answer that. Honestly, perhaps. Her brow furrowed beneath a loose strand of hair, as dark and silky as Russian sable. Trent wanted to reach up and brush it aside and feel her soft skin again. He was so thoroughly drawn to her. When she was not in sight, he could not cease thinking about her. When she was near, he could not cease staring. I'm a little perplexed, actually, she said. I could swear that the Duke of Wessex's wife was named Cleopatra. I love that name, so when I read something about him last year in a book on the parliamentary leaders of George IV's reign, I remembered the Duchess. Cleopatra is the name of the elder sister of Miss Helen Grey, the Duke's betrothed. And there was no George IV, yet. No, I'm pretty sure it's his wife's name. She halted. Maybe he doesn't marry Miss Grey this week. Maybe he marries her sister instead. Cleopatra Barrows is a widow. So, dukes can marry. That would be astoundingly irresponsible. You can trust me not to repeat your revelations. Because you think I'm making them up. She spoke without distress. The path had come to a divide. In one direction lay the terrace and the house, and the people who would make it impossible for him to be with her alone, to speak with her privately, to watch her move and think and breathe. In the other direction, the hill descended toward the lake. He should not. He must not. He gestured toward the dark path to the lake. Shall we? The anxiety slipped from her face. To the scene of the crime. She grinned, as it were. I recall you insisting that you were not a criminal. I'm not. She bent her head and seemed to concentrate on her footsteps as she walked beside him along the gently sloping path. I saw you on the terrace tonight, with Sir Richard Howell's daughter. You two seemed... She paused. On good terms. As it were. Her gaze jerked up, her face serious. Do you know her well? He did not want her to mistake his interest in Miss Howe, but he could not tell her the truth. He shook his head. No. She looked away quickly. The moon was a slim crescent of silver, the lake before them glittering beneath brilliant stars. All was quiet, only the quick high and low song of a late nightingale in a nearby tree, and owls hoo, hoo, at a distance in the park, and their slow footsteps on the path. Trent breathed in the sense of summer and the peace. This was what he wanted, every day, every night. Not what his father wished of him. For once, he wanted to be who he really was. I haven't told you something important about that comic book, she said into the warm night.
Withholding information is a sure sign of subterfuge, Miss Cowdrey.
She turned her gaze up to him again. You don't believe I'm involved in subterfuge? Her words were certain.
I don't.
He didn't. He never really had. If that made him as much of a fool as his father had been with Sir Richard, then it was only what he deserved for working so hard for so many years to be the sort of man the Earl expected him to be. On the last page of the comic book, she said, you drew yourself in a close-up. You're looking out from the page.
Am I?
I know you think I'm inventing this.
Go on, Miss Cowdrey.
Back home, in the future before I came here, I was looking at that drawing of you and... She halted on the path and turned fully to him. And you winked.
I had also drawn myself winking.
No, that picture winked like it was animated, alive, like you knew I was looking at you at that moment. I know this must sound completely insane.
Perhaps because it is.
But that isn't the thing. She closed her eyes. Oh, good Lord, Angela, just tell him. Trent's heart was beating uncomfortably hard.
Tell him what?
She opened her lovely, intelligent eyes. The caption. The captions were in your handwriting. The same as in the drawings in your portfolio that I saw in your room.
You've already said you believe that I drew this book. The similarity of penmanship would follow, would it not?
Yes, but it's not that, it's... The caption on that last drawing. The one that winked. Her breasts rose on a tight breath. It said, Angela, come back. Her cheeks had grown dark beneath the starlight. She lifted her palms to them. I know, it's totally insane. He nodded. Totally insane. As insane as how much he wanted her. A strange woman he had pulled out of a lake, who seemed to have no family and no purpose to be at this house. Except his family. She had helped Charlotte and her friends. And now Henry.
I don't draw human subjects.
He could only think to say. But can you? He should lie. He should deny it. He should return to the house and surround himself with people so that this temptation would end. Moment's notice. But this isn't my life. She spread her hands out toward the house in the distance. This is another life altogether. Another time and world. So I'm going to break every rule I can get away with. Starting now. She reached around behind her and began unfastening her gown. An impish smile creased her lips. Wanna come? Yes, no, and no.
Angela.
The harshness of his voice halted her. The bodice of her gown gaped over her breasts, barely confined in the corset. Trenton.
What if...
He couldn't say it aloud. He sounded like a lunatic.
What if...
He dragged a hand through his hair. What? What if, when you go back into that water, you disappear into the future? She stared at him for a long, silent moment, the music of crickets all around them. You believe me, she whispered.
I don't know if I believe you.
You believe me?
Dear God, I think I believe you. It makes me a madman, but I think I do."
Without a word, she removed slippers, stockings, petticoat, and corset. Then slowly she drew the chemise up her body, sliding it over her skin that glowed pale in the starlight, revealing graceful, slender legs, softly curved hips and waist, and breasts more perfect than he had even imagined. She tugged the chemise off entirely and let it dangle from her fingers for a moment before dropping it. A tiny scrap of white lace hugged her hips and dipped between her thighs. Like a siren, she stepped out of it with silken ease and tossed it away with her toe. She reached up and pulled the pins out of her hair. It fell about her shoulders in a satiny, tangled mass he ached to run his fingers through. "Well," she said, "I'm in." She pivoted, and he glimpsed a flash of black markings across her shoulder as she dove. He held his breath. The water didn't move. He breathed in hard, then again. Panic gathered in him. He lurched forward. She broke the surface. "Oh, wow! This is wonderful!" She spread her arms and floated onto her back, her breasts poking above the dark water. "I've always wanted to skinny dip. It feels fantastic."
"Skinny dip?"
he managed hoarsely. "Take a dip wearing only one skin." She turned onto her front and took a few long strokes toward the center of the lake, her arms white against the night, the water gleaming on her skin. From a distance, the markings on her shoulder rippled like a bird's wings. "You should try it, my lord." She liked calling him that. It seemed to amuse her, as though she were playing a game, an innocent game.
"You did not disappear,"
he said, his breathing ragged. "I wasn't ready to go."
"Is it in your control? Going and coming?"
She shook her head. She stroked backward. "Now come on." She beckoned with her hand. "If I can do this, you can too." "I know you want to."
"Do you?"
"Stop stalling!" Paddling in place, her chin beneath the water, she watched him as he removed his boots, coat, waistcoat, and cravat. He pulled his shirt from his trousers, and she stared unabashedly. He'd never imagined that shameless honesty could be so erotic. By the time he'd discarded his trousers, his arousal was evident. He dropped his drawers and came to the edge of the bank. "Lord Everett," she said in a sultry voice, "you are one fine specimen of a man."
"I am to understand that as a compliment, I gather."
"Oh, yeah." He dove. The water was cool and tasted of sky and earth. He surfaced, shook his head, and swept droplets from his eyes. She gave him a bright smile. "Want a race?" She pointed in the direction of the opposite bank. He allowed himself a grin. "I will win." What happened to being honorable and gentlemanly? He lifted a brow. She laughed. "I'll race you anyway. Ready? Set? Go!" She started for the far bank. He caught up with her easily and stretched out his hand to touch her shoulder. She darted forward. For a moment he stared at the lithe line of her back and soft mounds of her behind. Then he set off after her again. He reached her within yards of the bank and grabbed her ankle. "No!" She came up, sputtering and laughing, dashing hair from her face. "That's cheating!" He released her.
"You did not specify the terms of the race."
"Cheating is always against the rules."
"I thought you were enthusiastic about breaking the rules."
He moved beside her and brushed strands of hair from her shoulder. She turned her head to watch him.
"What is it?"
He stroked his fingertips over the image of the bird. The black lines impressionistic rather than realistic, but evocative nevertheless. "It's a tattoo." She was breathing hard, from her swim or perhaps his touch. "Body art, we call it in my era."
"The 21st century."
"It's a golden eagle." Her gaze shadowed as she met his. Her shoulders were smooth and gleaming. He stroked his fingertips along the graceful curve. and her lips parted as eyelids fluttered down. She was perfect. Natural, simple loveliness, without need of adornment. Perfect. He traced the lines of the eagle with the barest caress. "Have you ever drawn one?" She seemed to hum the words, low and sultry in her throat. "No." "Why not?" "I have never seen one with my own eyes." "Well, now you have. Sort of." She stretched her arm out and stroked away, moving out into the lake again. Slowly now. He wanted to follow her, to take her into his arms and touch her again, again and again. He swam the few strokes toward the bank and leaned back against the stone that still held the sun's warmth. His heartbeats were fast, the stars overhead shimmering. She made an arc of the lake, then turned again toward him. Her strokes were even, strong and clean, as though she swam often, as though she was in fact the strong swimmer she claimed to be. Perhaps she was. He knew nothing of her, nothing at all, only that this was the best night of his life. When she neared, she did not slow. She came right to him, wrapped her hands around his shoulders, and slipped her body against his in the deep water. Her mouth found his. She was warm and soft, the pressure of her breasts on his chest, her thighs brushing his. He took her waist in his hands and held her tight against him, skin to skin, delving into her eager mouth, following her tongue into hers. She moaned and pressed closer, and he slid his hand up and cupped a perfect breast, as he'd wanted to do since the moment she'd undressed in that boathouse. She was soft and wanting and willing in his hands, and so beautiful, her shape and fullness. Sliding his thumb between them, he stroked the peak. Oh God, it wasn't enough. She clung to him, and he took both of her breasts in his hands and caressed as she consumed his mouth. Then she spread her thighs and stroked her sex against his. "Oh," she gasped. "Trent!" Her mouth sought his neck, and he held her to him and had no idea what to do. "Angela, you are beautiful," he whispered. Because he had much more to say, none of it manly or even particularly cogent. She brought her lips to his again, and he drank from her, hungry for her mouth and her hands on his skin. "What now?" He could not be ashamed that his voice was unstable. "I don't know," she said against his lips. "I've never done anything like this before. Never. Not even close." "At the risk of offending you unpardonably." "You like that phrase." She nipped at his jaw. "What is your age, Angela?" 27. That is 7 and 20. 7 and 20. A widow, perhaps, claiming to be a maiden. She usually showed none of the confidence brass of a bird of paradise, but this temptress in his arms was no shy spinster. She twined her fingers into his hair. "And yes, I'm a virgin." He couldn't breathe. "You were telling me this only now, after you have rubbed your naked body against mine." "I didn't plan this. I'm not a tease." "I'm not entirely believing you." He was going to die. "I understand. And I agree. Sex isn't a good idea for several reasons, but maybe I can make up for it in another way." A warm hand wrapped around his erection. She pressed her mouth to his ear and flicked her tongue inside it. "But first, you'll have to get this." She squeezed gently, out of the water. Another tongue caress, this time slow, "so I can breathe." He grabbed her shoulders, dragged her off him, and looked into her eyes in disbelief. She smiled and gave a quick nod. He leaped out of the water like it was on fire. His buttocks were barely on the ledge when she moved between his knees, took his cock in her hand, and, looking up at him through lashes glittering with starlight, closed her lips around the head. She took him in deep. Her mouth was soft and wet and hot and capable. She used her tongue and her full lips, then her hands too. and Trent dropped his head back and stared blearily at the stars as she worked him. "I've never done this to such a handsome man." She licked the length of him from base to tip, then the head, and he shuddered. "Or to a man with such a big—" "Don't tell me," he groaned. "I don't want to hear about anyone else." "Regency era double standards." She stroked. "You're happy for me to do this, but you don't want me to have ever learned how." "No." "As a man in this world, you can be as sexually adventuresome as you wish." Her lips caressed confidently, then her tongue. "But I'm supposed to be a virgin till the day I die, unless I marry." "No." He didn't care about that, not anymore. "You want to be the ones who set the rules." "No." He wanted to be the only one, her only one. The surging rush came swiftly, suddenly. She was sucking on him when he came. A cry of pleasure broke from her in unison with his moan. He swung his head up and saw her hand under the water between her legs. In a fluid movement of satisfaction, she released him and sank back in the water, her eyes closed, lips parted, her lovely face lifted to the night. Trent stared, and couldn't stare enough. He wanted her. Even now he wanted her, more and more. He fell back and covered his face with his hands. "That," she said languorously, "I enjoyed." He could speak no rational words. No man could be this fortunate. But he wasn't fortunate, in fact. She would leave, inevitably, unless he could make her stay. No, he could not wish that. Brazen, scandalously sexual, and unwisely adventuresome she might be, but he would never ask her to be his mistress. He would not be that sort of husband. Concerning some matters, at least, his father had taught him well. She glided through the water to the bank 2 yards away, and rested her arms on the stone, and her chin on her hands. Now, at this moment, he could slip into the water with her, take her into his arms, and make her his. Then he would be honour-bound to wed her. Then there would be no saving his father and his family. Madness. He closed his eyes. "Trent?" "Angel." She was silent. He turned his head to see her smiling softly. "Yes." He prodded. Her smile slipped away. "I need you to know, I'm not a prostitute. I haven't even had that many physical encounters with men. I know that in this era, a woman who does what I just did, even a lot less than that, is considered whorish. But in my era, it's pretty common." "I think I want to live in your era." She laughed. Then her smile turned wistful, which was insane and adorable and breathtaking. He looked up at the heavens and laid his palm over his face again. "Please don't regret this," she said. "I am far from regretting this," he said. A gentle splash mingled with cricket song. The nightingale with insomnia had finally gone to bed. He would return tomorrow evening and look for it. He didn't yet have a nightingale for his catalogue. The Flora and Fauna of Great Britain, he would title it. He would take it to the publisher he'd long since researched, and see it reproduced for naturalists everywhere. In his dreams. He drew a deep breath and sat up. Halfway across the lake already, she was headed toward the opposite shore. He climbed to his feet. "Where are you going?" "To find Sir Richard and talk with him," she called over her shoulder. "What? At this time of night?" "He's probably in the stables. All the men are. I'm surprised you weren't tonight." He wasn't, because he'd been busy being interviewed by his future bride about his wardrobe. His gut was sick. "You mustn't speak with him." "I have to." She was nearly to the far bank. "It's the only way." "The only way for blast." He dove into the water and cut it with quick strokes. By the time he reached the other side, she had already donned her undergarment and was fastening the stays about her ribs. He grabbed up his clothing. "The only way for what?" "The only way to find out why I'm here." She avoided looking at him. "I told you, back home I was researching him. I'm sure I'm here because of him." She'd used her petticoat as a drying cloth, and now donned the gown without it, fastening it swiftly. Trent tugged his drawers on. Blast it, everything was wet and sticking. You cannot speak with him. He struggled with the linen. Why not? Because Sir Richard was reprehensible and Trent was going to marry his daughter. He didn't know which information he wanted to protect her from the most. You expect he will have answers for you? That he will believe your story? I won't tell him. She grabbed her slippers and stockings from the ground and started up the path barefoot. I'll just ask a few questions and see where that gets me. His shirt clung to his damp skin impossibly. He couldn't tuck it into his trousers. Damn it. Angela! She halted and finally looked at him. Trent, I need to know. He could tell her nothing. Don't. I pray you. She screwed up her brow. Then she shook her head and continued up the path. Blasted, obstinate, brazen, strong-willed female. Lovely, forthright, honest, tempting female. Tempting beyond endurance. Her gown caressed her soft behind as she walked with a graceful confidence, like no lady he'd ever seen. Oh, God. He wanted her. Half-dressed, his skin drying in the warm night air, he watched her disappear up the rise into darkness. When she was gone, a patch of white drew his attention to the ground. Her petticoat. She left garments behind without concern, like cotton grass that released its white seed down to be carried away on the breeze. Like she'd just left him behind to go find Sir Richard Howell, with her face flushed and eyes hazy, dressed like she'd just been rolled in the hay. Trousers, shirt, waistcoat, and coat barely on, boots in hand, Trent bolted toward the house. Chapter 7. She hadn't been to the stables. The handful of gentlemen that greeted Trent when he burst through the door were so far gone they didn't even notice his state of undress. But at the house, anyone still awake would notice. He slipped in through the servants' entrance and went to his father's chamber. The Earl's face was drawn. What in God's name happened to you? I had a bathe in the lake. Did you speak with Sir Richard tonight? In the lake? Good God, Trenton! Did you, father? I did. He removed a cigar from a case. And is it finished? Is the contract signed? Not yet. Trent's lungs began to function again. His father took up a candle from the table, lit the cheroot, and took a pull. Sir Richard requires that you offer for the girl formally. He wants it all done in the usual fashion so that it cannot be undone for any reason. He gestured dismissively with the cigar. Tradesmen know nothing of honour, of course. Trent bit down on his retort. When you finished speaking, did he retire for the night? How should I know that? I didn't follow the weasel to his lair. He snapped. Then his brow loosened. Son. Trent closed the door behind him with every ounce of self-control he possessed. He had rarely ventured below stairs in any house since he was a boy. Wessex's servant snapped to attention. My lord, the housekeeper said in surprise. May I be of service? They located Sir Richard's valet. The fellow said his master had retired to bed 2 hours earlier. Trent made a thin excuse then, and, chewing his anxiety, went to his bedchamber. He didn't put it entirely past Angela to visit Sir Richard in his private quarters. If she had, and Howell misused her, he'd kill the villain without a second thought. After a brief, fitful sleep, he arose early and lingered in the breakfast parlour overlong. Every guest in the house came through, it seemed, except Miss Angela Cowdrey. By mid-morning he was frantic. He could not go to Lady Sophronia's suite in search of her. He would not cast dishonour on her like that. He could not dishonour the woman he'd bathed naked with in a lake, the woman who claimed she was from the future. Oh God, he'd actually gone insane. But a few mornings earlier, when he'd been sitting against the base of an old willow sketching a pair of red-legged partridges in the grass nearby, he'd seen his old schoolmate Gareth Cavendish and Cleopatra Barrows strolling at a distance. With his attention supposedly on the birds, but his thoughts entirely on Angela. He hadn't marked it then. but they'd been walking close, and Wessex had bent his head to Mrs. Barrows for a moment that became a minute. No, it couldn't be. Wessex was far too responsible and honourable a fellow to dally with his betrothed sister the very week of his wedding, or ever. And Trent was far too responsible and honourable a fellow to bathe naked with a maiden in a lake at midnight within sight of the altar himself. He needed clarity, sanity, if only for a moment. Crossing the lawn in search of Angela, and coming upon his friends engaged in yet another interminable cricket match, he did the unthinkable. He threw himself into the sport. An hour later, wretchedly hot and even more out of sorts than before, he sought out the coolest, quietest place in the house, and true sanity. High as a hang glider from her midnight escapade with Trent, Angela couldn't sleep. Instead, she paced the little bedchamber she occupied in Lady Sophronia's suite, and bit her nails. Trent wasn't telling her everything. She couldn't believe he was in league with the bad guy. But she'd been wrong about men before, tragically wrong, just like her mother, over and over again. Finally leaving her room, she spent the morning tracking Sir Richard, but never catching up with him. The house and estate were huge, and being a woman in early 19th century England was incredibly inconvenient. She couldn't ask outright where he was, or people would wonder why. Even though she didn't know anybody, she kept getting trapped by ladies who wanted to chat. He'd seen and felt close up last night were trousers, a shirt, and a waistcoat. He held his coat in his hand, and his hair looked damp and dark around his neck and brow. He bowed.
"Good day, Miss Cowdrey."
"I'm pretty sure we're on a first-name basis now," she said. "Don't you think?" The corner of his mouth tilted up in that delicious half-smile that made her want to jump him.
"I dare say."
She refused to let this be awkward. This wasn't just some guy she'd met in a cafe. "What have you been doing today?"
"Oh, lame. Playing cricket."
He gestured with his coat over his arm.
"But I have retreated inside in search of—"
Just above his cravat, his Adam's apple did an awkward bob.
"Shade,"
he finished. Angela's own throat was thick. He hadn't been about to say in search of her. He didn't look hopeful, or even horny. He looked guilty. "Oh," she mumbled. A really awful moment passed, during which neither of them said anything, and Angela's heart did a medieval dance of death in her chest cavity. Then they spoke at the same moment.
"I am on my way to—"
"I was looking for—"
"The library."
"Sir Richard." He frowned. "But I'd rather see the library," she said with total honesty. He offered her a tentative smile.
"I suppose you must be familiar with libraries, given your studies."
She couldn't tell if he was teasing her or sincere. "I am," she said. "I'd love to see the library here. I visited Kingstag last summer as a tourist and... How much could she say?
"Go on."
At moments, like now, he was so calm, so composed, so lordly, despite everything. Undoubtedly, that's what made the moments, when he was not composed or lordly, especially exciting. Like 12 hours ago, just about the time he'd told her she was beautiful. She took a wobbly breath. Her heart was beating way too fast, and she was way too hot for midday standing in a hallway. "I'd like to see it," she said. "Do you know where it is?" He gestured to the door right behind her. She went in before him. The room was empty of people and completely spectacular. Double tiers of wall-to-wall bookcases framed a huge fireplace of white Italian marble and broad windows. A balustrade ran along a narrow gallery, giving access to the second tier of shelves by an elaborately carved wooden staircase that wound upward like a corkscrew. The floors were carpeted in thick Persian wool of rich, dark patterns, and a table with straight-backed chairs, plus a few overstuffed easy chairs, were arranged for perfect reading contentment. A pair of globes graced a corner of the room, one of the earth, the other of the heavens. "Oh, wow!" She sighed.
That's what you said about skinny dipping, he said at her shoulder in his chocolate voice.
She turned her head to look up at him. I am a woman of many pleasures. She'd really said it, aloud, and he was giving her that one-sided smile. With more confidence than she'd felt all day, she moved toward a shelf. What brings you to this particular shady spot, my lord? Then she saw it, and knew. On a side table rested 2 oversized, leather-bound books she recognized immediately. They'd been on display in the British Library for months during her junior year abroad in London. She went to them and touched the gilt titles embossed into the cover reverently. Oh, seriously. Wow! She whispered, and opened the cover with great care to reveal the hand-inked title page. This was no printer's copy. This was one of only 10 original editions.
Such reverence, Miss Cowdrey.
It knew the New World's wilderness like nobody else, including Spanish and English explorers. She cast him a quick grin, if you'll excuse me for saying so.
Why should I not excuse you for speaking the truth?
So if you'll so easily admit to coming here to look at these books, which I've no doubt you've already done at least once, which is why they're sitting on this table, she said, turning another page. Why did you look so uncomfortable before you told me this was your destination?
Habit.
He moved into the room and came to her side.
You are unique in knowing my shameful secret. No one else, you see, has gone searching in my drawers.
His voice was easy, teasing now, but a note of uncomfortable truth played in its depth. She looked up at him. Why is it shameful that you draw?
How do you know of the importance of Pablo's work?
He asked instead of answering. I took a summer seminar at the Newberry Library in Chicago on a fellowship from the National Endowment for the Humanities.
I am not familiar with that library.
It hasn't been founded yet. Neither has Chicago. The seminar was about old world explorers in the New World. My professor was particularly interested in the work of naturalists. She explained, because she could only tell him the truth now. Since early naturalists didn't often have the funds to hire ships of their own, they sailed with merchants and sometimes even on naval vessels.
Thus your interest in them.
Butterflies jumped around her stomach. You've been paying attention.
To every word, however fantastical.
He traced the line of her lips with his dark gaze.
What else have you studied, Mistress Scholar?
He asked in a low voice. Oh, this and that. British India, the French Revolution, the slave trade. You know, relevant subjects.
Relevant subjects,
he repeated, then drew a long, slow breath, still looking at her lips. Before you say anything, she said quickly, or kiss me, though I'd really like you to do the latter, and I'm always happy when you do the former. I wish you'd tell me why you're not allowed to be an artist. His gaze rolled up toward the gallery.
Angela.
No, Trent. There are plenty of famous male artists now, and plenty before now. For God's sake, Leonardo da Vinci was a master at drawing long before he painted. Art was the sole realm of men for centuries, millennia actually. It was entirely a man's world.
That may be,
he said, his jaw tight.
But the world of art, even the humble sort that I enjoy, is anathema to my father.
Her lovely eyes went wide. Trent's neckcloth pulled at his throat mercilessly. Your father, she only said.
My father reveres the pitch above all.
The pitch?
The playing field.
He pushed on, the words coming gruffly, as though they were forcing him to voice them aloud.
Art, music, even reading are not of value in the Earl of Ware's household. The last time a member of my family cut the pages of a book was so long ago I don't recall it. My father's set and the boys he encouraged me to associate with prefer vigorous activity, sport, war, to anything resembling the contemplative arts, simple stillness or
what?
Or natural beauty.
That very quality stood before him now, yet instead of taking her in his arms, he was blathering. But he could not seem to halt the words.
In my world, art is feminine, weak, Less than British.
It sounds like an ancient Rome. How solid, masculine gravitas was required of the male elite.
Precisely, although how you know of gravitas I cannot fathom.
My undergraduate major. She waved it off. But Trent, there are men of your class who are indisputably masculine and artists both. Look at Lord Byron,
whom my father loudly declares England well rid of. But at least he writes poetry, a noble art.
Drawing isn't noble?
It is positively ignoble, suitable only for craftsmen, commoners, and females. Never for a man of honour.
That just isn't true. I could list dozens of—
Enough, Angela.
Her mouth snapped shut, and her honest gaze retreated. Trent nearly groaned in frustration. But his hands were cold and damp, and his pulse was quick. Since his mother's death 12 years ago, he'd not spoken of this to anyone. "All right," she said, her sweet voice clipped now. "If we can't talk about that, why don't you explain instead why you don't want me to speak with Sir Richard Howell?"
Hell.
He'd never felt more like he was imprisoned in the fiery inferno, peering through the confining bars at heaven just out of arm's reach.
"I cannot,"
he uttered. She nodded. Fine. She closed Fablot's masterpiece and went to the door.
"Angela."
"Trent, I know he is a very bad man. I know this for a fact. That you won't tell me what you know about him worries me. It worries me a lot." Her rich eyes entreated. "But the thing is, I don't have a bad feeling about you. Rather the opposite." Her voice seemed to catch. She cleared her throat. "I'm really honored that you've confided in me, even if I forced you to it."
"You attribute to me more honor than I deserve."
"I don't think so." She stood still as the statue he had first imagined her, as lovely and distant as a beauty carved of alabaster, as though she were waiting for him to speak. He did not. He had nothing he could honorably say. Finally, she nodded once, then left the room. No pleasure was to be had now in the library, nor solace. He wanted her every moment, yet he could not have her. She was thoughtful and clever and wise and honest and insane, and she was like no other woman he'd known. In order to save his father, he was shortly to be betrothed to the unappealing daughter of a man he loathed. There was nothing to be done for it. He went to the stables and started to drink. He was on his third brandy, leaning against the wall, continually replaying the vision of Angela's sweet curves in his mind and the sensation of her mouth on him, when he heard her name spoken.
"The American," one of the men at the card table was saying. "Miss Cowdrey." "No," Jack Willoughby said. "She's not Lady Sophronia's companion, that's Henrietta Black." "Miss Cowdrey's been spending time with the old eccentric. 2 peas in a pod, I say. Though one's much prettier than the other, of course."
The fellow guffawed as though he'd said something clever. In his cups. Trent ignored him.
"Lady Grey insists that Miss Cowdrey has no connections," another man said. "Says she's an upstart colonial with no family to speak of and should be cut." "Cut one of Wessex's guests? I say, that would be terribly bad ton, old chap. Goes about the estate alone, without any companion," the other added. "Never a good idea for a girl that pretty." "Americans are a brazen lot," the first said with a chuckle.
Trent couldn't resist agreeing in silence, and thanking God for it. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the best night of his life, and he would still be the only person alive who knew his true passion. Both of them.
"Immodest females like Miss Cowdrey,"
Sir Richard's voice rose above the others,
"lacking in decorum and modesty, have clearly not felt the backside of their lord and master's hand often enough."
Trent's entire body went cold. He'd been so lost in his thoughts he hadn't seen the villain enter. He stood and faced the card table. Sir Richard's cravat was perfectly starched. His coat was of expensive fabric and cut, and the pin in his neckcloth was fashioned of gold and diamond. But he still looked like refuse.
"Sir,"
Trent said in a voice deepened by 9 fingers of brandy.
"The lady in question is a close friend of an American cousin of my family."
He blatantly lied for perhaps the 3rd or 4th time in his life, this time without a mote of discomfort. The 2 gentlemen who'd been discussing Angela tugged at cravats and looked away uncomfortably. Sir Richard's eyes scanned him slyly.
"Unsavoury connections can be so plaguing, can't they, Lord Everett?"
Trent saw red. This upstart popinjay manipulating his family's fate was the truly brazen one. He must be chastised.
"Sir," he said, "you will now retract your ungentlemanly remarks about the lady, or I will have satisfaction for it."
Sir Richard's gaze darted about at the faces, then back to Trent.
"Come now, my lord,"
he said, laying his cards on the table and spreading his palms up.
"I meant no particular insult to the girl. Her situation is merely indefensible." "Crash, old friend."
The Earl of Bruton laid a hand on his shoulder.
"A duel is no way to settle anything. Don't rise to it."
But Trent had already set aside reason and sanity. He wanted blood. He shrugged off Bruton's hand.
"Name your seconds, Howell."
Sir Richard's cheeks paled.
"Come now, son. Is this necessary? It's not as though the chit is your responsibility."
But she was. In every way that mattered.
"Hello," Jack Willoughby exclaimed. "I say we bring this down a notch, gents. How about a round of whist instead of a duel, then? Much less troublesome." "Excellent idea, Willoughby," Bruton grumbled. "Everett doesn't play cards," someone else called out with a laugh. "Crash, challenge him to a boxing match. See if the old man has any tone left to him."
Trent stared at Sir Richard.
"Will you fight me, sir?"
Sir Richard shook his head with a chuckle.
"Now, that wouldn't be good sportsmanship, would it, son? I've at least 2 stone on you, and a decade of prize-winning fights under my belt. Will you deny me the opportunity to defend the lady's honour? That's hardly gentlemanly of you, is it?"
Murmurs of approval all around. Sir Richard's jowls coloured again. Then his eyes narrowed.
"I have just the solution, my lord. Tomorrow should be a fair day. Why not have a friendly little carriage race?"
Silence descended. Trent's heart pounded. He held Sir Richard's gaze and spoke to the room at large.
"Can anybody loan me a carriage?"
Chapter 8. Gentlemen's laughter and the enthusiastic clinking of glasses echoed throughout the stable.
"To Everett!" someone called out. "A lady's honour is always safe with him."
More laughing, this time ribald. Trent accepted it with the appearance of manly good humour he'd perfected for years. He usually felt it, but never more so than now. Sir Richard had barely been able to offer his hand to shake at the end of the race. The blackguard was well trounced, and Trent felt on top of the world. He'd climbed onto the minuscule seat and taken the ribbons of Willoughby's phaeton with sheer terror freezing his veins. But the carriage had handled smoothly, and the horses' mouths were marvellously soft. Within minutes, Trent remembered that he enjoyed driving. He'd always enjoyed it. It was the racing he hated. Then he thrashed Sir Richard, with several carriage lengths to spare.
"I say, Crash, that was a fine show," someone called out. "We'll have to come up with a new name for you, won't we, gentlemen?" "Huzzah!" the cry went up. "To Hippolyta!" someone else shouted. "Huzzah! Huzzah!"
Trent grinned, but he was eager to be about his next task. Sir Richard had disappeared, no doubt to lick his wounds. But Trent didn't need him now. Now he needed a particular lady. He left the stable and went searching. He finally found Miss Howell in the garden. She was sitting in the shade of an enormous oak, arranging and rearranging her skirt to either side of her on the iron bench.
"Good day, Miss Howell."
He bowed. "Good day, my lord." She stood and curtsied. "Perhaps you saw me just now. I have been practicing methods of displaying my skirt on a bench when I sit. I do believe I have come upon the method that is to my gown's greatest advantage, though, of course, it would not suffice for taffeta."
"Miss Howell, I should like to speak with you about a delicate matter."
"I heard that you bested Papa in a race this morning, and now I see it must be true that you were racing. Your boots and breeches are dusty. But I suppose you might have gotten that dust on a walk. Leather and buckskin do attract dust in the country wretchedly, don't they? I always tell Papa to avoid wearing buckskin in the country because it attracts dust. Although, of course, we spend very little time in the country as we live in town, which of course I prefer, as all the most interesting people are in town. And what is there to do in the country anyway? But if we were to be obliged to spend time in the country, I would tell Papa every day to avoid stepping on roads that are dusty. No one likes dusty boots, do they, my lord?" She raised her eyes in question.
"Miss Howell."
He drew a steadying breath, but he'd never been more certain of anything, except swimming in a lake with a lovely American.
"Do you understand your father's plans for you, for us?"
"That we are to marry, and I will become a viscountess," she said. "Yes. Papa said you would ask his permission before you asked me, but he has not yet informed me of that. Are you here to request the honour of my hand?"
"No, I am not."
He folded his hands behind his back and spoke gently.
"Miss Howell, I mean you no disrespect. You seem a perfectly unexceptionable lady, and any man should be honoured to have you as his bride. But I am not able to be that man for you."
Her round eyes stared up at him. "Then you do not intend to ask for my hand?"
"I do not. I do not believe we would suit."
"Oh." She blinked twice. "In truth, this news comes as a relief to me." The air shot out of his lungs.
"It does?"
She nodded. "Given my complexion, I would prefer to marry a man with dark hair. Your hair is quite handsome, but it isn't dark at all, and I'm afraid I would be perpetually out of sorts with you for it."
"Because of the colour of my hair?"
"Yes. You look very fine in knee breeches. Much better than Sir Kennet," she said thoughtfully. "But Sir Kennet has black hair, you see, and while he is only a baronet, we appear to great advantage beside each other, so I cannot begrudge him his less elevated title, can I?"
"That is generous of you."
"Sir Kennet is madly in love with me, and has already asked for my hand, but Papa said I mustn't accept because he wished me to wed you. But if you will not wed me, I will wed Sir Kennet instead, and I am sure I shall be the happiest married lady in England." Trent smiled.
"I hope you are. I wish you all the best."
"Thank you, my lord." She curtsied. He bowed. He started off, then paused and returned to her.
"Miss Howell."
"My lord?"
"If your father is displeased over this turn of events, and if he should express his displeasure in a manner that you cannot like, I hope you will appeal to me for assistance."
"Oh, you are kind, my lord. But he will be quite happy with Sir Kennet as a son-in-law. He owns 2 sugar plantations in the West Indies." Trent's step was lighter. His heart beat quick as he re-entered the house and asked the butler for his father's whereabouts.
"His lordship has gone shooting with Lord Warnford, my lord. I do not expect them back until the ball this evening."
Trent ground his molars, gathered his sketchbook and pencil, and went into the park. Angela awoke with a start to a shadowy room. She dragged her head off the bed where she was sprawled and shuffled to the mirror. After another sleepless night, she'd gone to the stables to finally confront Sir Richard, only to be told by a stable hand that all the men were off at a carriage race. Frustrated and crabby, she'd returned to her bedchamber and promptly fell asleep. Ugh. Lines from the bedspread crisscrossed her cheek. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her dress was all wrinkles. She couldn't join the party tonight looking like this, but she had to finally talk to Sir Richard, and she wanted to see Trent more than she'd ever wanted anything. Despite their fight, or maybe because of it, the sizzling zing had morphed into all-out fever. She needed to know if he was angry with her for lecturing him, and if it really had been just a one-night stand for him. She went into Lady Sophronia's chambers. "Miss Cowdray, you look a state." She waved away the maid, laying out dinner. "I don't know where Henrietta has gotten to, but sit, sit. Then we will dress you properly for the ball." "Ball? Dancing and champagne. Hate the stuff myself. Dancing, that is. Adore champagne, of course. But her Grace is fond of elaborate festivities. Now eat, then we will make you stunning." Angela doubted it. She'd never been a stunner. That was her mother. But when the maid brought out a beautiful gown of blue watered silk, embroidered with beads and sequins that sparkled all across the low-cut bodice and down the skirt like rainfall, she didn't object. When they'd finished dressing her and arranging her hair with bejewelled combs, she barely recognized the woman staring back at her in the mirror. Lady Sophronia clapped her bony hands and beamed. "Yes, yes, this will do. It surely will." Angela really felt like a fairy princess going to a ball as she descended the main stairs and found her way to the ballroom. Music lilted along the corridor. She passed the footmen to either side of the door and paused on the threshold. Everybody was there, gorgeously gowned and coiffed and primped and elegant. Nobody was dancing yet, though the orchestra was playing. Then all at once, half of the Duke's houseguests turned in her direction. Fans flicked open, and people whispered in their neighbours' ears while staring at her. So much for the famously stiff reserve of the English. Somebody must have seen her and Trent in the lake. If the Duchess kicked her out of her house now, how would she talk to Sir Richard and Trent? Oh, God, what had she been thinking to break the rules like that? It couldn't end this way. She'd never see him again because she'd acted like a stupid party girl, like her mother, ignoring the consequences to herself and anybody else, when she'd never been anything other than the nerdy girl who sat in the corner reading while the party raged around her. She should have known she wouldn't get away with it. She should have used the damn brain she'd been depending on for 27 years. She didn't see him anywhere in the clusters of guests. Maybe he was hiding from everybody's censure. But no, not a Viscount. He could do anything he wanted. Women in this society suffered for breaking rules, not men. He was probably just trying to avoid her, because that's what guys did after one-night stands, followed by uncomfortable conversations in which they were badgered about their life choices. What kind of an idiot was she? Failure stared her in the face, in addition to at least 30 of the Duchess's guests, and the sharp ache of inevitable heartbreak. He hadn't tried to find her since their argument, or even before it. He'd bumped into her by accident near the library. He could have found her at any time before or since then. But she'd only said what she felt. She'd been honest with him. If he didn't like it, then he wasn't the man she hoped he was anyway. She sucked in a fortifying breath and looked for Sir Richard in the crowd. She wouldn't let herself fail. She'd take the hits when they came, and before this was all over, she'd discover why she'd been thrust into the past. A firm little hand wrapped around hers. "Angela," Charlotte whispered in her ear, "you are finally here. I've been dying to speak with you all day." She dragged her to a corner, necks craned to follow their progress as the orchestra launched into a jaunty tune. Charlotte halted abruptly behind a group of older men. "Where have you been?" she demanded in a whisper loud enough to be heard in Times Square at midnight on a Saturday. An elderly man turned, and his bushy brows bent in disapproval. "I was asleep most of the day," Angela answered quietly. "Then you haven't heard?" Charlotte didn't look like she was about to chew her out for skinny dipping with her brother. "Heard what?" Images of mewling kittens hidden in the girl's underwear drawers came to her, Oh no, did Henry do something awful? No, it is my elder brother who has done something grand. Charlotte gripped Angela's hand. Late last night, Trenton challenged Sir Richard Howell to a duel. Angela's stomach fell. What horrible thing was he hiding from her that he'd fight a duel over it? A duel? She said weakly. Yes, apparently they were nearly at swords drawn when Trenton's friends insisted he mustn't, so they had a carriage race instead. Trenton beat that mushroom, of course. But Angela, a carriage race! Angela shook her head. She felt ill and gigantically relieved at once. No duel, no danger, no Trent bleeding to death while she cried. I thought gentlemen had carriage races all the time. Some do, but my brother was nearly crippled after an accident he incurred in a carriage race. He hasn't driven in 9 years. Oh. Charlotte, why did he challenge Sir Richard? That is the wonderful part. Charlotte's eyes were bright. He did it in defence of a lady's honour. The hits just kept coming. She couldn't breathe. It had to be Miss Howell. Why else would he challenge Sir Richard of all people? What lady's honour? Yours, of course. She beamed. Angela's cheeks went piping hot. They did know about the lake. Oh, no. No, please God, no. But Trent had defended her. What did Sir Richard say about me? Charlotte stared blankly at her. That you are American. She may as well have added, duh. Angela abruptly felt weak all over. Nothing else? Not that Bridget Cavendish, who told Alexandra Cavendish, who told Kate Lacey, who told me, said. I don't believe it, she whispered. You should. It really doesn't require a lot for gentlemen to do foolish things like race carriages. Charlotte shrugged. At least gentlemen like Sir Richard, but not my brother. Isn't it wonderful? I can see that you like him, and now it is clear that he likes you too. Oh, I will be so happy to have you as a sister. Charlotte, I'm afraid you're getting ahead of yourself. Way ahead. There had to be another explanation. Charlotte's pretty young face fell. Don't you like him? More than she could stand it. She liked the way he spoke, and the things he said, and how he looked at her, and his incredible drawings, and the way he tasted and kissed, and the way she felt all wobbly and sexy and smart and adventuresome and strong when he was around. He'd challenged a man to a duel for her. It's more complicated than that, she could barely say. Charlotte frowned. I don't see why it must be. In fact, I'm certain it is not. Why, just look at him now over there. He's been watching you since the moment you walked in the room. Angela's heart did a tsunami across her chest. Trent stood at the opposite side of the candlelit ballroom, nearly in shadow, gorgeous in formal wear, and he was, in fact, watching her. He offered her the slightest bow, and the corner of his mouth tilted up. It wasn't an, I'm trying to blow you off, but damn, you just caught me smile. It was an, I'm glad to see you smile. Simple and pleased. Go over there, Charlotte whispered. She couldn't speak with him now, not yet, not unprepared, not so confused, not so in love. She was totally in love with him. A man from another century that she'd met 5 days ago. No, she couldn't be in love. Love didn't happen that quickly. It was just star-struck infatuation. Infatuation for a man who had defended her honour in a carriage race despite his mortal fear of carriages. And despite their argument. You must, Charlotte urged. You have not yet thanked him. She pressed the small of Angela's back. Whoever said Regency-era ladies were physically reserved didn't know Charlotte, Trent said soberly now. But I had an additional reason for wishing him ill. Her hands dropped from his chest, her heart thumping hard. What reason? Sir Richard is attempting to blackmail my father. Blackmail? What about? During the war, my father made unwise investments controlled by Sir Richard, who then committed treason and fraud and now wishes my father to pay for the crimes. But her mind was spinning. Treason and fraud. It couldn't be coincidence. The cello joined the violin, their counterpoint harmony dancing in a bright ascent. How? Why now? The war is still raging in Europe.
Sir Richard wishes my father to mine iron ore on his lands, from which he will take a large share of the profits. If my father does not comply, he will accuse him of his own crimes. My father is innocent, of course, but Howell has documents to prove otherwise.
Trent. She swallowed over the excitement gathering in her.
So you see I enjoyed giving that scoundrel a thrashing.
Trent!
Even if it was only to eat the dust churned up by my carriage wheels. Somewhat puerile, but that's most men for you.
Trent! She grabbed his lapels. I know why I'm here! Chapter 9. The violin spun into a glorious romp. The cello joined it, their voices merging in a delirious tangle of joy. Trent's brow creased. In the golden candlelight, he really did look like Adonis, albeit a confused, wary Adonis.
Do you?
It's my research. I know how to prove your father's innocence, she whispered.
What are you telling me?
That I can help. I just need to do one thing to prove Sir Richard is lying about your father. But I can't tell you more. I can't risk altering history. But she would. Except that, actually, she wouldn't. In sole possession of Arnaud Chapelle's memoir, only she could know now, at this moment, finally, who had convinced Arnaud to turn informer on Sir Richard.
Angela.
Trent was obviously struggling.
You mustn't.
No, I can help you. You've got to believe me. She put her hands on his chest again and slid them beneath his coat, the sizzling zing threatening to burst out of her. But more urgently, right now, you've got to kiss me. His hands came around her shoulders.
You truly wish to help my family?
I don't just wish to. I'm going to. He was looking at her so oddly, his eyes glittering.
I have told you what no one else knows. My family would be ruined if this became public.
You can trust me. You already trust me. I think you know that.
I think you may be a madwoman. I don't know why I trust you.
You do know why. I love you. Trent, He cut off her words with his mouth. First he kissed her deeply, deliciously. Then his hands found her waist, and he pulled her against him until she could feel through the flimsy stuff of her gown and his coat every hard contour of his athlete's body. Then his palm slid to her butt and pulled her against his erection. She nearly climbed up him. He helped her, his hand beneath her thigh and mouth on her neck, as she struggled against her narrow skirts to get closer, much closer, feeling him aching for more contact. Oh, sweet heaven, closer. He dragged her off him to arm's length.
Good God,
he whispered on hard breaths.
There are over 100 people within yards.
Not having nearly as good a time as we are, I'm guessing. She panted. He released her and backed away a step.
Miss Cowdrey.
His chest rose and fell jerkily.
I regret that I must at this time bid you good night.
Good night? Hasn't the ball just started? He raked a hand through his hair.
Angela, I must go.
Where?
A cold lake might do the trick, but I'm not even certain of that, he added on a mumble, given my new appreciation of lakes.
Trent.
Angela.
You don't need to do this. I'm not a lady. We don't have them in 21st century America. You don't need to protect my virtue or reputation. I'm just an ordinary woman.
And I am just a gentleman. Or I usually am when an intoxicating American isn't tempting me to be a rogue.
So this is my fault?
No, never.
He stepped forward, grasped her arms, and kissed her hard on the mouth very swiftly.
Allow me to treat you with the respect you deserve. I beg of you.
How could she fight that? She'd been longing for honour and decency, and now she was getting it at the most inconvenient moment possible. Won't you even stay for one dance? She tried again.
I'm afraid I am in no condition for dancing at present.
She didn't bother looking down. She'd already felt what he meant. She nodded. He released her and, with a single great breath, turned and exited through the opposite door. Angela couldn't go back to the ball. Her hair was a mess from his hands in it, and her lips were tender. Everybody had probably seen them go anyway. While they were kissing, 20 people could have been taking turns peeking in the door for all she knew. But it wouldn't matter if her reputation was ruined. Tomorrow she'd head to Southampton, where at this moment Arnaud Chapelle was living in miserable semi-squalor in a rented flat near the docks. After that, she couldn't think about it. If finally solving this historical riddle and saving Trent's family meant returning home, that had to be. Just because she was infatuated with a man here didn't mean she wasn't going back. Climbing the stairs to Lady Sophronia's suite, she repeated that thought in her head over and over again. She crept in the back door to her borrowed bedchamber. Lying down on the bed, she closed her eyes and imagined waltzing with Trent. Then she imagined him taking a cold shower. She imagined that shower turning hot and steamy, and her walking into the room dressed only in a towel. Then she imagined dropping her towel and stepping into the shower with him, and his hands circling her waist. And the shower walls got so steamy she couldn't see anything else. She bolted upright in bed. It took almost 15 minutes stealthily creeping through the dark corridors of the giant house, pausing to hide when servants passed by, to reach the bachelor's wing. Hands shaking, she knocked on Trent's door. Nothing happened. Oh no. What if a valet opened the door? Worse, what if Trent was in there with some other woman? No, not possible, not remotely possible. He opened the door himself. She tried to breathe. He'd removed his coat, waistcoat, and cravat, and his shirt was open at the neck, revealing a delicious triangle of collarbone and breathtaking pecs. His hair was tousled, as though he'd scraped his hand through it a few times. He frowned. His smoky eyes looked thunderous. A tennis ball was apparently stuck in her throat. She tried again, but he wasn't moving, or speaking. Oh my God, Angela, this time you've gone far too far. He pulled her into the room and dragged her into his arms. There was very little of her that remained untouched by his strong and talented hands, as they stood there making out at the closed door. First he stroked her arms with slow, sensual caresses, and threaded their fingers together intimately. Then he pinned them above her head against the door, and brought his body against hers as he took her mouth in an absolutely carnal kiss. One hand holding her wrists above her, with the other he explored her body with great thoroughness. He began with her face, the curve of her jaw and her lips. She took his finger into her mouth and sucked, and he moaned and kissed her deep. Then he touched her throat, her neck, following with his mouth, making her writhe, and then the swell of her breasts above her bodice. His tongue stole beneath the fabric and played with a tight nipple, and she nearly exploded. His hand cupping her breast was all she needed to begin begging him to release her wrists so she could touch him too. He silenced her with his mouth, caressing her tongue while his hand caressed her nipple through the fabric until she spread her thighs in silent, desperate invitation. Finally, he gave her what she wanted, his arousal against hers. With their bodies in complete contact through layers of clothing, they rocked against the door like horny teenagers, her hands trapped above her, his palm tight on her butt, forcing her to ride him. She came so fast, she choked on her moan. Oh, yes! Releasing her wrists, he pulled down her tiny puff sleeves and freed her breasts from the gown and corset demi-cups. The cool air touched them as his hand dipped between her legs, massaging her through her skirts. So good, perfect, his body his touch. He bent and stroked his tongue across an aching nipple, and her orgasm convulsed again. Oh! She couldn't breathe. It was almost too much. Stop! Oh, please! You needn't fear for your virtue. His voice was deeply husky and breathless like hers.
I will not dishonor you. I only want to touch you. I need to touch you, Angel.
Oh! He caressed, and inside she was wild. Not possible. She'd never had 3 orgasms in a row, and fully clothed at that. But she was so primed for him. She wanted her skirts up and him inside her. I want you to dishonor me. I want to be with you all the way. She ran her hand down his waist and grasped his erection. Whatever happens tomorrow, now I want you. She stroked him through the fabric of his trousers. He groaned.
Angela,
It's not the same in my century. A lot of women aren't virgins when they get married. They don't have to be. And I may never get married anyway, so it doesn't matter. Please, believe me. Her voice dropped to barely a whisper. Don't make me beg. And please don't make me wait. He swept her up into his arms and carried her to his bed. There were way too many clothes between them, but he was clearly as impatient as she. Together they pushed up her skirts, unbuttoned his trousers, and dragged off his shirt. Then they were skin to skin, like they'd been in the water. But this time he was on top of her, between her thighs, his chest and shoulders all smooth, taut muscle. And she was dizzy.
Angela, my God, you feel good.
He pressed hungry kisses to her throat, his hand running over her hip beneath her gown.
I want to do this right for you.
His voice was rough, a lock of dark golden hair falling over his brow.
Allow me to do this slowly. Allow me to undress you and love you as you deserve to be loved.
She deserved to be loved. This couldn't be real. The need to have him was just too powerful. I don't think I can wait that long. The rhythm of his hips against hers was making her insane. If she didn't fight it, she'd come like this again too quickly. I want you inside me now. His smile turned raffish.
That suits me as well.
He bent to her lips and kissed her like he was drinking from her, making her feel him and want him everywhere inside her. His hand moved between them, and she felt the head of his penis stroke her entrance. Trent,
my angel.
He held her gaze as he fit himself inside her. Oh my God, she whispered, overwhelmed. This feels incredible.
Agreed,
he said with tight restraint.
No pain.
She clasped her thighs around his hips. No pain.
It's about to feel even more incredible, Miss Cowdrey.
He made good on his word. With each slow, sensuous thrust, he went deeper into her, deeper and hotter and wetter, until they were locked together and she was dying of pleasure. If only she'd known, if only she'd really understood what this was like. She still would have saved herself for Trenton Ascot. She gripped his arms, the delicious spiral of anticipation mounting inside her slowly now, languorously, as if her body wasn't in a hurry this time. Can you make it last? She whispered.
As it happens.
He thrust harder, grabbing her hips and pulling her to him.
Not this time,
he growled, thrusting again.
I've been wanting this since the moment you took your mouth off of me in that lake. You're mine now, Angel. Mine.
It went fast then, hard and sweaty and spectacularly urgent. She gripped the bedpost behind her and held herself steady. He was touching something deep inside her, so deep, with each thrust it was unbearably good. If this was the G-spot everyone raved about, she finally understood. She couldn't get enough. She never wanted him to stop. Oh, God! Oh! He lifted her hips from the bed.
So tight.
His muscles went rock hard.
Angela! Angela!
She felt him come inside her. She'd never imagined a woman could feel it, and it was amazing. Finally, he went still, and she gulped in breaths, and ran her hands down his arms that were slick with sweat. He dipped his brow to rest on her shoulder.
I am appalled that I just took your virginity, half-clothed and sideways on top of this bed.
He mumbled roughly against her neck.
Without even removing my shoes.
They didn't get in the way. Her fingers played in the damp hair at the nape of his neck, and she slid her other hand around to his back. He was all muscle and masculine beauty and quiet humour and natural goodness and decency and honour, and she never wanted to let him go.
They won't have the opportunity the next time.
He kissed her neck, then her shoulder, then lingered on the swell of her breast, his mouth a warm pleasure upon her.
No matter how insane your soft skin and sultry eyes and seductive smile drive me.
Sultry eyes? Seductive smile? Her? Next time?
As soon as I catch my breath, I will send these skirts and what not of yours to perdition.
He nuzzled her neck.
Then I vow I will make it last.
I am dreaming. The words slipped out of her mouth. This can't be real. I really must be dreaming. He lifted his head and cupped his palm gently around her cheek.
Yet I am finally wide awake,
he said quietly.
So either your dream is of my reality, or my reality is only within your dream.
That's what I'm afraid of. The latter. I'm afraid I'll wake up tomorrow morning alone in my apartment in Ann Arbor.
Tomorrow morning,
he said, and placed a tenderly sexy kiss on her lips.
You will awaken in this bed in my arms, and then we will see about what must be done to ensure that you awaken every morning in that manner.
She wanted to cry and laugh and die all at once, so the only real option was to kiss him. Then the foreplay of next time began, the tantalizing removal of one piece of clothing at a time and the exploration of his every muscle and sinew with her hands and mouth. When he decided it was his turn to reciprocate, he didn't give her a choice. Laughing, she reminded him that he'd said he'd make it last this time. Soon, however, she couldn't laugh, because she was too busy moaning and begging him again not to make her wait. He made good on his word, again. Much better than good. Angela didn't wake up the following morning in her apartment. As tiny threads of dawn seeped through the cracks between the curtains, she drew out of Trent's embrace and crept around the room, finding her clothes. On the bed, sprawled in the tangled sheets so she could appreciate every contour of his breathtaking chest and shoulders and arms in the pearly grey light, Viscount Everett breathed deeply and evenly. He didn't even flicker an eyelash. For him to sleep like that, his conscience had to be clear about what they'd done. That made him either an actual rogue or... No. She couldn't let herself read anything into what he'd said the first time they'd done it, or afterwards about waking up in his arms every morning. Men of his status had mistresses. He'd be typical of his class in expecting her to become his. But after the second time, when they were lying side by side and he was stroking her hair, and they'd talked of her studies and his art, made a mess of writing, splashing blobs of ink all over the paper. But when she was finished, she carried the note to the bed and set it on the mattress beside him. She drank in her final sight of him, aching to touch him, to run her fingertips over his chiseled jaw one last time and kiss his gorgeous mouth. Mostly, she wanted to tell him she thought she was falling in love with him, that she'd never felt like this before, appreciated and desired and alive and just so right with him. On silent feet, she went to the door and opened it carefully, then turned and took a long last look at him, before slipping out into the dark corridor. It took her a harrowing 10 minutes to get back to her room in Lady Sophronia's suite without bumping into any servants. The old eccentric was sitting in a cushiony chair, dressed in her nightgown and bathrobe with a scarlet nightcap laced in fluttery purple ribbons, perched atop her bad dye job. Her eyes snapped open wide. Angela smiled. "Good morning, my lady. Do you by any chance have a carriage?" The drive to Southampton Port wasn't long. The road wasn't as bumpy as she'd expected, and the coachman was downright chipper. In the end, She decided to bribe the Earl of Ware's coachman with the ruby brooch Lady Sophronia gave her for the purpose. He'd agreed pretty readily after she explained her errand was for the good of Lord Everett, Lady Charlotte, and Master Henry, and that they'd be back within the day. But he'd refused the brooch, and only asked for the price of a pint at the posting inn in Southampton. Still, she was as nervous as all get out by the time they pulled up before the dilapidated boarding house where Arnaud Chapelle had hired a room for the past 2 years while he wrote his memoir. She could see the words on the first folio of that memoir, like she had the document in front of her now. Not only the address of his residence while he lived under an assumed name, and secretly wrote a treatise about the despicable deeds of his past, but also his abject apology for those deeds, calling on the mercy of God and the souls of the innocent people he'd harmed. It was an apology that only she had ever read, and it was the key now to saving Trent's family. It was one thing knowing all about a man from the past, but quite another to be knocking on his door. By the time it finally opened, she was a nervous wreck. The man who stood before her was anorexically thin, dressed soberly and neat as a pin, in a black coat and black breeches, and had a French look about the mouth.
"Good day, ma'am,"
he said in slightly inflected English, and bowed.
"If you have come concerning the grocer's bill, I deeply regret that I am as yet unable to pay. I shall endeavour to do so at your husband's earliest convenience, however, or else he may call the authorities if he so desires."
He spoke wearily, and his eyes were giant pools of defeat. "I'm not the grocer's wife, Monsieur Chapelle." The pools of defeat widened. Then he dropped his chin to his chest and shook his head.
"I am discovered. Le jour du jugement dernier has at long last arrived. But I knew it would some day arrive, no?"
He shrugged.
"The law, it will always pursue those who flout it."
A sad smile creased the drooping skin of a face that must have once been round. He wasn't above 50, but he looked much older. In 2 short years he'd gone from fat prosperity to emaciated dejection.
"I'm not the law," she said, "but I know about what you've done, and I need your help. May I come in?" "If it is wicked deeds you wished me to perform, madame, I must tell you now that I am well out of that business."
"I know," she said.
"I know that you go to confession every day, repenting of those wicked deeds, even though it takes you an hour to ride to the hermitage. I know that you eat only day-old bread and watered prunes, and once a week allow yourself boiled chicken. I know that you suffer every minute, awake and in your dreams, over the loss of your son to brigands at sea 2 years ago. And I know that inside this flat, there's a memoir written in your hand that describes every wicked deed you've ever done." Her heart pounded. "But I don't care about that." His face was ashen. "How do you know of my memoir? I have told no one of it. Are you an angel sent from heaven to exhort me to cleanse my soul in the fires of earthly judgment?"
Angela shook her head. "No, but I do know things, Monsieur Chapelle. I need your help. Sir Richard Howell is going to use lies about the business transactions he did with you to ruin the Earl of Ware and his family, his 2 sons and his daughter. His younger son, monsieur, is only 14. A bony hand went to his chest and clutched at his waistcoat.
"The age of my Henri, when God saw fit to take him from me in payment for my sins."
She nodded. "This boy's name is Henry, too." She let that sit for a moment. "Please, monsieur, may I come in?" Tears stood in his eyes. During her research, she'd never felt a jot of anything but disgust for this man who in his greed had destroyed the lives of countless families. But he was just a man, after all, able to feel pain and grief like everybody else. She wished that felt satisfying to her. It didn't. That evil caused pain and suffering for everybody, even the evildoer, wasn't any kind of consolation. Looking at his misery, she just felt empty. And abruptly, for Angela doing history was no longer about crossing every T, dotting every I and solving mysteries, or even about getting a great job. It was about mending broken hearts. This man's would never be mended, but she would at least give him a chance to mend the wounds he'd inflicted on others. Head bowed low, Arnaud Chapelle gestured her into his flat. Chapter 10. With eyes bleary from lack of sleep, Trent read Angela's note 3 times before he understood it. But only one detail of the splotched message truly mattered to him. She had gone. Where, she did not specify. Why, to save his family. How, he'd bloody well discover as soon as he was dressed. He did not await the assistance of his father's valet. In his haste, he cut himself thrice while shaving, then donned mismatched boots. Neither Lady Sophronia nor her companion, Miss Black, could be found anywhere in the house. They could not be interrogated. Since Angela had no horse or carriage, she must have departed Kingstag on foot and could be easily overtaken by a man on horseback. Grabbing his hat and duster, he ran to the stables. There he learned from one of the hands about the curious departure of his father's travelling chaise and Fields, the family coachman, several hours earlier, with only one passenger, the American lady. Half-mounted, paralysed and rendered mute, Trent finally understood her plea in the note. Promise me that if this trouble gets cleared up, you'll tell your father the truth. I may not be around to hear your promise, but I swear I'll know if you've made it. Swinging into the saddle, silently he promised, he vowed, he prayed. Then he spurred his horse down the drive, certain on only 2 accounts, that she did not intend to return, and that he would convince her otherwise. The Earl of Ware's travelling chaise and team had not been seen that day at any inn or posting house along the London road within many miles of Kingstag Castle. As the sun touched the horizon, Trent turned his horse about and retraced his route. She had gone, absconded with his family's carriage and horses and servant, an unlikely scenario for a thief. But a thief she most certainly was not. Trent had known that for days already. So Fields must have taken her willingly. He searched the surrounding roads, learning only as darkness fell that the carriage had taken the route to Southampton. Perhaps she intended to sail soon, but it had already become too dark to travel further. He returned to the Duke's house and gave the order in the stable that his horse should be prepared for departure at first light. Charlotte met him in the great hall. "Where have you been?" she exclaimed, and looked over his shoulder. "And where is Miss Cowdrey?"
"I don't know."
"You don't know? Papa thought you had gone off to avoid having to marry Miss Howell. I've no idea why you should have meant to do something so stupid as marrying Jane Howell. She is the greatest ninny I've ever met. So I knew he couldn't be telling the truth. Still, I didn't tell him what I thought. But perhaps I was wrong." She looked around him to the door again.
"Wrong about what?"
"That you and Angela had eloped to Gretna Green, of course."
"Charlotte, Gretna Green is a senight's journey away. And what sort of man do you imagine me to be that I would elope with a lady instead of wedding her publicly and honourably?"
Charlotte's eyes popped wide. "Then you do wish to marry her?" She grabbed his hands, and her face was all smiles. "Oh, I am transported. I hoped you admired her, because I am quite certain she admires you, and I like her ever so much." Trent's heart was beating hard and rather unevenly.
"You were justified in your hope."
While his sister spoke of admiration, he feared what he felt for the brazen American that had swept in and out of his life like a migrating monarch butterfly, unique and vibrant and lovely, was considerably stronger. "But then where is she?" Charlotte demanded.
"She departed this morning in father's chaise, and I have been—"
"But Fields returned with the carriage this afternoon." He grasped her arm.
"She was not with him?"
"No, only a very strange Frenchman who insists on speaking with you. The Duchess invited him to take tea in the drawing-room, but my maid heard it from the 3rd footman that he spent the afternoon on his knees in the library with a Bible before him. Catholics are alarmingly pious, aren't they?" Trent bolted up the stairs.
"Where is he now?"
He called back to her. "Still in the library. But what about Angela? Where has she gone?" In the library, Trent asked the same of the lanky Frenchman who introduced himself as Arnaud Chapelle.
"I will tell you of her odd departure, Monseigneur," Chapelle said, "but first you must allow me to unburden my soul upon a matter of grave sin."
"I am no priest, sir," Trent said, barely restraining his impatience. "Tell me only where you last spoke with Miss Cowdrey. Then you may confess your sins to a man of the cloth, if you will."
"But you see, Monseigneur, it is your family that my sins have harmed. Allow me this confession. Allow me this last hope of salvation."
In his eyes was the same defeat Trent had felt when his father told him the news of the blackmail. He nodded. The tale was wonderful. The documents the Frenchman produced from a leather satchel were more wonderful yet. Proof of Sir Richard's crimes, including letters in which Sir Richard boasted how he had pulled the wool over the Earl of Ware's eyes, making him sign documents without his knowledge of their true content. He'd hoped to benefit from it in the future, far beyond the immediate gains he and Chapelle would make in collecting insurance on the sunken ships, and the payment from Chapelle's former revolutionary confrères for the information. Howell had been planning his blackmail for over a decade, but now Trent had in his hands all the proof he needed to see his father exonerated and Sir Richard hanged.
"Thank you, monsieur, in revealing this. You know you will be tried as a criminal of war, do you not? I wish only to pay for my sins, Monseigneur. When Mademoiselle Cowdrey came to me this morning and asked me to aid your family, I knew my period of penance had finally begun."
"Where is she now?" Trent's throat was thick. "Where did she go?"
Chapelle offered a serene smile. "Where all angels go when their tasks are complete. She returned to heaven, Monseigneur."
Trent grabbed Chapelle's cravat and yanked him forward until they were nose to nose. "Where is she, goddammit? If you have harmed her, I will tear you apart. The judges will have nothing to hang when I'm through with you."
"But Monseigneur,"
he gasped, his hands stretching out to his sides in a helpless shrug.
"It is true. She disappeared."
"Do you mean to say she eluded you?"
"No. She disappeared before my eyes. Et voilà. It is like that with the angels, no?"
Trent loosened his grip. "You're insane."
"I did believe so at first, Monseigneur," Chapelle said with a shake of his head. "But you see, your coachman saw it too."
Trent ran to the carriage house, faster than he'd run any foot race in his life, with Chapelle at his heels. He found Fields polishing the panels on the travelling chaise. The sensible Englishman, who had been with the Ascot family for 30 years, told the same story as the delusional Frenchman. "Gone like that, my lord." He snapped his fingers. "Didn't trust my own eyes till Mr. Chapel here said he'd seen it too. The boy holding the team nearly swooned dead away, my lord." Trent's lungs flattened. "When?"
It could not be.
"Where?" "Well, she was climbing into the carriage. I lowered the step, offered me hand. Then she smiled at me. She's a taking young lady, my lord, if you don't mind me saying. Fields! Then she disappeared." Chapelle was nodding. "Never seen an angel before, my lord. Didn't know they still visited us mortal folks," Fields said a bit queerly. "Didn't know that I'd really given it a thought as to whether I believed in them, but I'll say I do now, or else I've gone as loony as this bloke here." Trent walked as a man half asleep to the house and his bedchamber, where the night before he'd made love to a woman who had turned his world upside down. He opened his travelling trunk and stared at the garment she had worn when he rescued her from the lake. Atop them was the petticoat she'd left behind after they swam. He could not now return them to her. She was gone. But before she'd gone, she had altered the course of his future. He found his father in his bedchamber, dressing for dinner. "Trenton." The Earl perused his person. "Why are you not dressed?"
"Father, a Frenchman is here, a man by the name of Chapelle, who worked alongside Sir Richard to make profit from the ships in which you invested. He bears proof that Sir Richard tricked you into signing those documents and other evidence as well. Lading bills, communications from his former Jacobin confreres, and the like. He has gone now to Wessex to make a full confession. I suspect Gareth will have the fellow locked up for the night, so as not to disturb the festivities. But no doubt you would like to speak with him as soon as possible.
His father stared as though Trent was speaking in a language he did not understand.
How did you... Miss Cowdrey found him. I don't know how exactly.
Because 2 centuries in the future, she knew everything about Sir Richard Howe. She wished to help.
You told a stranger of our family's troubles?
His brow darkened.
Has she designs upon you, son? She hasn't.
Or she would not have gone.
But as Sir Richard's attempted blackmail is now moot, I shouldn't think that matters. Of course it does. She is nobody.
He fisted his hands at his sides.
She saved our family's honour, sir, and your life. You ought to be thanking her rather than disparaging her.
The Earl frowned.
I will do so when I have spoken with this Frenchman and seen the proof for myself.
He adjusted his cravat and slipped a slim silver cigar case into his coat pocket.
Until then, you will continue to consider yourself bound by honour to Sir Richard's daughter.
Trent's anger gathered at the apex of his ribs.
That won't be necessary. Yesterday, Miss Howell and I came to the mutual conclusion that we would not suit. Before this Frenchman arrived? Well before. I cannot wed where I am not inclined.
His father squared his shoulders and broadened his stance.
You will wed to suit me and the title you will some day bear.
Trent shook his head.
Even now, when matters are entirely out of your control, for both the ill and the good, you're like a cock in the ring. Father, your business with Sir Richard is finished. And so am I. Consider this font of obedience dry. Whatever demands or expectations you have of me in the future, I will not oblige.
He turned to depart, but he had made a vow after all, a vow she would never know he had fulfilled. Matters of honour, however, required no validation. He faced his father again.
And furthermore, he said evenly, I despise hunting. I've hated it since I can remember. Shooting birds, too. And fencing and boxing. And while I'm at it, cricket and tennis as well. Although not quite as vehemently as the others, I'll admit.
He felt a tight tug in his chest.
I do enjoy swimming.
He looked the Earl directly in the eye.
And I love to draw. Nature, birds, animals, plants. I am simply mad about it. And I am very, very good.
For a moment, his father looked stunned. Then he gripped Trent's shoulder.
Your mother always said you would some day stand up to me, he said solemnly. How does it feel to finally be a real man's son? Oh, good God!
Trent pulled out from under the heavy hand and went to the door.
If you need me, I'll be at the lake until the wedding, with my sketch pad.
The emergency room folks at U of M Hospital had done an amazing job of preserving the gown that Lady Sophronia lent Angela. Since she'd only been in the water a few minutes, and in the car for only a few more until she made it to the ER, she'd just gotten a mild case of hypothermia. She hadn't even lost a single toe, the nurses informed her cheerfully. Thank goodness those joggers had come along when they did, and fished her out of the river. Yeah, thank goodness. Angela stared blankly out the second-floor window of Tisch Hall at the snow flurries circling the graduate library in swirling gusts, and she doodled the outline of the Empire waist gown on her notes. She gave only half an ear to the president of the Graduate Student Union Organizing Committee droning on, and on, and on. She'd heard it all before. Everyone was in an uproar because the university administration wouldn't pay a living wage to teaching assistants, not when it was subsidizing their tuition too. Nothing they ever discussed in these meetings got them anywhere. Nothing they ever did mattered. Except that something she'd done had mattered. At least she hoped it had. She wouldn't know for sure until after graduation. Then she would be able to return to England and do the most difficult thing she'd ever done. visit the estate of the Earl of Ware, and get admittance to the family archives. She already suspected what she'd find there. The minute she'd gotten home from the hospital, she'd checked all the books and articles that mentioned Sir Richard. They hadn't changed. Arnaud Chapelle had handed over to the British government every piece of information he had on Sir Richard Howell's illegal dealings during the war, then spent the rest of his life languishing in an English jail. She hadn't changed history. She'd made it. Ironic, since the only detail of history she really cared about anymore was out of her reach. Until May. Unless the call she'd made to a friend at Oxford got her an answer first. She squeezed her eyes shut. She was chasing windmills. It hadn't been a dream. But it was over. She was here, he was there. Rather, he wasn't even there anymore. No telephone call was going to change that. She had accomplished what she'd gone back in time to do. It was over. Her chest hurt. Everything hurt. Nothing she did made the hurting stop. Tea, countless laps across the indoor pool, attempts at sleep, reading the comic book again and again, hearing his voice in her memory, feeling his touch, and leaving big droplets of tears on his sketches. At night in bed, with her hand on the last page, she couldn't breathe. "The petition is the only way." The GSUOC president was now shouting and gesticulating violently. "If we can get 2,000 graduate students from all departments and all schools on campus to sign." Angela cracked open her eyes. The gown in the margin of her page looked miserable too. She was a lousy artist, unlike the man she'd left forever with nothing more than a note on the pillow like in some bad soap opera. She should have told him she loved him. She should have at least had the courage to do that. No, not the courage, the heart. The heart that for years she'd held in the vice grip of her intellect. Not any more. Now her heart was finally free and full, and hurt like hell had run over it with a tractor-trailer. Now it was starving for passion and play and companionship and, yes, a man. One man in particular. One man who had rescued her from drowning, kissed her even though he knew he shouldn't, and made love to her like he never wanted it to end. It just couldn't end. It couldn't. Heartbeat swollen and quick, she fished her phone out of her satchel, scrolled down her contact list to her mum's number, and texted, "I love you, Mom. I hope you're happy. Love, Angela." Dropping her phone back in the satchel, she grabbed her coat and went to the door. "Where are you going, Angela?" someone whispered beneath the president shouting. "To go jump in a lake." It took her 11 minutes to run to her car, drive to the river, pull the comic book out of her satchel, and run up the path to the dam. Stripping off coat, gloves, hat, scarf, and boots, she made it to the bank, just as a biker zoomed around the corner of the path. "Hey!" he shouted. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't do that! Wait!" She took a huge lungful of frozen air and, clutching Trent's drawings in her fist, dove. The pencil rested motionless on the sketch pad nestled in the grass before Trent. Not 2 feet away, a spectacular specimen of a grizzled skipper larva was methodically spinning the edges of a wild strawberry leaf together in preparation for a meal. Trent watched it and made no move to take up the instruments of his craft. Despite the solitude, the peace, and the glory of nature surrounding him, he could not. He wanted to draw only one thing. But if he did, he may as well walk himself to Bedlam Hospital. And yet, no one would ever know if he drew it, except him. Unless she did. He leapt up, hand raking through his hair, and paced through the long grass. The twittering song of goldfinches and the leafy wings of brimstones and the buzzing of honeybees and the scents of wild honeysuckle filled him. As swiftly as he'd arisen, he halted before his tools, seized them, and pressed the sketch-pad to the trunk of a young oak. He worked swiftly, without nuance or precision, the sketches mere outlines in coal. In minutes, he'd covered 6 pages with images. His baptism at St. Anne's in Wareford, walking with his mother in the garden, taking a trophy in rowing for the first time, the curricle debacle 9 years earlier, before he halted, sucked in a shaky breath, and sank to his knees in the grass.
"I have gone mad,"
he said to the caterpillar.
"I have gone mad,"
he repeated, because it seemed the sort of thing a madman would do. The caterpillar ignored him. His gaze caught a cluster of ox eyes nearby. He reversed the page he'd last used, and carefully outlined the white daisy petals and its textured yellow centre, his breaths coming more slowly now, evenly, as he sank into the familiar task. Then he drew a cornflower beside the daisy, because the gown that he had removed from her the night they'd made love was cornflower blue. Then, because the daisy and cornflower looked forlorn as a mere duo, he added a half-bloomed poppy, rather more crimson than her lips, but certainly descriptive of her character, vibrant, alive, passionate, brazen. On the next page, he drew a golden eagle. He drew it in flight like the eagle across her shoulder. Then, because he was a madman, he turned the page over and drew the image she had last described to him. His hands shook as he carefully spelled out the caption, then folded the pages together and set them on the summer grass at his side. He waited until the sun cast long shadows of every tree and each blade of grass. She did not come. As dusk gathered, he collected his pencil, coal, paper, and the foolish sketches, and walked to the lake. It was empty of all but a few decorative lily pads, the water still as glass, of course. She would not come. She had not been an angel or anything of the sort. He'd no idea what she had wanted of him, but he would inevitably discover it soon enough. Perhaps his initial notion that she was a lady journalist seeking scandal broth with which to make her name had been on the mark. Or she was an opportunist hoping to bear a nobleman's bastard child and be set up for life afterward. But he couldn't believe it. He didn't believe it. He did not know her identity, but he knew her. As he walked along the bank of the lake, she grabbed hold of the biker's hands, and he hauled her ashore. Chapter 11. "There you are!" Charlotte clutched Trent's elbow and dragged him up the aisle of the church filled with wedding guests. "Where have you been? I simply must tell you the most extraordinary news. I am bursting with it."
"Henry again?"
Poor fellow, in love with a girl who didn't care a jot about him. At least he wouldn't have to wait until he was 9 and 20 to learn that lesson. "No, it's Lady Sophronia," Charlotte whispered, pulling him down on the pew beside their brother and father, just behind Lady Sophronia and her companion, Miss Black.
"Well, get on with it, child," Lady Sophronia whispered over her shoulder. "I haven't got all day for you to tell him. The ceremony is about to begin." She gestured to the Archbishop of Canterbury, standing at the side of the chancel while his clerk adjusted his gold-embroidered mitre and stole. Charlotte grinned. "Brother, you will not believe it, but guess who Lady Sophronia intends to adopt as her ward? Oh, you must guess!" His attention shifted to Miss Black for a moment. Then he offered his sister a tolerant eye. Her grin broke into a full smile. "No!" She leaned close to his ear. "Henrietta has accepted Lord Willoughby's proposal of marriage and is no longer in Lady Sophronia's employ." Willoughby stood at the head of the church, awaiting his role as best man to the Duke. At this moment, the least likely man in the place to settle down to married life, or any other single pursuit, was gazing at Miss Black with a broad, besotted grin on his face. Trent's gut felt heavy. "Charlotte."
"Now guess. Who else needs a respectable and wealthy patroness to establish herself in society?" She was nearly bouncing in her seat. "Guess!"
"I cannot presume to."
"Then I will tell you." Charlotte gripped his arm and faced the congregation. "I'm afraid there will be no wedding today," she said. "Miss Grey and my son have decided quite mutually, that they do not suit after all, and no longer wish to be married. I'm dreadfully sorry for such late notice, but I do hope you will understand."
Everyone was talking, some whispering, some chattering at full volume. Some stood while others remained seated, as though disbelieving and still waiting for a ceremony. Of course they didn't believe it. Her Duke didn't cancel his wedding at the last moment. Unless... Trent's blood rushed in his ears. Unless the Duke intended to marry his bride's widowed sister instead. The Duchess's serene voice rose above the hubbub again.
"You must all join me in wishing Miss Grey very happy with Mr. James Blair. Mr. Blair is our cousin, and we are delighted that he has secured Miss Grey's affections."
Her smile was at once pleasant and commanding.
"I invite you all to extend your stay at Kingstag Castle a few more days for another ball, in honour of Miss Grey's marriage to Mr. Blair, and to celebrate my son Wessex's recent betrothal to Mrs. Cleopatra Barrows. I couldn't be happier for both couples."
A moment of silence gripped the guests. Then everybody was talking again at once. "Paper," Trent heard himself utter. "Pen, ink." Charlotte wrinkled up her nose.
"What did you say?"
"I need paper." He stood and moved into the aisle. "And a pen." The Archbishop's clerk hovered in the corner of the chancel. Trent dashed up onto the dais in 2 strides. "Have you paper and pen? Perhaps a marriage license? Or a spare page from that book?" He pointed desperately. "Anything." The clerk's nose pinched. "My lord, you cannot tear a page out of the Book of Common Prayer. It is simply not done." "Give him the marriage license," the Archbishop said with a roll of his eyes. "Wessex won't be using it after all."
"Good heavens, Your Grace."
With a sniff, the clerk produced the license.
"Pen and ink,"
Trent insisted. They were found in the sacristy. Trent flipped the document to its blank side, dipped the pen in the bottle, and drew. Arnaud Chapelle's memoir offers no hints as to the reason he chose to publicly reveal Sir Richard Howell's crimes while maintaining silence on all others. Angela typed into her laptop. The quiet early morning mumbling of cafe patrons and the grinding of the espresso machine surrounded her in a cocoon of scholarly concentration. We might presume he was motivated by an outside source, an anonymous character who at present eludes history's probe. The keyboard clicked softly beneath her fingertips. But until further documentary evidence presents itself, this historian must remain mute on the subject. And so, although the mystery of his public repentance may never be discovered, Arnaud Chapelle's story here comes to a close. She clicked save, backed up the article, opened her email, and typed a cover letter to the editor of the American Historical Review. She attached the article to the email and clicked send. Leaning her elbows on the tiny cafe table, she rested her chin on her palm. The AHR might reject her revisions, but she couldn't lie, and she sure as heck couldn't tell the truth. Even without an AHR article, she might get a decent job. Both Dartmouth and UNC had invited her to on-campus interviews. Her classmates were impressed. Her evil advisor was pleased. She should be elated. No emotion was further away. She no longer felt like she was missing something because now she knew what that something was. Now she just felt empty. Behind the counter, Cindy whipped off her apron, picked up 2 steaming pages where 10 digits were carelessly scrawled. She waggled her pierced brows. "I think he's hoping you'll take him up on my offer." Angela couldn't move. She recognized the paper. It was similar stock to the book Trent had drawn, but this time with writing across it. A legal document. A marriage license? "So, are you going to call him?" Cindy said, "though he's probably not awake at this hour, being a scruffy comic book store guy and all." Call him? Angela reached for the paper. It was, in fact, the marriage license of the Duke of Wessex and Helen Grey. With shaky hands, she unfolded it to the inside. The sketches were in the same style as the others.
The image in the top panel showed a man and a woman standing at the altar of a church filled with people. The couple faced each other, and he held her left hand in both of his. The man was Trenton Ascot. The woman was her. Below in the bottom frame, he stood alone in the middle of the aisle, looking out of the page at her and extending his hand. The caption read, "Don't make me wait." "Ange?" Cindy's voice came to her through a fog. "Ange, is that you?" Her throat was too clogged with tears to speak. She nodded. On the table beside the latte, her iPhone buzzed. The display showed a number in England. Through the cloud of tears, she fumbled for the phone. "Hello? Angela Cowdrey here." "Miss Cowdrey?" The voice on the other end sounded distant but clear. "This is John Wright, vicar at St. Anne's Church in Wareford. Mary Raj at Oriel College rang me up yesterday with your query. I managed to unearth the parish register from the period of your interest. Would you care to hear what I found?" She clutched the phone to her ear. "Yes, please, Reverend Wright." "You asked after the 7th Earl of Ware's eldest son, who became the 8th Earl." "Yes." "Putting together a family tree, are you?" he asked pleasantly. "What?" she whispered. "Oh, I'd imagined you'd been named after your... But here now, perhaps it will be best if I simply read the entry to you. Trenton Cambridge Ascot, Viscount Everett, married June the 24th, year of our Lord 1813, to Angela Merryweather Cowdrey in the... "Stop! Please stop!" "But wouldn't you like to hear..." "No!" She'd already heard the only thing she needed to know. "Thank you. Thank you so much, Reverend. You've been so helpful." "Glad to be of assistance. If you should need anything more, do give me a ring." She set down the phone with a trembling hand. "Sind!" Her heart flew. "Ange?" Cindy leaned forward. "Angela, you have a really weird look on your face." She couldn't quite breathe. "Cindy, you know how you said I needed to get a life?" Cindy nodded. "Well, I think I did. But not quite what you expected. Or what I expected. Not quite what anyone would believe, but I did." She swallowed hard and gripped her friend's hand. "Thank you." "What do you mean no one would believe it?" Cindy frowned, then looked down at the drawing again. "Ange?" "I can't really explain it, but I've got to go." June 24th, the day of the Duke's wedding. What did that mean? And the river hadn't worked. How was she supposed to get there this time? She stared at the image of Trent with his hand outstretched. It looked so real. It seemed that, as she stared, they shared the same smile, the same breaths. She reached out and touched the page. Sketch in hand, Trent stood in the aisle of a church full of milling people, staring at the door to the narthex like a fool. An insanely hopeful fool, whose heart pounded so hard he could hear it over the murmurs and bustle of the Duke's erstwhile wedding guests. Heaving in a huge gulp of air, he extended his hand. "Trent," Charlotte said, "what on earth are you doing?" A commotion sounded beyond the nave doors. Trent's pounding heart jerked into his throat. The doors burst open. Beauty appeared in the aperture. Trent dropped the sketch and walked to her. She was weeping. His vibrant, brilliant, brazen angel's cheeks glistened with tears. Reaching her, he took her face in his hands and captured her mouth beneath his. She wrapped her arms around his waist, pressed her body to him, and he claimed her as his own before 200 people. Finally, he allowed her air. She buried her face in the crook of his neck, and her slight body shook with sobs in his arms. "Why do you weep, Angel?" Her voice was muffled against his cravat. "I'm a little overwhelmed, you know." "Only a little." Gently he tilted her chin up. "Leap through time often then, do you?" "Once a week so far." Tears spilled from her eyes afresh. "I've had enough already, though. I'm calling it quits starting now." Her smile trembled. "How did you know how to bring me back?"
I drew the book you had described, but you did not come. So I drew another.
He stroked the moisture from her cheeks.
I would have continued drawing until you returned to me.
But my head is spinning. I don't know how this can be. We've only known each other a week.
The powers that be do not seem to consider that insufficient time.
Time, she whispered. You called to me across time.
And you came to me. You had already decided to marry me.
I've never been proposed to in a comic book before. Her mouth curved into a radiant smile. I couldn't resist. He pressed his lips to her brow and held her tight.
Angel, do you think you could love me?
I'm pretty sure I already do. She lifted her lips to his. Angela! Charlotte exclaimed. You are finally here, and kissing my brother. So you will marry him after all. Splendid! It was only then that Trent noticed the people around them, some gaping, some whispering, the crowd of watchers spreading outward until the attention of all but the stone statues of saints were upon them. He took Angela's hand and addressed the crowd.
I am pleased to announce that Miss Cowdrey has accepted my suit. With the way the two of you are carrying on there, Lady Sophronia cackled, the wedding better be soon.
A matron gasped. A cluster of girls giggled. Several gentlemen cleared their throats. Charlotte sighed. The Duchess appeared beside them and with a regal smile said, Why not today?
Ha! Lady Sophronia crowed, saving face splendidly. You outdo yourself, Alice.
Do I? The Duchess of Wessex lifted a single brow, her smile lingering. But a man must follow his heart. Why delay? Oh, yes! Charlotte clapped. Everybody we know is already here anyway. Trent looked down into his lady's eyes.
Will you, Miss Cowdrey?
I will, Lord Everett. She squeezed his hand. But don't we have to wait until the banns are read? 3 weeks or something like that?
Not if a special license can be procured,
Trent heard his father say from the crowd. He met the Earl's benign gaze and bowed, acknowledging the only thanks he would ever receive for saving their family from ruin. It was more than enough. The Earl gestured to the Archbishop.
Your Grace, will you do the honours?
The Archbishop rolled his eyes anew and extended his palm to his clerk.
Paper, pen, and ink. Again.
But Angela, Charlotte pouted, you simply cannot get married in that. She pointed down. What is it, anyway? A kerchief? More feminine giggles and several strangled male utterances. Trent ran his gaze up the entire length of Angela's stockinged legs to the tops of her shapely thighs. Her boots were enormous, but her skirt was no more than a suggestion. His blood heated.
No, he barely managed. She cannot.
Angela laughed, her cheeks pink. She leaned in to his shoulder and whispered, Wouldn't you know? I've never worn this skirt before today.
Is that what you call it?
It's your fault. I've been feeling unusually sexy these past few days. I wonder why. Then, because she had changed him, he bent and pressed his lips to hers to feel her laughter.
I will see to the special license while you dress, he said huskily against her cheek. But don't become too comfortable in your wedding finery. It won't be on you for long.
Promise, she murmured.
Oh, yeah.
She smiled brilliantly. Not taking his eyes from her, he said over his shoulder,
Charlotte, if you will.
His sister grabbed his bride's hand, and 6 girls scampered down the aisle, dragging with them the woman he had come to love in a heartbeat that stretched across 2 centuries. Angela got married wearing a delicate pink gown with a white tulle overskirt and tiny beads on the bodice. When the ceremony was over and they recessed out of the church, Trent whispered that she was lovelier than a dog rose. It was the most beautiful thing anyone had ever said to her. An hour later at the party, he laced his fingers with hers, and in his melting chocolate voice, informed her that he was taking her upstairs. Moments later, in the privacy of their bedchamber, he removed the gown that made her look like a wildflower, making good on his word yet again. As he trailed kisses along her shoulder, then lower still, she came to appreciate Trenton Ascot's dedication to honour more than she'd ever imagined possible. Epilogue. January 26, 2013. www.annarborpost.com. A student matriculating at the Rackham Graduate School of the University of Michigan, Angela M. Cowdery allegedly disappeared in the Merci Café on Tuesday at approximately 8:24 a.m. Police are examining the testimony of the 14 witnesses. Scientists at the university's neurobiology laboratory suggest that a possible contamination of the air in the café due to a gas leak may have precipitated a mass hallucination. Ann Arbor Gas Company denies any wrongdoing. Cowdery's friend, Cindy Jefferson, who was present in the café at the time and claims to have seen Cowdery disappear, commented, "I'm devastated, but I'm not. She definitely got a life." Kingstag Castle, 25 June, 1813. Bridget Cavendish walked toward the lake, kicking pebbles off the path as she went. Now that the wedding day was past, all the guests would soon depart. She was happy for the married couples, of course, even if Lieutenant Newnham was now the only attractive unmarried man left in all of England, it seemed. But after a fortnight's excitement of switched brides and sudden marriages and betrothals, Kingstag would be unbearably dull. Her friends Kate and Charlotte were packing at this moment, with her sisters Alexandra and Serena helping. They were all making plans for London next year, when Serena and Kate would be making their debuts and dancing with any number of handsome gentlemen in regimentals, while she would be chained to her mother's side like a child. She'd been permitted to attend all the wedding festivities this past fortnight. She would die if she had to be deprived of all the fun next year. If only something exciting would happen. Perhaps she should visit great-great-great-aunt Sophronia. Sophronia always listened to her and even encouraged her to try her ideas. And now that Henrietta would be leaving, no doubt to spend her time racing about the countryside in Lord Willoughby's magnificent phaeton, and Angela too, which was a terrible pity because she had such brilliant opinions about what girls ought to be allowed to do, Sophronia was sure to be just as bored as Bridget. Yes, together they would surely come up with something. Her toe bumped a large rock. She scowled down at it. Then her eyes widened. Bending, she picked it up and wiped the dust from it on her white muslin skirt that was already smeared with marmalade anyway. Who was to notice a little dust? Heavy, flat, and shiny, the metal and glass rectangle rested comfortably in the palm of her hand. Bridget turned it over curiously, but couldn't see a catch to release. Did it open? "What have you got there?" Hiding it behind her back, she pivoted to the boy sitting against a tree in shadow. "What's it to you, Henry Ascot?" She stood, dropping the flower from which he'd been plucking petals like the moonstruck loony he was. Blood, but her sister Alexandra's pretty face drew them like flies. This one was worse than most. She clutched her treasure behind her as he approached. "Curiosity is all," he said, and stopped just before her. She had to bend her neck to look up at him, and it struck her that he was a great deal taller than she'd thought. He was 6 months younger than her, and it was absolutely not fair that a pipsqueak like Henry Ascot got to be so big and tall, while she was trapped far below. "Don't think I've ever seen you stand still for a minute, till now," he said. "Must be something worth seeing." She narrowed her eyes. "You can't have it, Henry Ascot." "I didn't say I wanted it, Bridget Cavendish." "Lady Bridget Cavendish," she corrected him. He seemed to consider that for a bit, which was imbecilic. Who needed to think to come up with an insult? "I'll call you lady, if you show me what you've found," he finally said. She blinked. He blinked back. She pulled the object out from behind her. They stared at it. "What's that?" He pointed to the indentation at one end, a circle with a pale white square atop it. "How should I know?" "It looks like a secret button," he said, perfectly sensibly, actually. "If it's a secret button, then—" Their eyes met. Henry frowned. Bridget grinned. She pressed it. They gaped. "Lady Bridget Cavendish," Henry Ascot said in a hushed voice. "You're a genius." About the author. Katharine Ashe is the award-winning and USA Today best-selling author of historical romances that reviewers call intensely lush and sensationally intelligent, including her acclaimed Devil's Duke series and My Lady, My Lord and How to Marry a Highlander, finalists for the prestigious Rita Award of the Romance Writers of America. Her books are recommended by Publishers Weekly, Woman's World Magazine, Booklist, Library Journal, USA Today, Kirkus Reviews, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, and many others, and translated into languages across the world. Katharine lives in the wonderfully warm southeast United States with her beloved husband, son, dog, and a garden she likes to call romantic rather than unkempt. A professor of European history, she writes fiction because she thinks modern readers deserve grand adventures and breathtaking sensuality too. For more about Katharine's books, please visit www.katharineashe.com. This concludes the reading of At the Duke's Wedding by Caroline Linden, Katharine Ashe, Miranda Neville, and Maya Rodale. That Rogue Jack, copyright 2013 by Maya Rodale. P.S. I Love You, copyright 2013 by Miranda Neville. When I Met My Duchess, copyright 2013 by P.F. Belsley. How Angela Got Her Rogue Back, copyright 2013 by Catherine Brophy Dubois. This book was read by Sienna Francis. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Marcel Lyon Literary Agency, LLC, and was produced in 2020 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete list of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.